and here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Roger, roll, Atlantic. Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, it sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalize.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
Version 3 is what I like to call the foundational design of Starship booster in the pad.
We've never built a ship V3 before and gotten it to this state of production.
Booster 19 is actually the second of the version 3 boosters that we've built.
This is the final go-no-go poll for today's operations. 2 has 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, folks. I just got a warning on my phone that there is extreme UV exposure on South Padre Island today. It's not the only extreme thing happening out here, because that rocket out there on the launch pad that you see in all of these views is probably the most extreme rocket that's ever been made. If you're looking for records, the tallest rocket, the most powerful rocket, this, that, the other, it's standing on the pad ready to go. It's Starship V3, new design, new pads, SpaceX, ready to fly. Latest information we got from SpaceX was that they were going for it. Weather's a little bit iffy. We're going to talk into that in just a little bit more. But over here from South Padre Island, my name is John Galloway. I'm with NSF, NASASpaceflight.com. Going to have a cast here with me today, bringing you live coverage. But at South Padre Island, I'm on the roof of the Margaritaville Hotel and Resort. Over this way, have a fantastic view behind me. Love that the weather cleared up a little bit, so we don't have all that haze. You'll talk about the clouds up there, but I do see a little bit of blue skies in the clouds behind me. In the clouds behind me? In the skies behind me. So we'll be bringing you more live coverage here until liftoff. That's coming up around 5:30. At least that's when it's scheduled to, last I checked. But let's get the rest of the crew over here to tell you who will be helping me out today. Starting with Mr. Alex Alejandro Alcantara Romero. How you doing, Alex?
Well, I will say, man, this is quite unbelievable. We are basically less than 3 hours away from the launch of Starship version 3. It's been a long time coming, more than 7 months to go. And I will say, it's right behind me, no? But this is a green screen. It's actually right behind you in this case.
It's 7 miles behind me. I'm not too terribly close over here on South Padre Island, but it is actually behind me. They didn't superimpose me or anything.
Yeah.
All right. Alex will be answering some questions and giving us some technical updates. He's got his finger on the pulse of all of the information. So, Alex, if something important pops up that we need to tell the viewers, chime right in and let us know, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And then also, since we were concerned about clouds and fog today, we brought in our weather expert from the United Kingdom. If anybody knows about poor sky conditions, Ryan
It's not a
Caden.
very nice thing to say, Das.
You know how it is. How you doing, Ryan?
Great as always. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised to see us counting down to a launch, considering what we saw yesterday with their wet dress, not really a rehearsal, but I'm excited either way. It's great to be here, and we are counting down, as you said, to the first ever launch of V3 Starship, and that is something that everybody can be very excited about.
You got it. Absolutely. Folks, Ryan's got some cool tech that he's made to bring us in some AR overlays, weather maps, all sorts of stuff. I don't even know all the tricks he's got up his sleeve today. But Ryan, whenever it's time to chime in with a weather update or some of those other cool toys that you created for the coverage today, let us know. Just chime in, all right?
Sure thing. I mean, I can run through a little weather status update for us right now. I've been looking over the forecasts because, of course, those clouds is something that everybody's been keeping an eye on. And, you know, obviously the rocket itself depends the thickness of the clouds and what type of cloud it is. But, you know, for our camera views, more specifically, that's something that we're really interested in. So let's take a look first of all at the radar. We can see we had a bit of a storm coming in earlier today over South Texas, but that seems to have mostly cleared up at this point over the launch site itself. And fingers crossed that rain stays away, because we don't want any rain because it makes our camera lenses dirty, and it means that SpaceX can't launch because of those thicker rain clouds they can't launch through. To take a look at the forecast, we can look at the dew point and the air temperature. If that sounds really complicated, don't worry, because I will explain it to you. Essentially, when these two lines touch, it makes clouds. And we can see a little bit of touchiness here in the 9-kilometer mark. So maybe some of those upper clouds which we're seeing from our cameras could be a little bit of a concern in terms of seeing the rocket, but in terms of flying through them, nothing to worry about just yet. I'm sure we'll get some more updates as we get closer to launch. And also just taking a look at the winds, this is another thing which is very important for SpaceX, because wind shear, when the wind changes direction really quickly, that can be a little suboptimal. So as we head up through altitude here, I'll move over to the other side, you can see we're around 10 knots of winds and we're blowing towards the east right now, but then we have a bit of a change in direction as we head up through the altitudes, heading up through 5 kilometers now, and you can see the wind really starting to pick up. We're at 30 knots here at 7 kilometers in altitude. You know, that's a gusty day. That's, you know, a little bit tricky for airplanes to land in, but then things start to get really windy as we head up into the upper atmosphere. Through 10 kilometers, we're going through 50 knots of wind, and it keeps picking up because as we pass through 11, get all the way up to 15 kilometers in altitude, we're looking at 85 knot winds. That's, you know, that's quite windy. Nothing that the vehicle can't handle. Airplanes flying that at the upper altitudes all the time, but just something to keep an eye out for, of course, because if this wind starts changing direction very quickly, then that could end up in a bad day for Starship. And there's one of the criteria that SpaceX will be looking out for as they get ready for launch.
Outstanding. Ryan, when you were growing up, did you want to be like a weatherman or something?
Not intentionally, but here we are.
Outstanding. Appreciate you putting that together. We will check in a couple times here, but do you think they're looking too hard at that wind shear? Is that sort of close to the limits, or does that look like it's pretty nominal right now? Do you think that's the primary concern we're fighting today?
I think the clouds are probably what's going to be on top of everybody's mind, mainly because we've been scarred by, you know, 3 or 2 scrubs and a final third launch. Very recent memory of the Starship program because of an anvil cloud hanging over the launch site. But this is a huge rocket. This is the biggest rocket that has ever been made, and when it launches, it'll be the biggest rocket ever flown. So if Falcon 9, a smaller rocket, can handle winds like these, and, you know, if Falcon 9 is smaller, it can get, you know, bounced around much more by the wind. This rocket is way bigger. It's got much more mass. So I think we'll probably be able to handle it.
We talk about that a lot. Like, you get into the different rockets and the weather conditions that they launch in, the limits that they can withstand. And you get to some of the smaller rockets, right? The carbon fiber composites, the super sort of red line optimized lightweight materials. And the things that those rockets can do aren't exactly the limits that Starship can handle. Starship's stainless steel. It's not carbon composites. It's a big, huge structure. It's more wind that can hit it from the side, like a larger area for the wind to act on. But it's a huge, powerful rocket. It's light years, orders of magnitude heavier than the smaller rockets. So something that maybe a smaller rocket couldn't do because it's too lightweight, Starship might be able to just plow right through. So we'll keep watching that as we go on today. But let's keep on going. Now, a couple of things with housekeeping here. We're able to come out here because of y'all's support. You keep showing up. We're basically a bunch of rocket nerds who hit critical mass. We're not owned by a big media conglomerate or anything like that. We don't have some international organization bankrolling us or some independently wealthy person. We're here because y'all are here. So I want to say thank you to everybody who's watching the stream right now for showing up every time we go live. A booster or a ship is rolling out. Y'all are here. Somebody's over at launching from the Cape. We've got a team out there for that. They're testing something up in McGregor. We've got McGregor Live. You can see SpaceX pulling Raptor engines back and forth all day long. But all of those things are possible because y'all keep showing up and hanging out with us. So throughout the course of today, if you're over in chat and you've got questions, tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. We'll try to get as many of the questions as we can for you to answer them. We are going to try to make sure that they're in context context. Like if you ask us about a mission to Jupiter or something and it's like T-minus 20 minutes, pardon us if we don't answer the question about the mission to Jupiter, but we will try to get to as many of your questions. We also have different ways that you can support what we do. So if you do a super chat on YouTube or you go to tips.nasaspaceflight.com and you kick some money in over there so that we can pay for our burgers that we got for lunch or whatever, we super appreciate that as well. We're not going to make the entire show about reading all those out constantly because we'd never stop, but we super appreciate that. And then you can also see everybody on camera right now got the memo. I do have my Flight 12 patch shirt on. If I turn around here, I think, maybe we'll be able to see it. Let's see here. There you go. All right.
Yeah.
I've got my Flight 12 patch shirt on. Alex and Ryan also have their flight shirts on as well. We get those from the shop just like y'all can. We've got the sun shirts and t-shirts and patches and pins, all sorts of different stuff. If you want a little bit of cool swag, what happened? Oh, yeah, we're showing off everything else. Nice. If you want a little bit of cool swag so that you can be walking down the street and self-identify to other space nerds and be like, oh, hey, Starship, you're awesome. We should hang out. You can visit the shop over there as well and grab some of the stuff. And when you go to the shop, you can actually put a little message. Some of those messages we'll read out for you. We won't try to get them all because we want this to be about the rocket. But we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for y'all, so we appreciate y'all showing up. Now, let's go back over to Alex. And Alex, where are we at in the count right now? What's sort of going on at the pad? And is everything looking good to you visually? Are all the pumps pumping and the vents venting that you would expect at this point in the count?
Yeah, so obviously it's a new tank farm, but that doesn't mean that things run differently when it comes to conditioning it, as in you still have to condition the whole thing, basically chilling it down to the correct temperatures ahead of flowing all of that liquid oxygen and liquid methane through the pipes and different subcoolers and pumps and all the things that you need to do in order to be able to fool that thing that is right behind me here and also right behind you as well. And so right now we are looking, or at least I am looking at the tank farm activity. Right now it seems like everything is being chilled down right now. The pumps and subcoolers for both sides are going right now. The reclaiming system has already started for the methane. You can see there 2 vertical tanks, 1 vent right next to it. Those 2 vertical tanks are part of the system that turns the gaseous methane that is generated either through these chill down sequence or through the vehicle itself. That gas methane is reclaimed basically from every single part of the system and then turned back into a liquid and returned back to the storage tanks instead of being burned off. For example, New Glenn does that for their LNG, as they call it, the liquefied natural gas, which is basically a bit less purified version of methane. They do flare stacks. They flare it off and things like that. Here it's a bit more rare commodity. They use a lot more of it, and so it takes a lot of trucks to truck that in. We've seen waves of trucks since yesterday. And that's actually mostly liquid nitrogen and oxygen because those are not reclaimed. Some of the vents that you see there, I know a lot of people in chat might be new to this. So no, these are not smoke. Nothing is burning or anything like that. That is just nitrogen or oxygen. Depending on the vent itself, it can be either nitrogen or oxygen. But, you know, those are parts of our atmosphere. That's the 2 most common gases in our atmosphere. It's normal for those things to be there. Anyways, it's not a hazard by itself with nobody out there. The pad hasn't been cleared. The road is closed. We're actually looking at the roadblock. At least I am looking at the roadblock to keep an eye on the people at that roadblock, making sure whether they stay there or not, because once they go out, they evacuate that roadblock when they are close to launch, so that will be an indication that we are closer to that propellant load start. So everything still continue on track, and that's sort of the short version of this very long Alex answer.
Good deal. Thank you, Alex. I'm going to ask, and I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm going to do it anyways. That shot that we were just on, showing sort of the close-up looking up at the rocket, that shot there is coming from Hopper Lot, which is, if you've been around Starbase, you see sort of the shots, the old original Hopper, right? The Starship Hopper that they did some of the first tests with. That is our deployable camera trailer. And it was curious this morning because when we got there to deploy that camera trailer, massive thanks to SpaceX for letting us put it there, it looked like not everyone was brave enough to put their equipment there today. We do expect some damage to that trailer because what is it? Is it 700 feet from the launch pad? 900 feet from the launch pad? It is very close to the launch pad. Of course, we do this at our own risk. SpaceX gives us permission to put that camera trailer there. We use that to get these live views for you. We send those back via radio RF links so that we can mix them into the live show. But that camera trailer is danger close to the launch mount today. We put it there at our own risk. SpaceX knows it. We know it. It has solar panels on it. We have the cameras sort of armored as much as we can. We have some really cool new tech that we've put there to help protect the cameras a little bit. Today is quite literally going to be a trial by fire. We're going to see how that goes. So everybody in chat, give me some odds. It's not zoomed in that much. Tell me if you think that these cameras here, right across the street from the launch pad in Hopperlot, placed at NSF's own responsibility, are going to survive through this. Let's see. I think we might be able to see. Yeah, there were some deployable barriers in the way, and you can pick them up with a forklift and like put them on the truck that were blocking the bottom of the launch pad.
You can even see the end of the trench, I think, on the right hand side.
Just barely. And luckily, there's nothing in front of us. There's not a bunch of debris or anything. Maybe a camera's going to take a cone to the face, but I hope that misses us to the side. But they removed those barriers. We thought those barriers were going to be there, and they picked them up and got them out of the way because I think they might have thought the rocket would be so powerful it could flip over those concrete and steel barriers. So our little trailer with solar panels on it, I guess we're going to see how that goes. But massive thanks to SpaceX for supporting our media operations, allowing us to put that there. Again, at our own risk. We're not going to go back and say like, oh my gosh, SpaceX, you destroyed our trailer. We want to bring y'all live views. We tried to armor and protect our cameras as much as we could. Please send those cameras. Look at that. That's cool. Why we put these cameras here, so y'all could get shots like this. But give me some over-unders on whether or not these cameras will survive here from Hopperlot.
Das, I want to make you a question. Is it waterproof?
Let's say water-resistant proof.
All right.
We'll do a little bit too much credit. It's really protected against rain and water coming down from the above, where water normally comes from. Water coming very fast from the front. We're pretty protected against that. Some water will get in, but it won't directly impact the cameras. And then water coming from underneath. You know something? Look, I can't protect for everything. All right. I will say our videographer, D-Wise, spent so much time designing, like in CAD, these new enclosures. We have this borosilicate impact glass up in front of it. Look at that. There's some of the cameras over there. Nice. We have this borosilicate impact glass
for those as well.
Camera lenses. But we will see how they survive. We have put a significant amount of effort in there to see if we can't help these cameras survive. But the views are fantastic. The views are absolutely fantastic that we're able to bring for these. So, all right. Where are we at on the clock? 2 hours and 2 minutes. Now, back in the view off a little bit, here is the view all the way from across the ship channel over at the Margaritaville Hotel and Resort, South Padre Island. Huge thanks to Margaritaville. We have a bunch of infrastructure over here. We've got a fiber line dedicated that comes in for us to the server room at the hotel. It runs all the way up here to the roof where I'm standing right now. And you can see about just over 7 miles away over to the launch pad. Now, different between pad 1 and pad 2. Pad 1's over on the left-hand side. For pad 1 from South Padre Island, you could actually see the rocket next to the pad. Here for pad 2, because of the new orientation, the rocket's actually on the far side of the pad. But look up at the top. Do you see how the chopsticks have opened up? You actually see those chopsticks opening side to side with the rocket. I think we've got some Starship fins there about the middle. We're going to have the cutie arm in there as well. I think, I'm seeing that over on that side. But if you're coming over here to visit, you're looking for a place to stay, Margaritaville Hotel and Resort. They're fantastic people. You know something? You hang out at the pool and it's launch day. And it's like, okay, let's hang out at the pool. All right, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The whole time you've been watching NSF, of course, on your phone or whatever. And then you walk out to the beach. You see if it goes. If it goes, fantastic. You saw a rocket launch. If it doesn't go, you walk right back in. They got like a swim-up bar, and you really can't complain about that. But that is where we got all of our stuff set up over here on the roof of the hotel. Massive thanks to Margaritaville as well. If you're looking for a place to stay, it really is a cool place if you want that view of the launch pad. So, what do we have next on the agenda here, Ryan or Alex? Any updates, news? I like the blue sky in the shot behind this.
And only a thin cloud there.
Yeah.
From our perspective here, sort of looking to the south, inland, I see blue skies. There's some puffy clouds way in the background down into Mexico, but here it's pretty blue, pretty clear. Out over to the left, out over the Gulf, that's where we still have some of those clouds, but they really are dissipating as we just about tick past 2 hours, 40 seconds short of that. Hopefully the sun out here keeps burning off these clouds. I'm okay with it launching. We get some good context right now with the clouds in the background and the rocket. You can see how fast it's actually going. I don't know. What do y'all think?
I think it's very positive, Das. I think, compared to what the weather was when we started today, this morning, I think it's quite better. Of course, in certain directions, it's a little bit iffy. You can see here.
Let's turn this camera around. I don't like this camera.
Right, exactly. But it's sort of directional, right? The weather in certain directions is a little bit better than others. The point is that at least in the direction of the flight of this thing, I really hope it is good. I really want to see this thing. I don't want to have us missing it through the clouds or something like that. That would be not ideal.
Good deal. Well, we'll keep seeing how it shapes up. Again, I'm really hoping that the sun is going to burn off more and more of these clouds, but it is looking like the weather is improving. That's what we saw in the forecast. We had that rain, those big storm systems coming through this morning. We're still at risk for some pop-up storms. There's an awful lot of energy inland still, but those are almost impossible to predict. You just got to sort of look right when it's time to launch and see if one of those has popped up too close. But I do like the way that the weather is trending here. This is making me much happier and much more excited to go out there and get some more of our cameras up here on the roof in just a bit. So moving right along, do we have any questions that have come into chat? If we could get the panel up, we can actually address a couple of those questions. Again, if you've got us over in chat, tag us at NASA Spaceflight and let us know what you're thinking. And if you're down here, if you're out here somewhere at South Padre Island, interestingly, I do see quite a bit of cars over at Isla Blanca. I don't see a long line trying to get in right now. So crossing under 2 hours from launch, maybe people are just coming out here right before launch. But a lot of times as we get closer, we see this long line of traffic trying to get in there. I'm just not seeing that right now. So that's particularly good. But let us know in chat if you're out this way and you're trying to watch from somewhere around here. And if you are out on South Padre or elsewhere, please, please, please make sure you try to stay in the shade. Cover up, drink you some water. I need to do that too because I'm going to be talking a lot. And stay healthy so that we can watch the launch of Starship. Now, hopefully, less than 2 hours away if the weather permits, cooperates. I don't know. What do we want to call that? Cooperates.
Goes nicely. I will say, though, we have got a couple questions coming in chat. Das, I think this is the first, of course, you're very busy. That's an understatement. I think this is the first stream you've been on since Artemis 2. And on all of the streams we've been doing since then, everyone's been asking, what are your predictions? How do you think Flight 12 is going to go? And, we've all answered it, but I don't think you've actually answered it. So I'm going to ask you, how do you think this flight is going to go? You're in the hot seat.
Well, I'm in the hot seat because I'm on the roof of the hotel.
On the hot roof.
I'm on the hot roof right now. You know something? It's almost like Flight 1 all over again. It's a new vehicle. It's a new pad. Both the booster and Starship have significant changes / upgrades. Just systems that have not flown before. We know they have an awful lot of experience running the Raptor engines. We watch in McGregor Live, and we see how often they test those engines. They got the Cybertrucks pulling engines back and forth constantly every day, and we see how much they test those engines. So I think from a Raptor perspective, they've been able to do a lot of testing with those. Here integrated on the rocket, that's a different story, but that's why they put them together and fly it. The rest of the systems, you reach a point where you just have to send it. You can't sit there and simulate it forever. And we all know that SpaceX is more on the side of hardware rich, flight data rich, right? They'll launch over and over and over again. They're not trying to fly around the moon on the first time like Artemis 1 did. They're trying to get this iterative information. So my hope, and I have no guarantees, is that we get off.
I think we may have just lost Das there momentarily. Maybe
Friends of
a...
being live.
Oh, and he's back. Das, we lost you for a moment there, literally just before you said, I hope we see. But you're back with us now.
You can. I hope we see. What's going to happen with the flight is... And then the camera cuts. Sorry about that. It's tough up here on the roof. So
The SpaceX sniper.
I'm hoping that we get away from the pad, that performance data, all the experience they have running the Raptor 3s, get them away from the pad. Because the biggest impact to the program would be impact to the pad and structures there. If we get damage to the tank farm or the pad or something like that, that's what we don't want. So my biggest thing is getting this thing off the pad and out over the Gulf. And everything beyond that would be gravy because it's the first launch of the new vehicle, the new booster, the new pad. I don't know how much you asked me about this, but I do think that the pad systems have a higher chance of success. If you compare this to Flight 1, where the pad systems were I don't know. Put it on a stool with concrete underneath it. Here, you see a launch structure that looks a lot more like the NASA launch structures that NASA has been launching from forever. The dual exit flame trenches, the deluge system.
Itself.
Yeah, the massive amounts of water that go onto the pad. I think that more traditional design is designed that way for a reason. It's better for launching the rocket. We will see how it goes today. If they have any problems with the GSE, I imagine it's going to be around the deluge and the water systems because we've seen them testing that over and over and over and over again. That might be the one sort of risk system there today. But my prediction, I think it's going to, if the weather cooperates, that's a big if, I think we're going to get off the pad. I think we're going to get out over the Gulf. It's going to be a final time. We're going to see what happens. But you know SpaceX, they want to get the flight data. We all require that it's done safely when they get the flight data. But SpaceX is not afraid to send that vehicle out there and make sure that they get some, it's not really ground truth, it's flight truth, right? That's how they do their engineering.
So to summarize your answer, Daz, it is not going to do a curveball.
I didn't say that. It would be exciting if it did a curveball. But we will see. I do think that they have, from a control systems perspective, I'm really putting a lot of faith in those Raptor engines because we've seen how much testing they do at McGregor. You don't see any other rocket program that tests the engines the way that they test those engines at McGregor. So I think if today goes well, you got a lot of credit to give back to those folks at McGregor who are making sure that these engines are healthy and ready for flight.
I'm going to see if we've got some more questions coming into chat to ask, because we've got a lot of people joining us in chat whilst we have some time to fill, whilst we still wait. Ethan is one asking if it's true that cameras on the Starlink mass simulators are to inspect the heat shield. If so, how will they be able to look at the heat shield? Will they turn the ship around? I think this question is probably for Alex.
Yeah.
Well, they also need lights because it's going to be in darkness. There might be, to be fair, we've talked about that, but there might be just infrared cameras or something like that. We always get asked about those as well. Das knows that. Yeah. But look, it says that it's 2 modified Starlink satellites, which is funny because they actually changed the way that they worded that. From a few days ago, it says now that it's 2 modified Starlink satellites. Instead of saying it's 2 modified simulators or something like that, it said earlier, it's like as if they took the actual satellite and modified the satellite. So like it may actually be true satellites. They may have their own propulsion systems for all we know. So perhaps the ship might not even need to maneuver. But even if it does need to maneuver, well, it doesn't need to be in just 180 degrees, because it's not just the belly of the ship. My background here, I actually chose this one because it shows the tiles that are marked in that white, and it's on the entirety of both sides. So if anything, it needs to rotate an entire 360 degree flip around so that they can see one side of the heat shield and then the other side where you have all of those different white tiles, because there's this you can see all the way out here to the tip of the nose cone even. So it's a full-on rotisserie chicken sort of thing, if you will, probably. Or again, maybe the satellites themselves will have the propulsion. We really don't know. And this is the exciting thing about when things like this, we don't know about them. It's like, we'll figure it out when they actually launch it.
It's going to be one of those places where it's like, oh, we're getting live views from the ship, and oh, look at that, the curve of the Earth in the background. And then all of a sudden, they're going to cut to whatever this satellite is, if they have that capability. I'm not confirming or denying that they do, but then everybody's going to lose their mind. They're going to like, oh no way, look at that, that's from the satellite, and you're going to hear that sort of reaction. Minds. Yeah, SpaceX loves to put little things, absolutely huge things like that. Things that you have not seen other people do before, and then just let everybody lose their minds. So Alex, I think they just got to get that Starlink name in there. I mean, I get on a United Airlines flight and it's like Starlink. I open up my web browser to go to a website and it's like Starlink. I do a speed test and it's like, are you using Starlink? They're really pushing the Starlink, the promotional content, I guess you could say, all across the board, because I see Starlink advertisements popping up everywhere. So I think maybe somebody in the Starlink marketing department said, hey, yeah, those are based on Starlink. Like, call them Starlinks. Call them modified Starlinks, just so we can say, did you see the view from that modified Starlink or that Starlink? I would not put that past them, because that's good branding. Good job.
Yeah, ironically, those will be using the satellites themselves, because it will be using the not the user antenna, but the satellite antenna. You know what I mean? Like, it's different for the satellite to talk down to the ground, because it uses specialized gateways on the ground. There's like different terrestrial networks that they use in order to send those signals. Of course, the great majority of the satellites do their transmissions through laser links, but closer to the user, there needs to be also like different ground networks and things like that. So it's actually the ones that talk to those, man. So they may use whatever they want to use, but reality is that's not the user antenna. If anything, it's the one on the Starship. The Starship does have user antennas. Of course, they're modified for the environments that Starship goes through. We can see at least two of them in this view on the great view there on the left, right near the nose cone there. You can see two black squares. That is two of the four Starlink antennas. There are another two on the sides right beneath the flaps, mostly so that, you know, if the ship is sort of to the side, it can also have still connection with the other Starlink satellites and whatnot. But yeah, those are the actual again, modified for the environment of this ship, but of course it's different frequencies and everything. It's not like you can just sort back and through and flip flop these antennas or anything like that. It's not how it works.
Yeah. I think the important thing there is that it's all part of the Starlink network. Like regardless of whether it's this antenna or this terminal or that terminal, it all works because SpaceX has built this infrastructure for literally orbital communications, orbit to orbit, orbit to ground, across the board. So, you know, I don't get too hung up on the details there. Is it this one? Is it that one? Because it all works because of all the work that SpaceX has done to shoot these signals through space, quite literally, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the clock is continuing to tick down, not quite to an hour and 45 minutes today. Alex, how long of a window are we working with? Let's talk through that, and are we currently expecting to see anything on the tank farm that you're seeing or that you're not seeing that would give you cause to start a stopwatch that says, oh, yep, there you go, hour 45, that's when that vent should happen. How's it looking to you?
Yeah, so the window opens at 5:30 p.m. Central Time and will run until 7 p.m. Central. So that will be 1.5 hours to play with. So in theory, they could launch even 3 hours from now if they wanted to. Like if you were to add to our countdown clock another hour and a half, you will get a little bit over 3 hours. So in theory, they can still extend that T0 till the end of that window and still be good to go. The current tank farm activity does show that they're trying to do a more faster chill down that we see for testing. This is not unusual. We've seen this even with the old tank farm from Pad 1, where it used to be a bit different. The chill downs, timings, and everything used to be a bit faster for a launch day. Perhaps because on a test day, they want to take it slow and they want to, you know, take their time looking at everything and all that stuff that engineers do, right? But then as you get to a launch day, you probably want to take more time on all of the other stuff rather than the pre-launch sequencing of chill downs and everything, because that's just looking at temperatures and things like that by the end of the day. At that point, there's nothing much to learn. You're already on launch day. You just gotta go. So right now,
you just gotta go.
Exactly. I'm just waiting for the tower vent to start. That will be one of the greatest indicators that we're getting much closer to propellant load. Could be in the next 30 minutes, basically, maybe 40, minutes, 45 minutes tops, if they are still on track for the top of the window, of course. Now, one last thing to add to this. I know a lot of people are also asking, when is propellant load starting? Well, in about an hour or so, we should already know whether SpaceX is go or no go for propellant load operations, because that happens at T-minus 50 minutes. It has changed from the previous timeline. It used to happen at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. They brought that up by 25 minutes in this case to T-minus 50 minutes. The propellant load sequence will start then about 12 minutes after that at T-minus 38 minutes and 53 seconds, with the ship LOX load starting, and then booster LOX load will continue with that. When we talk about LOX, that is liquid oxygen, but sort of shorthand for that. But that's very basically what we are sort of trying to see here as we get close to launch. And of course, a lot of people might be asking, okay, that's the pre-launch stuff. What are we actually going to see on this flight? How different it is from previous flights, and what is it all about, sort of in a nutshell? So this is a little bit of a summary of what you're going to see today.
Nice, good deal.
Flight 12 serves as a major step in the evolution of Starship. SpaceX has introduced brand new designs for both booster and ship from the ground up, both also sporting brand new Raptor 3 engines. All of these changes allow for improved performance and a more simplified design, which helps a lot when it comes to reuse. For this flight in particular though, Booster 19 will not be flying back to the launch site for a catch. It will instead attempt a similar flight profile out in the Gulf. This isn't surprising though, given it's the first flight of a version 3 booster and also the first flight from Pad 2. Both the vehicle and the pad need to be demonstrated before advancing. Some of the most important changes to the version 3 ship have to do with its future missions in space. For example, the entire thrust system has been revamped, with more vents facing in different directions for better control of the ship while in space. Additionally, and a first in the Starship program, Ship 39 is flying with 4 docking drogues that will be used by ships in the future for docking to depots for in-orbit refilling. We expect that in a future mission, we'll see a ship equipped with 4 probes, aka the active side of the docking system. For version 3, SpaceX also got rid of the old sockets that were used for lifting the ship, and they now use the catch pins instead. These are going to be tested on this mission, not just for stacking, but also to see whether these pins can survive re-entry. And there is no other way to test than to go fly. The heat shield itself is also a crucial piece of the Starship puzzle. Without it, Starship does not make it home. Recall the white tiles we saw on Ship 39 last week? SpaceX said these are actually for image referencing that will be performed during this mission. For this flight in particular, Ship 39 will be deploying 22 Starlink V3 simulators that will be deployed during the coast phase, and 2 of them are fitted with cameras to perform imaging of the heat shield. This will allow SpaceX to develop methods in the future where they may have to check the heat shield before the ship returns. Kind of like how the Space Shuttle performed a backflip maneuver known as the rendezvous pitch maneuver for heat shield analysis, especially around the space station. And speaking of Starlink deployment, the PEZ dispenser has also been upgraded to be faster. So now, we'll see double the number of Starlink simulators deployed in roughly the same amount of time compared to before. According to SpaceX, this new version of ship also includes vacuum jacketed coverage of the hydro tank feed system, a cryogenic recirculation system, and a dedicated system for managing cryogenic propellant interactions with the engines during extended coasts in space, which is kind of important. These are critical to enable Starship to travel for long-duration missions, such as propellant aggregation flights, flights to the moon, to Mars, and of course, well beyond. And all of this is on board for Flight 12. If all goes well here, it should all look very similar to Flight 11. This is because Flight 12 aims to validate version 3 design and that it can still perform the same tasks as before and establish a baseline. So, as mentioned before, no booster catch, just like on Flight 11. On top of ship deploying Starlink simulators, it will also perform an in-space relight test of one of its sea-level Raptor engines, then demonstrating cross-range maneuvers during re-entry before splashing down in the Indian Ocean. And as much as we say Flight 12 should look like Flight 11, there are 2 major changes compared to before. The first of which is a brand new trajectory. While previous flights aimed for a straight east trajectory from Starbase, eventually threading the gap between Florida and Cuba, Starship will instead head southeast, flying between Cuba and the Yucatan Peninsula. This new trajectory will be very useful in the future to deploy Starlink satellites into the already approved 32-degree inclination orbital shell, and will allow rendezvous and docking with ships launched from Cape Canaveral. The other thing that's changing here is the ship's landing burn. Normally on previous flights, the ship would ignite 3 engines for the landing burn, and then after the flip, down select to just 2 of them. But with the higher thrust reactor 3, 2 engines might produce too much thrust to efficiently decelerate the ship, especially towards the end of the burn when it should be close to the chopsticks. So for this flight, the ship will cut down from 2 engines down to just 1 near the end of the landing burn, just like we saw SN10 do back in the old SN suborbital hop days. Good times. Now, obviously, there are a ton of reasons why Flight 12 is so important and what differentiates version 3 from 2 and obviously 1 before that. But that would result in a much longer video. So let's just watch it for ourselves and see what happens. Godspeed, Starship. Flight 12.
All right, so there is a rundown on what's going on with this flight versus some other flights. But what we've zoomed in now, that's a critical thing we were looking out for, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, I was actually mentioning this before we went to that playback, and indeed, we have now a tower event. For those that may not know, this is the start of the chill down of the lines that go up to the tower for the ship quick disconnect arm. These are the lines that will eventually load propellant into the ship. And before that happens, of course, they need to be conditioned. They need to be at the right temperatures for that. So they're flowing a little bit of that liquid oxygen through that line. This venting that you see there is actually that oxygen escaping through one of the vents on that line, as you know, otherwise it will build up pressure, and you don't want that kind of thing, because otherwise things go boom.
And the whole idea here, right? Oh, hey, we got a helicopter. Look at that. It's almost like if you lined it up just right, it would look like the Cybertruck had the helicopter blades on top. Be like sort of a not futuristic Airwolf looking thing. Alex, we were talking about the tower vent there. Let me say this. We see the lines going up there. You said it's oxygen coming out of that, right? Did I get that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they're thermally conditioning all the lines in the tower. For the folks at home who aren't rocket engineers, have you ever taken a tray of ice cubes out of the freezer?
Ooh.
Right? Remember ice cubes in the freezer? You take the ice cubes out of the freezer and they start to pop and crack because you're taking those cold ice cubes out into a thermally different environment, your kitchen, which I hope isn't as cold as your freezer, and they start to change. The thermal changes make them start to crack, and little cracks will form, and you can hear it happening, right? Think about that in reverse for all of the metal lines and tubes on the tower. You don't want them to be at sun normal temperatures here in South Texas, 80s, 90 degrees with the sun beating down on them, and then all of a sudden put colder than ice cold cryogenic propellants through them. If you do that, you can actually thermally shock them and damage some of those structures. They might crack just like your ice cubes, but in the other direction. This is a super generalization, by the way. The science people out there are going to be like, well, actually, but it's close enough. So that's why they're running those things through the tower to start that thermal conditioning so that when they hit it with that super cold cryogenic propellant, it doesn't crack the lines and freeze the pumps and cause all sorts of problems. You want to ease those things down to their operating temperatures before you flow those large volumes of super cold liquids through. Right, Alex?
Yeah, and you know, you said that. I also got reminded. It's happened to me sometimes, especially with certain glasses, where you pour hot coffee from your kettle, something like that, and it's super warm, and you pour it on the glass, and the glass breaks because it just got full of really warm liquid, right? And so it changed temperature very rapidly, and it just shattered. And same deal with here. Of course, instead of warming up, it will be cooling down, but similar thing. And of course, I said instead of warming up, it is cooling down. But the thing that cools down is the line. The thing that warms up, because every single time you cool something down, there's other something that gets warmed up, right? That's thermodynamics 101, basically. In this case, what gets warmed up is the oxygen itself that is being sort of let through that line there. And that is exactly why they need to vent it, because it warms up, it turns into a gas, and otherwise if you did not have that relief, you can sort of think about it like a relief, like a kettle, right? where you have that vent relief, right? And so if you were to not have that, it will just break apart, the whole thing. It will just explode with the pressure being built up.
Good deal. Again, I mean, if you have questions for us, tag us down in chat. We'll try to go through and we'll try to explain some of those things because we're here Texas tank watching 365 days out of the year. But not everybody does that. Sometimes people show up because there's this big event going. There's a lot of people watching the stream. I heard SpaceX was doing something today, and folks who don't know as much about rockets or how they work show up to the stream. So if you have questions for us, you want us to go through and explain how something works, please let us know. I'm okay with doing predictions and, how do you think this is going to do? But it's also a lot of fun to help other people who don't really understand say like, oh yeah, it's like your tea kettle. The whole thing's boiling. It's just different temperatures, but it's basically boiling. You don't want your tea kettle to explode, do you? All right. Any updates on the data end right now? We had this big tilt all the way down the tower inspecting the whole thing. Got the helicopter hasn't quite taken off yet, but have we gotten any new official updates?
Not yet. I have not seen anything other than what we got a few hours ago that everything was still on track. And I will agree, based on what we're seeing, it looks like everything is still on track. I wouldn't be surprised if after this helicopter refuels and leaves the area, we might see also the people out there in the roadblock that it's at the LBJ Boulevard intersection leave, because that intersection, that roadblock there that they set up there, it's very close. It's right on the edge of the blast danger area, as they call it. Like if the worst were to happen on the pad with a fully fueled stack, it's too close for comfort, right? And in fact, the blast danger area, as far as I know, it's a little bit beyond this road. It's, I don't know if there's like a yellow car there in the background on the road. It's sort of around there where it ends. It's sort of after that turn of the corner of that curve there on Highway 4. And as I say this, I see some vehicles leaving. So I don't know if this is actually that process happening right now. But it seems like it might be underway, if I were to guess.
Yeah, we see the white truck sort of pulling around there. And this is the close-in roadblock, right? This is right there at the Y. That's sort of like the single point of access after the village. But during flight, they don't keep those vehicles in place right there. They actually move those vehicles further away from the launch pad, further back Highway 4 up towards Brownsville, right?
Yeah, this one again, it's right on the edge, right? It's inside, so they need to leave, but it's not that far away that you will be already outside of that blast danger area. There's like another sort of boulevard, San Martin Boulevard right there. There we go. Graphic.
There you go, perfect.
Thank you.
Standard closure
so
point.
That is the one that we were talking about, the LBJ Boulevard intersection. That is the other one that I was talking about. That is exactly right there at the edge. Yep. And so that's where sort of it moves up. And then the full stack closure point that is at the Richardson Avenue, a river lot. And then Oklahoma Avenue with Highway 4, that intersection is where the soft roadblock is located. And basically, don't try to go down that road anymore because it's closed for you.
Yep.
So, unless
that's
you're
all
SpaceX.
all the way back at the only other road that you can get on Highway 4. That soft yellow X all the way back there is sort of the final place where Highway 4 has multiple ways to get on it. And then as you get out to the pad, it's more about keeping people a specific different distance away from the pad versus stopping the soft closure all the way back there. But all the different cameras on stream, we can still see that tower vent going in the left-hand camera. You can see the roadblock in the upper left-hand camera there. We've got the helicopter. We're waiting to get refueled and take off there by the Cybertruck up at the top. And then in the other upper right-hand corner, you can see a close-up of Starship and that tower from the hopper lot. Let's call that the danger lot today. The close-in cameras there. All right. Ryan, if we have any more questions that come through, please let me know. But if you're just joining us, the clock is continuing to tick down. An hour and 30 minutes, just about 90 minutes away from SpaceX's opening of the window for Starship Flight 12. We've got a full stack out there on the pad. The area is continuing to close. There's nobody right around the pad anymore. They closed down the public earlier this morning, but we're watching for those roadblocks to move back, and we see the clocks continue to count as if we're coming up on a launch at 5:30 local time here in South Texas. Now, as a report from my perspective, I'm continuing to watch the skies. You can see it in the view from behind the pad there, but look at the blue skies. Instead of that overcast rain storm systems coming through, that's a helicopter. I thought those blades needed to spin faster than that to make that thing fly.
Probably the shutter, right?
Probably the shutter, yes. Thank you, physics person. I appreciate you. I figured Ryan would step in on that one too, as our resident aviation person.
I mean, it's a great day to see a helicopter. As a aviation nerd and a rocket nerd, Starship flight days, ever since they started doing their own kind of range security with that refuel spot, right next to our lot. Like, this camera is on NSF land, right next to the highway. Like, this could not be any more perfect. They park helicopters next to our permanent camera site. I mean, SpaceX must know us, because they could park anywhere on Highway 4. They could probably park on the Star Factory roof, but they park right next to our camera site.
It gives some fantastic views of that up close fueling and operations there. But the purpose of that helicopter, Ryan, right? That is a SpaceX, I guess, rented helicopter. It's not the Coast Guard or anything, is my point. And that's probably to inspect the range, isn't it?
Absolutely. SpaceX has had one Beechcraft aircraft and a couple of helicopters scouting the range all day today. And they've been flying around making sure that nobody is there that shouldn't be there, because of course Starbase is a private spaceport. We're not at the Kennedy Space Center. We're not at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We're not at Vandenberg. These are not government installations. This is a private spaceport, which means they need private security, which is exactly what these helicopters are in place to do. And they've been scouting around the general area, mainly flying over the Gulf to make sure that nobody is there that shouldn't be there. And they've been keeping an eye out, just clearing the area. Maybe if there's any, I don't think there's been any incidents reported, at least I haven't heard anything. We can see a helicopter flying in the background of shot now, but they've just been, you know, scoping the scene, looking around, and if any boats were to get somewhere where they probably shouldn't be, you know, it doesn't hurt to give them a little bit of a cheeky low pass and make your presence known, so they don't encroach any further and turn around and go home.
You know, Das,
yes,
we were talking before about chilling down pipes and all that stuff, and I want people to actually see it, because you can actually see it here.
You can.
So next to the where you see that vent right at the bottom, there's a line that is white, and that is not paint, it's not insulation, that is actually from frost. The condensation of the air, the humidity of the air has turned into ice in that pipe because it is so cold. There's cryogenic fluids running through that pipe, and it is already cold enough that it can form frost. So it turned white. If you scroll back, you probably will see that it's just, you know, just metal looking pipe, not white or anything. So it is a sort of a proof that that chill down that I was talking about before is much more than underway right now.
That's another everyday sort of tie-in we can do, isn't it, Alex? Like if you've ever been down at the beach or out somewhere where it's humid and you get a nice frosty beverage of your choice, and you have this stainless steel mug, or you have a can or something like that, and it gets wet on the outside. Well, it's not leaking. It's not like your hand is getting it wet or anything like that. You get that temperature differential, and when there's a lot of humidity in the air, which you can definitely feel on your skin, that cold can, that cold bottle condenses the humidity out of the air on the side of your beverage. I'll use that term. Interpret as you will. Now, what's happening here is these pipes are way colder than your can of beverage, right? These pipes are cold enough that they actually don't just condense the humidity in the air on the outside of the pipe. They freeze it. It goes on the outside, it becomes liquid water, but they're still so cold, it keeps getting colder, and it becomes ice on the outside of the pipes. But it's the exact same thing. What you see on the outside of those pipes is literally the humidity present in the air that makes you feel sticky when you're hanging out at the beach, freezing onto the side of these pipes because they're so cold.
How humid is it out there, Das?
Too humid, Alex. What kind of question is that? They just don't even use numbers anymore. It just says yes. Humidity, yes.
It's mostly just for the people watching at home or wherever you're watching. I don't know where people might be watching. Oh, did I say the thing?
Did you say the thing? No, you didn't say the thing. You didn't officially ask them to say where they're watching from. We're good. We'll do that later. You know, here we are right on the Gulf. It's hot, it's muggy, but on the beach, we have this sort of beach effect breeze. So where I'm at, especially in the shade, it's quite nice. If you're sitting down at the pool at the Margaritaville, or you've got a little bit of shade, you have one of those beach umbrellas down there or something like that, the breeze really does make it way more comfortable to hang out here. Now, if you're in a blacktop parking lot a mile away from the beach, that can get a little hot. But hanging out at the hotel or hanging out down on South Padre Island on the beach itself, it's quite nice here today. Like, you probably couldn't ask for a better day to be hanging out at the beach if that's what you wanted to do. And if we get a rocket launch, hey, beach day with bonus rocket launch. I'll take it. All right. So we'll remove the lower third here because I took a picture for you. That's actually from my cell phone there from the roof of the Margaritaville. And I was looking at those clouds and they keep burning off. That made me excited because I want those clouds to clear up, but you can actually see the shoreline there a little bit, and we have some little puffy clouds still over the water. Puffy clouds way to the right, Brownsville over into the RGV, over on the Mexican side over there. But right now, at an hour and a half from launch, it's clear above the launch pad. So everybody think clear thoughts, shake your fists at any available clouds. No, actually beckon the clouds to come closer to you if you're not here, and shake your fist at them if you're at Starbase. Like, tell them to go away from Starbase, but summon them if you're not here, please. Because right now the weather has been shaping up, and we've got some beautiful blue skies out behind us up above the launch pad. That's fantastic. All right. Well, we'll continue to see if we've got some questions here for y'all. Ryan, do we have any other updates, air traffic maps, anything you want to jump in with?
The chat is going, I don't know. This is what happens when you get a lot of people in chat. So let's have a look here. Resistojet. This is a great question because it's something we've been speculating on. They're asking how long can they hold with a fully fueled Starship if they need to. Alex, I don't know if we actually know the answer or not, but it's more than Falcon at least. I know that as a fact.
Yeah, because Falcon 9 is like 0, and Falcon Heavy pretty much the same. Basically, Falcon in general is 0 seconds, 0 minutes of hold time. For previous versions, it used to be anywhere between 10 to 20 minutes, so say like 15 minutes or so. It all depends on one single thing. The reason why they can hold with Starship is just because it's such a huge rocket that it takes a while for the propellant to warm up enough to be even be noticeable from a performance standpoint. The whole reason they cool down, they subcool this, we can see a bunch of that tank farm activity going on here and also on the other screen as well. There, all of that activity is just to subcool the propellants. The methane and oxygen get loaded below their boiling temperatures, exactly because they want to densify those propellants. As you cool them down, it's a bit the opposite of what happens with water. Water is not really a good example about that, but any other fluid, most of any other fluids, when you lower the temperature, you make them denser. And so that means in the same amount of volume, you still have more propellant, you still have more mass that you can load into the vehicle, and that means more performance. And so it's sort of like if you were to add an extra tank on your plane, right, and you don't take up any volume at all, that will be amazing if you were able to do that. So that's the sort of thing they do with the rocket in order to carry more things into orbit. And there's a point where that liquid can warm up if you keep it in the tanks for too long, but it's such a huge rocket that it just takes a while for that to happen. So they can hold for a few minutes. We don't know for this version in particular, but it's probably in the same order.
Good deal. Well, the clock is continuing to tick down here, Alex, and it's good to see all of the lines freezing up, obviously becoming white because they're flowing propellants through them, all the vents going off, and it looks like everything is still progressing towards that T0 at the beginning of the window. Again, we're NASASpaceflight.com. If you're looking for how to get back with us, if you ever want to hang out with us, we're right here on YouTube. We're, of course, also on all of the social media platforms. You can find us just about everywhere. We do some of these streams over to Facebook as well. A surprising amount of people over on Facebook hanging out with us. But if you're looking for rocket content, you're interested in the program, you want to know what's going on, please make sure you follow along on any of our social platforms. Also, ways to support us. I love the little patch flyover on the screen. We are now quickly selling out of the patches. Every time we do one of these flights, we only have a certain number of these patches custom embroidered. long ago, I love patches. All right. I'm a total patch person. I love collecting patches all the way back for the first launches I did. I would love to get those patches that we got from the launch providers and stuff like that. So when NSF started covering so many launches, I went out and used the company. I found the company that actually makes the patches for NASA. And we get our patches fully embroidered at the same place down the road from me in North Carolina. They're made in the United States, right down the road from me in North Carolina. I live in Charlotte. But here is the design, knocking it out of the park for the Flight 12 patch. Every time we do this, we go through and we come up with a theme for the patch. And the big thing here was, hey, it's the new launch mount, so let's focus in on pad 2. New things that we have. We've got the exhaust going in 2 directions, so you see that on the patch. Of course, everybody loves a mega Mach diamond, so we have that front and center. And we don't want to forget about pad 1, so over in the background, we have pad 1, the original orbital suborbital launch pad. We got those shipped out here to Starbase, so we have some actual photos of them in the field, but we are rapidly selling out of these. I think last we checked we were around 20% remaining or something like that, and these are generally limited edition. We only get a certain amount whenever we do the launches. But if you're not a patch person, we have all sorts of other stuff you can get as well. We took the exact same design, and everybody was always yelling at us like, hey, pins, I want pins. I collect pins. I want to put pins on my guitar strap. So we took the pin or the patch design, and we also put it on pins. You can grab one of those as well. And then, of course, we take the same design and we put it on all sorts of other stuff. You saw the sun shirts and the T-shirts and stuff like that. But again, if you're looking to get some cool swag and support what we do, we're not going off and, again, a huge media conglomerate where we just have millions of dollars to spend on stuff. Every time you buy a patch, a pin, a shirt, do a super chat, whatever, you help us keep this sort of coverage going. And after this launch, we're probably going to need some money for solar panels because there are solar panels on that camera trailer that's in the danger lot. The big left-hand camera there. So across the board...
Don't worry about it, Das. The worst that will happen is they'll get a nice wash from some industrial water and everything will be nice. And you always complain about having to go out and clean the solar panels because they get dust on them. Well, SpaceX is doing you a favour here and you're complaining again. I mean, which way do you want it?
Ryan, I really want to look at it from the free solar panel wash from SpaceX, but I fear the actual situation here might be SpaceX enforcing the best part is no part. And when we go back out there, there are no longer solar panels on our trailer that we have to wash. They're just gone. So we'll see how that turns out. But if you get a patch, you get a pin, you get a shirt or something like that, at some point I'll be able to show you this tumbler I got on the table. We started laser etching some tumblers, but I'm not supposed to show it to you yet. We're supposed to get a launch, and then I'll show you the laser etch tumbler design. Anyways, we appreciate y'all supporting what we do. Think positive, though, Ryan. I like it. Think positive. Now, Ryan, did you have some information? We saw the range helicopter. Do we have any camera planes up? Do we have any eyes in the sky? Any administrators flown in to see a launch or anything like that? Could we come to you for an air traffic update?
Absolutely. I'm not seeing any sort of camera aircraft just yet. We'll just have to wait and see. I'll go stand in the sea. I'll get drenched. I'll go stand in the sea. But as you can see here, we do have those range helicopters flying about, making sure that nobody is where they should be. Of course, Starship is going to be flying that way, so they're going to want to make sure that this bit of sea space and airspace, for that matter, is cleared out. Over here is the Brownsville Airport, right there. There have been so many executive aircraft and private aircraft flying into Brownsville today. I lost count of how many there were, but there were aircraft flying in from the East Coast, flying in from the West Coast, flying in from SpaceX's HQ, or former HQ, I should say, in Hawthorne, California. That's the aircraft you would expect, but there's been so many private aircraft flying in. So, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see some VIPs showing up in Starbase not too shortly. And if I spot anyone else arriving, I'll be sure to point that out to you. It's a bit tricky, a bit more tricky with some people because they own and operate many aircraft.
Good deal. Ryan, WB-57 wise, like in the past, we've heard about NASA's camera plane showing up to image the launch, but then we know that one WD-40, that's a water displacement formula. That's not a camera aircraft. Sorry, I've been busy in the field. Do we have anything like that in the sky today, or is that a no-show on today's launch attempt?
I have to be honest, I have not seen anything of the like. Usually it would be kind of airborne at this point, perhaps headed on its way to Starbase. So maybe SpaceX didn't book it out, or maybe it's preoccupied. I mean, I can list many, many reasons, but to be honest, I have no idea. SpaceX is obviously, they figured out that they probably don't need it for this flight. Or maybe it was just, you know, an additional nice thing to have on the last flights. Or maybe, now this is complete and utter speculation here, SpaceX has realized that things captured by the WB-57 are susceptible to Freedom of Information Act requests, like when we saw the FTS not exactly terminating Starship Flight 1, and they've thought, maybe we should get our own imagery that the government doesn't legally have to hand out to members of the public if requested. That's complete speculation, though.
That is why it's so important that we use y'all's support to keep showing up out here as well. Because if the WB-57 is not flying, I mean, I don't have a WB-57 or anything like that, but we will get you some independent coverage from our cameras on the ground that we can share with you, so that whatever happens, we have some cool footage showing what went on. Now, SpaceX is generally pretty good at releasing a lot of exciting footage, but we'll be here too, showing y'all what happens with Starship Flight 12. Clock continues to click down there. It's coming up on 1 hour and 15 minutes. Up in the upper right-hand corner of the screen, you can see the shop going crazy. I'm going to have to check in and see how many of those patches are left, because they are going very quickly. But we are continuing to watch the count for SpaceX Starship Flight 12. More reports coming in. I've heard from our folks over on the other side of the pad, over near our river lot and at the Rocket Ranch, our friends over there that sell viewing tickets, that the skies are decidedly improving. So more and more reports coming in that it is looking great up here above the launch pad as we rapidly approach T-1 hour. But remember, we do have a 2-hour window to work with here. So it's looking good now. Hopefully they're going to shoot for a hole in the sky, but we do have some time to work with. The view on your screen right now, this is actually the view from the Rocket Ranch viewing outpost. If you're coming down here and you want to see a Starship launch, you got a couple different options. If you want to be 6-7 miles away, go to South Padre Island, hang out over at the Isla Blanca Park. You pay to get in, pay to park, yada, yada, yada. You can get a hotel room like that over here at the Margaritaville Hotel or other places in the area. But if you want to be as close as you can be to the world's most powerful rocket, the Rocket Ranch are cool people to hang out with. They sell tickets. It is like a ticketed sort of thing. But this view right here is the view from the Rocket Ranch outpost. Now, it is zoomed in a little bit. This is a camera that we have over there, and this is not exactly what your eye would see. It would be a little bit smaller, but it's clean, clear all the way to the launch pad. You've got those salt flats there, a little bit of water because of all the precipitation we've been getting, but it is an absolutely fantastic view. And one more thing to talk about, look at the orientation of the flame trench, right? Here you don't see, Alex, am I seeing this right? The flame trench actually goes left and right from this view, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit sort of to the side, I guess, to the left side of this view. Like, if you were to be completely edge on, you might have to be slightly skewed to the right. But yeah, it's pretty much left to right. Yeah.
The important thing is the exhaust isn't pointing directly at you, because when that happens, the exhaust comes out of the flame trench. You don't see anything because it just covers it up, and then hopefully the rocket comes out the top of the exhaust at some point. But here with the flame trench going left and right, this would be a fantastic view.
Ironically, the one from Pad 1, because Pad 1 on the right-hand side, there it's being upgraded to the same flame trench and mount system that we see on Pad 2 on the left.
Are they going to launch the ASU? It looks like the ASU's in the chopstick.
So based on the clocking or sort of the orientation of that flame trench in that previous view that we were able to see before, that one will actually be mostly directed to the camera. So, but you know, that's why we have different camera sites in different locations, because that way you can always choose a good angle. At the end of the day, there's always a good angle. You just need to be smart about where you place your cameras.
You got it. All right, folks. Well, the clock is still
like that camera, I guess.
Oh, that's a super wide camera with the impact glass in front of it. That's one of the cameras that has the protection in front of it, and that's a little bit further away. But that's one of our new enclosures that Dee worked on. Nice. Sorry, I'm going to nerd out about our cameras for a little bit there, but. All right, Ryan, help me out here. How are we doing on Super Chats? I never want to ignore those because those are a huge part of the support.
100%.
But please say thanks to some folks who support us.
I say 100%. I should maybe be saying 1000% because I hope I'm not on the end of this stream, because whoever is going to have a long list of things to read out. But first of all, I've got to say we've been getting so much support, and every single piece of support that we get is so greatly appreciated. We've been getting so much support. My laptop is freezing up sometimes going through all of the messages. So I've lost where I was going to start. Here it is. I found it again. First of all, Chris Bray with a $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. That is bonkers support. Thank you so much. Same with Kuiper Belt Asteroid Miner with a €100 tip. I mean, seriously, the scale of support is mind-bending.
Nice.
Thank you for your support. Patrick Bob is gifted like 50 Red Team memberships every 5 minutes in Starbase Live, and he's done another in this chat. I mean, seriously, Patrick Bob, thank you so much. Same with Dank Jeb, doing the same thing, another 50 gifted Red Team memberships. And that means that people who might not necessarily be able to afford the membership program get access to all of the behind the scenes pictures and, you know, cool up close pictures of the rockets. Trust me, there's plenty of them from Starship. Chris B could attest to that. You get that for free for an entire month. I mean, what a month to be a NSF member. You can also scroll back if you want and get all of the cool pictures from Artemis too, if that's
you get the multi-view too. Like the members multi-view, where we have all the cameras that we're using for launch, and like we have the members access where you can see all the cameras, not just the ones we're showing on the main show right now. That's a whole thing.
Exactly. You can see every single camera we have right now if you are a member. Just saying. And they're all live. They're all live. Telstar86 with a £50 super chat. Thank you so much. I mean, these people are gifting us huge amounts of support, literally just to tell us thanks. You could do that in chat. Like, you know, you could do that in chat, right? You don't have to give us money to say thank you, but we are so grateful for it.
Just put a chat message in that's like, thank you.
Yes. But still, thank you so much. It is very much greatly. It keeps going. It keeps going. Crafty Geek with a $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you so much. Towards refurbishment costs of the Danger Close trailer and gear if it doesn't go the way of Danger Van. Those are some memories we might not want to be remembering in an hour's time.
Oh, it's all good. It's formative. It's like how we make ourselves who we are. It'll be very interesting to see how that goes. But we'll get you like a recovery video or something. We'll take some pictures and show it to the members what that thing looks like after we get to it.
100%.
Ryan, let me say real quick. We'll get you a couple more in a second, but every time people show up and they support us like this, you've heard the phrase like vote with your pocketbook or vote with your dollars. When people do a tip like that, or they do a super chat, or they buy merch or whatever, it's like you're voting your confidence in us, because we turn that around. None of us are running around in Ferraris or anything like that. I have a 2014 Toyota Camry if you're interested, but we're turning that money back around and we're using it to support college students who spend their time writing our articles and stuff like that for us. We're using it to support Ryan here, who's editing videos and doing your Starship updates and stuff like that. Max, the photographer out at the Cape, who's capturing everything for you. We turn it around into new equipment, cameras and stuff like that. None of us are getting rich from this because we are doing this because we love it. We're space nerds that reach critical mass. We had a specific set of skills, a lot of different skills. We came together and we wanted more excuses to watch rocket launches. That's literally why I'm doing this. I love watching rocket launches, and I just needed an excuse to watch more of them. And that excuse is helping share it with you so that more people can see and be involved in this sort of stuff. So from the entire NSF team, thank y'all for showing up and supporting what we do. You're absolutely awesome for being a part of the community and helping us keep this going. The space nerds that reach critical mass, you're supporting folks who love doing this. And when you give us a tip, you're voting and you're saying, hey, we trust that y'all are going to turn this around to some crazy new shot, or I don't know, a solar panel that doesn't exist anymore, but the camera was absolutely fantastic. Whatever it is, we do appreciate y'all showing up every single time. Thank you so much.
I could not have said it any better.
Do we have a couple more to hit, Ryan? Again, we don't want to make the entire show about it, but we want to say thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got one more big one here from Joe with another 50 gifted Red Team memberships. I mean, there have been so many gifted memberships, so many super chats, so many store message. I'm going to do Control F to find store message in our panel. And I can tell you there are 134 store messages and counting in this panel. So Godspeed to the person at the end of the stream who has to read those out.
Wait, isn't that you? I thought that was you. Not you?
We'll find out. We'll find out.
It'll be you.
We're gonna like
Gets
rock
nervous.
paper scissors at the end of the stream to see who has to say thanks to the entire queue.
Yeah.
All right. So let me check the clock. Coming up on an hour. It's an hour and 7 minutes right now. If you're just joining us, you found nasaspaceflight.com over on YouTube, bringing you live coverage. We're not sponsored by SpaceX. We're not paid for by a big media corporation. We love doing this, and we're able to do it because y'all keep showing up. So if you want to get back here, you know what to do. Like, click the little bell or whatever it is on YouTube these days. Like and subscribe. It's not compulsory, but if you like hanging out with us, we'd appreciate having you back in the future. Let me look across the way. I do see some more clouds over on the Mexico side. That's going to be sort of like to the southwest. They're pushing out further over the Gulf, so we're getting more blue skies over to the left from my perspective, and a little bit of clouds forming over here as we're approaching the T-minus 60-minute mark. Again, it's not every single cloud. That's a problem for launch. It's different types of clouds. Does that cloud potentially contain a thunderstorm? Does that cloud have the ability to connect you to another cloud that has a thunderstorm? There's all sorts of different requirements. So just because there's a little cloud doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Right now, we do still have pretty clear skies, especially out in the direction that the rocket is supposed to be going. So we'll continue to watch the clock as we count down towards Starship's Flight 12, going through all the different beautiful camera views here on the screen. Who wants next, Ryan or Alex? Any updates we need to jump in on? Because y'all know I talk a lot.
I will say there is another aircraft that has been spotted coming into the area. Unfortunately, I'd love to tell you what the aircraft is, but it's very interesting because it is one which has the FAA like information obscura thingy applied to it. So we genuinely have no idea what that aircraft could be. But I can tell you it's approaching Brownsville. So if we do get any information, I will let you know. But maybe that could be more VIPs coming in. I will quickly look back at the track and see where they have come from. I think they've come from the Florida area. Maybe I should have zoomed out before I started scrolling back. There we go. They've come from Miami. So maybe we'll have to see what that is.
I guess we'll have to see what that is. Alex, I am going to say that you are remarkably quiet. Normally, Alex has all these updates flying back and forth and, this pipe and this bit and that sort of stuff. Are things just sort of ticking along?
Well, the only update that I have in terms of tank farm activity is just that the tower vent has stopped as part of the normal behavior that we see. It seems like, at least for pad 2, it will be very similar than for pad 1, where the tower vent starts, then it's sort of venting for, I don't know, like 20, 30 minutes or so. Then it dies down and it disappears for a little while. And then it comes back again once closer to propellant load, and it sort of comes back really stronger. It's sort of like the tower has its own sort of plume, sort of cape behind it and things like that. Sort of really epic kind of thing, especially with a full stack on the pad. And when that happens, usually it means we are close to that propellant load sequence. The vent then disappears, and that's your indication that they're starting liquid oxygen load on the ship. Because so we have breaking news.
Alex is very excited about this breaking news, y'all.
Yeah,
stand by. We're going to get y'all some more information.
I just saw it in front of me. So it appears we have at least a 30-minute delay for the moment on the T0 for today's launch. You might see now the top left corner, that clock has changed, and we are now 93 minutes away from liftoff. And SpaceX confirming on X that they are targeting now 6 p.m. Central for liftoff of Starship. So we have official confirmation that we are indeed 30 minutes into this 90-minute window. So only a third of the way in. So, it's not a great deal. It's just a third of the way in. It's okay. It's much better than in some of the previous flights. But look at that. I think is that the tower vent coming back again? As I was saying, it might do.
That's a beautiful shot.
Whatever. Anyways.
Whatever, says Alex. That's where we are at the count.
Sometimes
Alex
it does that
whatever.
kind of thing. Sometimes they like to tease us, but it's not coming back to the delay. It's not a surprise that we got this update now, because at T-minus 50 minutes is that go no go poll sequence to basically the flight director polls the operators to whether proceed with the propellant load sequence or not. if they already know that they are not ready to go, that there are some things that need to be dealt with, they of course will not go straight into that pole and just move that T0. So it's not surprising that we got this delay about 10-15 minutes away from when that was supposed to happen if they had gone at the opening of the window. Now 30 minutes into the window, so we'll have to wait another 30 minutes to find out what happens.
Good deal. And an important thing here, there are different types of rocket launches that go to different destinations, right? If you're trying to rendezvous with the International Space Station, you have a very tight window. Some rockets have a few minutes. Some rockets, we call an instantaneous window, which means if you're going to meet the International Space Station at a specific spot in space at a specific time, you have to launch at a very specific time, right? Here with the Starship test flights, they're not trying to rendezvous with the ISS or anything like that, right? So you have a little bit more leeway. It's more about hitting the hole that has been cleared for you. Things in orbit, you're not wanting to pass other satellites across their trajectories. In the skies, where we've cleared out the planes and boats and stuff like that. We don't clear boats from the skies usually, but you have a little bit more leeway in the window, and that's where this hour-and-a-half window comes in, because we're not going for a super precise rendezvous or anything like that. Also, today we're not trying to go to Mars or the moon or anything where you've got a little bit tighter requirements on exactly where you need to end up. Here, they want the booster to end up just offshore in the Gulf, and they want the ship to end up on the other side of the planet. But there's a little bit of leeway. There's some margin. There's some flexibility on exactly when they take off to hit those targets. Right, Alex?
Yeah, and in fact, I mean, you mentioned Mars and the moon. Even for those, you still have a little bit of leeway. We saw in Artemis 2, they had a 2-hour window. It's even longer than this window today, because it's an hour and a half. So it all depends as well on the performance of the rocket, where you need to go. Usually when you have to rendezvous with another vehicle, as you said, that is when you have your tighter constraints, the most tightening constraints in your launch window and things like that. Certain rockets might have a few advantages, like spare performance, in order to, you can sort of zigzag your way into orbit basically, and you might have a bit of a maybe 10 minutes, even if you were to be going with a rendezvous in orbit and things like that. But again, we're not in that situation, as you mentioned. This is a test flight. They're making sure that this baseline version 3 can do the minimum requirement, which is copy what has already been done. Let's make sure that everything is good to go. And from here, we'll build up and do all of the other things, like, going into orbit, extended stays in orbit, get another ship to dock with another ship, transfer propellant, get an HLS, all of the other things, many different things that they need to do in order to get through Artemis, their own Starlink constellation, DTC, etc., all the different things that they want to do.
Interestingly, as we get into some of the HLS, if you've heard about the starships that are going to rendezvous with each other, and you have like a tanker starship that fuels up another starship, when you start getting into those rendezvous, even if Starship is not going to the International Space Station, that's where we might start to see some of these launch windows tighten up a little bit. Starship's first rendezvous will be with things like that. And we also have, Alex, HLS coming up, where we've heard rumors about HLS providers, of which Starship is certainly one, rendezvousing with Orion and testing out docking and approach and that sort of stuff to support the Artemis program returning to the moon, right?
Indeed, they added that extra mission. So basically, Artemis 3 turned from a lunar landing mission in 2028. Now it is a rendezvous mission in 2027. So it was pulled forward in order to fly faster, that SLS rocket, be able to gather more experience with it, because it's a bit of a pad queen, as they call it in the industry.
Pad queen.
In that sense. Yeah, it likes to S-word, to abort on the pad and do all sorts of things, leaks of hydrogen, helium valve stacked stock and things like that. So yeah, they want to fly it more often, better, get a better handle on it. And so one way to do that is to reduce risk on your landers, because why would you go straight away with a landing? And it doesn't make sense, right? Apollo did this with Apollo 9, where they did a low Earth orbit test of the lander, and then Apollo 10 did sort of a simulation of the actual landing without landing. Of course, the landers will do that on their own without any crew, because it's not the 60s anymore. You don't need any pilots sort of with the stick and whatnot to pilot these things down to the surface. So that is one of the things that they're going to be testing after Artemis 3. Okay. Boy. So speaking of crew, let's revisit a little bit of a certain set of questions that we sent our crew ahead of Flight 11. It's been a while. It's been 7 months. Let's see who actually talks about that sort of thing. Starship's last flight happened in October. Yes, in October. And it was also the last flight of version 2, a version that gave us lots of headaches when it comes to, well, doing what Starship needs to do in order to achieve its goals in the future. It was also the last flight out of Pad 1, which gave us lots of different memories, very fun moments as well. And we gave our team a series of questions about what they hoped or expected for Flight 11 and also what they expected for the future of Starship.
What do I think will be the outcome of Flight 11?
Honestly, great success. I think Booster 15-2 is going to do everything that it is supposed to and accurately.
I think it's going to be a good outcome. I really want to see that this is a repeatability of Flight 10. It's one thing if you do it once. It's another thing if you can repeat it over and over again.
They learned a lot from the last flight. They're doing basically the same profile. Yes, there's a few changes, but I think that this is going to be a great success.
Now, a lot of people in our team were very hopeful for Flight 11, and they were sort of right. It was a success. But there was something.
I think version 3 will go through some headaches like version 2 did, but I'm really hoping with all of the component testing that we've been seeing happening so far, that it goes a little bit at least smoother. I mean, as long as they don't blow up another ship at Massey's, it'll be fine, right? Right?
Yeah, so there was a question about whether version 3 will give us any headaches, just like we got with version 2, and let's say that a lot of people did not pass that test, including myself. We also asked our team, what was the thing that they were most excited about for version 3?
The thing I'm most excited about the next version of Starship is that it's going to launch from Pad 2 and be a much more efficient launch mount that hopefully gets to be reused more rapidly.
100% the brand new version of Super Heavy. While technically we are currently on the Block 2 or Generation 2, as some SpaceX engineers have officially called it. It looks very similar to what we began with in Booster 4 and then Booster 7.
What excites me about the next version of Starship is seeing the Raptor 3s in action.
I'm really looking forward to how the infrastructure holds up. They've learned so much from the current Pad 1, the OLM, the Deluge.
And I think we're going to get more pretty photographs and video from a launch mount with a big flame diverter like that.
No, Jack, we will not have pretty photographs from you because you went asteroid mining. Thanks, Astroforge. But the prediction that everybody got wrong, really wrong, was when version 3 will debut.
I think we are going to see the first launch of version 3 probably in late winter, early springtime. So probably end of February, early March, probably at the earliest.
Well,
in March of 2026, maybe right around my birthday?
I think the first launch of version 3 will be February 12th at about 9:30 p.m.
I'm going to go with March 16th, but please keep in mind I'm now 11 for 11 on guessing wrong on the actual launch date.
I'm calling it right now. So I was hoping that Flight 12 would be around the holidays. You know, I'm sitting there baking cookies while I'm watching the live stream. Everyone's in their cute NSF holiday sweaters, right? But since we are still waiting on the new launch pad to be finished, I just have this feeling in my bones that Flight 12 is going to happen at the worst possible time in February.
I'd be absolutely shocked if we see them pull off the first launch of version 3 before the end of the year.
I'm going to guess probably around the springtime frame. The pad will probably be ready way before the vehicles. I'm just excited to see a full stack on the redesigned Pad 2.
Right now, I think it's going to be spring, and I'm going to say 2026 because this could be clipped and be like, oh yeah, you were right, and it's like spring of 2027. Hopefully that doesn't happen. That being said, there were two people that were actually right. It was me. I was right. Spring 2026. Also Gage. Gage also said that. Hi Gage. Now here in SF we had a very diverse set of answers, as you can see, but there was one answer where we all agreed upon. And it was the answer to the following question that I'm going to make you, the viewer. Are you excited for today's launch? I know I am.
Outstanding. A little blast from the past there with some of the folks that we see in the video. But we are now back. We are going to do a little bit of a crew rotation, just like we do in space on the International Space Station. We also rotate our crew. I've got some work that I need to go do to prepare some of our robotic tracking assets here on the roof of the Margaritaville at South Padre. But joining me is going to be Mr. Sawyer Rosenstein. Sawyer, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Das. It's good to hear you back on the stream again, and good to be with everyone for a Starship launch again. It's been a while.
It's been a while. I said who's going to be joining me. You're very briefly going to be joining me because you're actually going to be replacing me. You're going to be taking my place, right?
Wait, you mean I'm going to have to go out to Starbase now? I'm in Florida. It's a little far away, but...
We need you here in 15 minutes. I'm done.
All right.
My shift's up.
I'll go steal a Concorde. Sounds good.
Point to point. The problem is it has to start from here and come pick you up and then come back. I don't think we're quite there yet.
Darn. All right.
All right, folks, you've seen Sawyer on all of our videos. You see Sawyer on our live stream. I will let Sawyer take it from here. Again, if you're doing questions, tag us in chat. The super chats, the tips coming in and the merch and stuff that you're buying across the board, all the different ways that you're supporting us. Sawyer will be helping out. Continue to say thank you for that. But for now, I'm John Galloway. I'm going to go get some more cameras set up so we have more views for you from over here at South Padre Island. And I will see you nerds later.
Thank you, Das, and thank you, chat, for joining us here for the Starship Flight 12 launch. I am Sawyer Rosenstein, as Das mentioned, and I'll be with you here for a little bit as we continue to count down to launch. Again, hopefully launching in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. If you're just joining, we did have a 30-minute delay. So it may seem like we're not going that far, but hey, look at this. We are progressing a bit. You can see there is one of the roadblocks and the vehicles are moving away. So Alex, what does that mean?
That is great news. That means that the blast danger area is being cleared and that everybody is out of that danger area because we don't want them in that blast danger area when launch happens. As we were talking about that before, remember that we were saying that it's right on the edge, but it's still within the circle, right? It's like the difference between just staying a little bit inside of the circle and actually staying outside. You gotta be outside. Rules are rules. And so, yeah, that's why it got moved. Again, it's like that road sort of curves. Once that curve is done, that's basically the end of the blast danger area. It's not really that far out. So they moved up, and that is great news because it means we're progressing towards that propellant load sequence, hopefully in about 40 minutes from now.
That is what we are hoping. As you mentioned, at about the 15-minute mark is when they do that poll to verify that they are go for propellant load. And again, all of that assuming that they continue with the countdown, which so far they are now counting down to 6 p.m. Central Time for launch. Man, that is a beautiful view. I have a feeling once we get to tanking, my heart rate is really going to start pumping. Chat, I'm guessing you're going to be the same way there with the excitement here.
Your heart is going to start pumping, but
faster.
What about the pumps? They're going to be pumping as well.
Oh, yes, exactly. We are going to hopefully see them pumping in the methane and the oxygen into this vehicle that you see here on your screen. And what still boggles my mind with Starship, especially with V3, is that the load time for this entire massive vehicle, the largest vehicle ever launched into space, is almost the exact same amount of time as a Falcon 9 vehicle, which is only 3 meters in diameter, and there is basically a transfer tube in the booster that is about the size of a Falcon 9 in it. And it only takes that short amount of time. That still is mind-boggling to me in a good way.
I thought that was a great pun, and so I didn't even congratulate me.
He just turned it into a segue.
Of course. I try and use segues as much as I use puns. I guess I have to be on my best behavior for a stream like this today. Oh, man. Also, it was really cool to see some of the past NSF people on stream. I mean, to see Jack in there from his Flight 11 video. So many people that we've had here at NSF, if you watch past broadcasts going, where are they? They've kind of moved on, but they're doing great things. I mean, we have, what is it? We've had 5 people now who have taken the NSF pipeline to now work at SpaceX, including many of them that are in Starbase for this particular launch today. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, probably more than 5 by now, to be fair. think I lost count already.
I think it's 5 since I've been working here at least. Possibly more, yes. But and we continue to see there that vent coming from the tower. We also saw that tank farm still kind of venty. Is there anything, Alex, that we're looking for in particular coming up now that we're kind of under that hour 20-minute mark?
We're mostly, so from a visual standpoint, the only thing remaining will be that tower vent, because it seems like it's actually doing what we saw yesterday on the wet dress rehearsal, where it sort of started, then died down, and then it started again, and then it died out. It was a mess. I have a spreadsheet here with what happened yesterday, and it's a mess of tower vent starts, tower vent disappears, tower vent starts, tower vent disappears, and multiple different times written down and everything. It's bonkers what they did yesterday with that tower vent. But it seems like right now they're doing pretty much the same, because it died down before a couple of minutes ago as we were playing that video, and then it went up again, which is quite funny, to be honest. But yeah, it could be doing the same sort of behavior today as well, where it sort of starts, disappears, starts, disappears. It's a bit of a cuckoo game, I guess, or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it's basically just watching Advent, of course, watching for updates from SpaceX. We had that 30-minute delay being called at T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes or so, when we were tracking a liftoff at 5:30 p.m. Now we're tracking 6 p.m. So potentially in about 11 minutes from now, we may see another update from SpaceX. We'll see whether that actually occurs or not. If we don't get an update, I will venture to say that maybe if it happens to be that they actually go through and they decide to go to the poll, to that go, no-go poll at T-minus 50 minutes, then that is when we might get the next official update. But as we always say, we'll just keep waiting and see what happens.
Exactly. I mean, we joke about the Texas Tank Watchers, where we would just sit and watch tanks for hours and hours. If you've been joining us, including during the stakeout stream, that's kind of what we've been doing today. But this is when things finally start to pick up and get really exciting now. The final 75 minutes, hopefully, at this point here. Also, I love the view on the bottom, as Das has been talking about, trying to protect all of our cameras and gear with that protective plating in front of that wide-angle lens. And then, of course, we have those super close-up shots like the ones you see in the top left and top middle that are probably a little bit on the dangerous close side, but that's why we're nicknaming it Danger Lot and our Danger Trailer over by Danger Hopper? I don't know. Maybe a little too far on that one. Oh, man. Now, chat, I've been seeing you guys with all of the hype in here, even with everything still going on with the delays. There's a lot of hype in chat. Ryan, is there any questions from chat?
We have questions. You can rest assured, we have questions. We have so many questions coming in. If you do have questions, do tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. First of all, Resistojet is asking, why have they put black squares on the underside of the ship? Alex, I'm going to assume they're asking about the new patches of heat shields that have been, well, I say patches, large splodges of heat shield that have been added to the shiny side of Starship.
Yeah, based on the material that they have used to apply those tiles, it seems like they're trying to test some kind of new glue. We talked about this before, where the great majority of the tiles on Starship, about I will venture to say maybe 90% of all the tiles on Starship, maybe even more than 90% in fact, are pinned. So there are pins welded to the body of the ship, and then there's like a sort of a triangular sort of backing that is on each tile that holds the mechanical connections to those pins on the vehicle. However, there's a minority of these tiles that are in very hard to sort of place areas for these pin tiles. Like it's maybe on the tip of the nose cone, for example, the flap edges and things like that. So those are, instead of pinned, they are glued to the vehicle. And believe it or not, that is also the same way that the shuttle tiles were installed. They were actually installed with glue. And one of the things that they struggled with in the space shuttle program was with those tiles actually sticking to the vehicle, because that glue used to fail every now and then. I mean, for the most part, most of the tiles will stick on and will stay on. But then it was a challenge to actually maintain and refurbish that sort of thing. So it's no surprise that for Starship, SpaceX has lost tiles on Starships before, and the majority of them has been on the areas where they are glued, basically, where they are actually with that glue. So they're seemingly testing a new kind of glue in these leeward tiles, and we don't know what sort of composition, but they do look different because it's like purple glue of sorts, whereas the other one that we see, it's usually red colored instead. So that is basically the long answer to all of this, trying to explain a little bit the differences here. Might be people out there that might not be aware of how the Starship heat shield works.
Yeah, again, it's always joking about shuttle-derived problems, and it's very similar to the shuttle era, but it is a different material. The shuttle ones were silica-based. This is something called tough rock, and yeah, I guess using what we learned from the past and improving it for the future, and maybe, just maybe, we get a chance to actually see some of the tiles if we get one of those Starlink deploys with a camera on it. We'll get back to that in a moment. Ryan, I think you have more questions.
Yep, one more for the time being. Colonel Bologna, great at there, asking, will the rocket go straight up off the pad, or will it immediately turn east to mitigate damage to the pad like previous launches? Alex, of course, from pad 1, they had that avoidance maneuver. Starship kind of tilted towards the Gulf as it ascended from pad 1 and roasted the booster quick disconnect in the process. Are we expecting something like that again on pad 2? Of course, it's a slightly different rotation orientation this time.
Well, I would expect a very similar thing to what we saw on the first pad. The big difference now is that that's basically where you don't have the booster quick disconnects, so they're not going to be roasted this time around. I don't see any other kind of difference there. I mean, my background picture sort of can show you already where you have the Starship, and then the booster quick disconnects are sort of around here. If we were to clear the there we go. So the booster quick disconnects are in this area. East is sort of this way, in this direction to the right of the flame trench, and so it's gonna go that way. And ironically, when it goes that way, it means that then the plume is facing the other way, right? Because it's sort of sloped in an inclination sort of thing, and so the plume will be facing this way, and it'll roast this area of the pad very similarly to what we saw on pad 1, just opposite. Basically, it's like 90 degrees. It used to be sort of this area, now it'll be this area instead, because it's gonna head this sort of way. And so that is basically what we might expect from this launch if they do the same pad avoidance maneuver that they did for pad 1. If they were to do that, then this sort of area will be the one roasted, but there's no critical infrastructure anywhere here. There's no booster quick disconnects, there's nothing, and this blade that they have around the launch mount that will be shooting up water that will be helpful for covering all of that energy and you know, temperatures and pressures and everything that will be exerted from the 33 Raptor 3 engines that are on the base of that rocket. Trying to adjust here.
There we go. Of course, as Ryan mentioned, you can tag us at NSF or at NASA Spaceflight for those questions. We try to answer as many as we can, and they don't just all have to come from super chats like you may have heard us talking about before. And we are doing all of this with our own cameras that you see on the screen right now, all of our own people. We have a lot of people out there in Starbase, all of our teams that have been working behind the scenes to bring all this to you. And if you can't even support us financially, a simple way to do this is literally just click the like button on the bottom of the stream. And if you like what we do, we're a bunch of space geeks and we cover this stuff all of the time. So there's also that subscribe button next to it if you're interested in following more cool things happening in spaceflight, especially with Starship itself. So we appreciate you guys watching as well. Now, one thing I mentioned before in terms of watching was going to be hopefully getting to see some of Starship itself with the Starlink payloads. And again, it's interesting the wording that they changed now. It's not necessarily Starlink simulators, but in the paperwork that they've applied for, it does say Starlink satellites. So they might be operational satellites. Of course, this is not going into orbit, this is still a suborbital trajectory, but we're talking the possibility of seeing actual Starlink satellites for V3 deploying the flat pack type, and maybe seeing 1 or 2 of them with a camera on board, because I know that's something that we've been talking about here, is hopefully, if all goes well, maybe SpaceX will show us a view of the outside of the ship from one of those Starlink satellites. The caveat, of course, being that will kind of be on the dark portion of its trajectory. But I mean, Alex, that wording is really suggesting that these aren't just the quote-unquote dumb links or mass simulators that we've seen of the last couple flights here.
Yeah, because it says including a payload deployment of 20 Starlink simulators, similar in size to next generation Starlink V3 satellites, and 2 specially modified Starlink satellites. And that is interesting because it also doesn't even include what kind of satellites is it? Is it like, can you imagine if it's a V2 mini of sorts, like the ones that are launched by Falcon 9? Those are sort of like half the size of the Starlinks that Starship carries. But you could, in theory, sort of have one that has sort of like extensions that reach out to the pest dispenser of sort, right? We were telling about this sort of as a joke for ride shares for other companies. Instead of having to develop a satellite the size of the Starlink satellites, instead of like they can still be flat packs so they can fit through the pest dispenser. But in theory, you don't need it to be as huge because it's like 7 meters long and 3.5 meters wide. That is huge satellite, right? In theory, as long as you have extensions that reach out to the rails of the pest dispenser, you can have the satellite sort of in the middle. That would be hilarious if there was some kind of next generation pest dispenser that can do that sort of thing. So who knows? Like you could in theory even do that with V2 minis, the ones that are launched on Falcon 9 and have a great production system already for that sort of thing running. Who knows? We don't know because it just only says 2 specially modified Starlink satellites. We don't know if they are V3 satellites, if they are V2 minis with extensions or whatever. Can you imagine if they are even V1 and those are even smaller satellites? But it will be funny otherwise. It's going to be an interesting thing to find out. And this is why we always enjoy these launches, because you're always learning new things.
You know why we also enjoy them? Well, we enjoy the tank watching part. We don't enjoy announcing this part. SpaceX announcing that there is indeed another delay into the count. So originally they were targeting 6 p.m. Central Time. They have added an additional 30 minutes to that. So they are now targeting 6:30 p.m. Central Time. So unfortunately, that clock in the top left that has added time to it is in fact now correct. I know everyone's getting worried and all of the boos and issues. We don't know exactly why at this point, just that they are continuing to push it a little bit. But I guess they still have at least 30 more minutes in this window, which is a nice thing to keep in mind. And add in the fact also that not only do you have 30 minutes more in the window, but let's say they were to start the prop load in an hour and 35 minutes from now and they notice something, they can hold a little bit into this count. We don't know exactly how long with V3, but I know for V2, it was about, 15-ish to 20-ish minutes that they could hold with propellant loaded on the vehicle. So maybe they just go for the prop load and becomes a WDR anyway, although we don't exactly know, again, why this is, but SpaceX indeed pushing things 30 more minutes. And I'm guessing we haven't seen anything else on any of the socials from SpaceX announcing why, correct?
It doesn't say SpaceX. I don't see any sort of indication of what exactly is delaying this mission. We know that at least the weather has improved way better. Like it's dramatically better than earlier in the window. I mean, we started our stakeout stream and it was pouring really hard on these things. So this is one of the things that it's usually, it would be great if we got a bit more information here of what exactly is that it's holding them. It appears as if they're sort of keeping tank farms chill down. We can see there that venting going on there. It's sort of like it's all in a standstill, so to speak, ready to go whenever they are ready to actually proceed with propellant load, and then sort of kick off the next step in this final portion of preparations ahead of that propellant load. Again, it's something that we really don't know. SpaceX has just now confirmed on X that new UTC of 6:30 p.m. Central, but with no sort of note of what exactly is that it's delaying this launch into the window. Still remaining another 30 more minutes, so if they need those 30 minutes and they still need to work through things, they'll probably take it. So we'll keep an eye on the clock. As always, we were saying this before, that it happened, the first delay happened sort of around T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes when it was tracking 5:30 p.m. Then when it was tracking 6 p.m., it happened around the same time as well, T-minus 1 hour and 6 minutes, T-minus 1 hour and 5 minutes, more or less. I would expect if there's another delay, we may have to wait until that, now that we are tracking 6:30 p.m. Central.
That is something that we will watch. And you mentioned the weather. Earlier, the weather was looking quite rough with a whole bunch of rain and things if you're watching the stakeout stream. Ryan, weather seems a lot more improved compared to what we had.
The weather, Sawyer, is so much better than it was when we all woke up this morning. This is the radar behind me around the Brownsville area. And as you can see, there is really nothing at all concerning. I mean, we can look further inland. I'm not seeing any rain popping up. We can look out to the Gulf. I'm not seeing any rain popping up. I mean, at least on the radar, things are looking a little bit better, quite significantly better than they were when we began our stakeout coverage 10 hours before the original planned launch time. I'll also bring up our forecast of the dew point and air temperature again. This is kind of indicating where clouds could be. So this is more for visibility than for launch criteria itself. But if we have a look here in the 9-kilometer range, there's a little bit of cloud that could be popping up, and we're seeing that on our cameras of this cloud, you know, a little bit higher up. So shouldn't be impacting initial launch views, but maybe that's something that our team will have to kind of fingers crossed and dodge around when it comes to the launch itself, because Starship, of course, is going to be going a little bit higher in the sky than 9 kilometers. Fingers crossed, we hope, fingers crossed, it's more like 150 kilometers and it makes it all the way to the Indian Ocean. So fingers crossed this cloud doesn't get in the way.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping. And we were always talking about with that graphic, oh, don't worry, that's towards the end of the window. That's 90 minutes into the window for that. And yeah, we are now 60 minutes into that 90-minute window. So it's getting closer and closer to those conditions. But at least we have that clear radar compared to this morning when teams were setting up some of those cameras and everything. It looked quite wet and quite miserable. Now, it's interesting with these vents here. I mean, Alex, after the wet dress rehearsal, we saw them going for hours and hours. And then, of course, if you were watching earlier, we saw the tanker trucks lining up pretty much all night, overnight, until just a couple hours ago, loading up that tank farm. Can you kind of walk us through when we talk about the tank farm, what exactly we're looking at and what this venting kind of is?
Yeah, we have this very useful overlay from Ryan Kaling himself, and with the help of Ryan Weber, the two Ryans working together here to bring us this overlay. So let's start, how about all the way to the right? So the methane reclaim vent that we see there being pointed at, that is part of the system that turns the methane from gas to liquid, because you have that boiling off as you flow it through pipes and subcoolers and all the things, and you don't want to vent that because it's a hazardous gas, and so you turn it back into a liquid, and that's the vent. In that case, that's venting nitrogen. It's not venting any methane. It's just part of the system that turns that methane gas into methane liquid. Subcooler vents, similar thing, where you have nitrogen being vented off as they subcool. They densify that propellant from boiling temperature down to about 20 degrees Celsius lower than usual, that boiling temperature, basically. Box fan vent, that other vent as well, that is for the chill down of the pumps, chill down of the subcoolers as well. In the case of the subcooler vents, in this case, I believe that's the methane side of things. So it's for the methane subcoolers. The ones for the liquid oxygen subcoolers go to the box fan vent. It's a whole different thing. We will need an entire 1 hour stream for that. We're not for that. We're here for the launch. So I'm running quickly through this. Surface structure, methane drain, and then surface structure, oxygen drain that you see there in the middle. Those two relate to part of the end of the countdown when everything is loaded on the vehicles and the OLM, the orbital launch mount, has already done its thing. Then the surface structure that is next to it, that sort of shield at the base to the of the launch mount, that one gets purged. They drain all of the things in order to be able to save it and basically make it safe. That's the whole word that I used for that, in order to reduce the risk of anything going wrong. And then the tower event, which we've been seeing for the last hour or so, just part of that chill down of the liquid oxygen line that goes up the tower. And so what is venting out of there is oxygen. But that is basically what we're seeing right now. As I said, to explain all of this in more detail, we will need an entire 1 to 2 hour live stream, but we are here for the launch.
Yes, and for those just joining us as we reach right around the top of the hour here, I'm Sawyer Rosenstein with NSF, NASASpaceflight.com, a group of space enthusiasts here with all of our cameras and team set up in the field to bring you views and sounds and everything leading up to Starship's 12th flight and the first of V3. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein with NSF. And at this point, you may be looking at the clock and going, wait a minute, that should be at T-minus 30 minutes for the opening of the window at 5:30. SpaceX has indeed pushed that window by about an hour up to this point. So as of right now, they are targeting launch about an hour and 30 minutes from now. So that is 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And the window does extend until 7 Central Time if they need it. As we were just talking about, we've been seeing that tank farm quite active at this point, but not loading those propellants yet. And that doesn't happen, by the way, until we are about, about 40-ish minutes until launch is when we start to see those prop loads begin. So we still have plenty of time to get there and plenty of time to answer your questions at NSF at NASA Spaceflight. You can see from the screen the weather looking much better than it was earlier today. And right now, everything proceeding. We don't know why they've pushed an hour into the window. SpaceX hasn't specifically said the reason for that, just that they have indeed been delaying it 30 minutes at a time. A reminder, this is the first flight of version 3. So while it may look very similar to the Starships of the past 11 flights, there is a lot that is different underneath the hood. So there are a lot of inner workings that have changed. We are talking brand new engines as opposed to the Raptor V2s. These are the Raptor V3s. You have a lot new inner plumbing and wiring, the new downcomer inside the booster, different tile setup for some of the parts of the ship. So much has changed that you can almost call this a brand new vehicle in a way. And in fact, it essentially is, hence why they're switching the name to V3. This is also the first time that we will see the brand new launch pad fully used for a liftoff. This is the first time Pad 2 has seen a full stack ready for launch on top of it. All the other ones have been from Pad 1, which is currently undergoing refurbishments. Another new thing for this one is also the trajectory a bit. Things are quite changed from what we've seen. Yeah, I mean, sure, it's still going to be splashing down in the Indian Ocean. The booster will still be splashing down in the Gulf, but there's a bunch of differences to where it's going and also the timing a little bit. Ryan, do you want to kind of walk us through what some of these changes are?
Absolutely. You know, one of the interesting things, I'm actually going to start at the end of the flight. It might sound counterintuitive, but if you give me a minute, this is the air hazard which has been put in place for re-entry of Starship. It'll be coming from, of course, over Africa, heading this way towards the coast of Australia, which you can just about see, just there, creeping into frame. But this big hook here, this is the really interesting thing, because on the last flight of Starship, we saw them doing kind of a banked maneuver with Starship as it tilted towards the splashdown site in the Indian Ocean, and that we believe was actually a simulation of the trajectory they would fly when returning to Starbase for the tower catch. Because of course, if you've seen the animation, SpaceX's animation shows the ship coming in from the north and landing, coming over the tower and landing in the chopsticks in the tower. So they have to do this kind of banked trajectory, as you can see, heading up towards the north, then turning around and coming back down south in order to hit that tower catch. And that's a very interesting thing. This is, of course, a bit more of a different trajectory. It's more than just this hook at the end of the trajectory, because if we move over to Starbase proper, we can see here that there is a brand new flight corridor which heads a bit more southeast than we saw with the previous flight corridor here in white. Before, they'd launch out of Starbase and fly over the Gulf, threading the needle between Florida and Cuba. And now, instead of going between Florida and Cuba, they're going to be going between Mexico and Cuba. So a couple of degrees inclination, a bit more southeast than what we saw on the previous 11 attempts of Starship. One of the reasons for this could be because it's a bit closer to the operational Starlink inclination that they will want to be hitting with Starship. Another possibility is the fact that air traffic between the United States and this area of the Caribbean, notably Puerto Rico, a little bit more busy than the air traffic headed between, let's say, Cuba and Guatemala. So a little bit less air traffic disruption by flying in this corridor than when flying in this corridor. And at the end of the day, when you add all of these things together, you get one more big trajectory. If I can find it, I can't find it. I'll show you that later. But that is the initial air hazard areas, which is the new trajectory that Starship will be flying. I'll show you the full thing later.
We're looking forward to that coming up. There you go. It's a reason to stay tuned, folks. We will have more graphics from Ryan Caton. But yeah, so the timings also, given that this is a lot more powerful engines on these vehicles, might also change a little bit. Some things will happen a little bit quicker than they have in the past. And while we have some time here, again, the tower event stopping and starting in the kind of dying down part at the moment here. Alex, these Raptor V3s, I mean, we talk about the strength of Raptor V2s and how powerful they are, and if you've seen what a Raptor V3 looks like, they look so simplified, and yet they are so powerful. What kind of a difference are we talking about here, Alex, between V2 Raptor engines and V3s, besides a lot more power?
It's almost 10% higher thrust in this case, so we go from 230 metric tons of thrust to 250 metric tons of thrust. So if you're a pound user, now I don't know the one per engine, but I do know that at liftoff, Super Heavy created about 16 million pounds with Raptor 2 engines. Now with Raptor 3 engines, it's actually over 18 million pounds of thrust. So that is a lot of thrust. That will be about 81,000 kilonewtons of thrust. If you use kilonewtons, if you just use tons of thrust or metric tons of thrust, that will be, if I'm not mistaken, 8,250 metric tons of thrust. I sort of have to know these numbers off the top of my head, because otherwise it would be messy having to look these numbers all the time. But that's basically how big these numbers are. It's bonkers. Das talked about this at the beginning of this stream, where we're like, whatever records you might think about for a rocket of how big, how powerful, how heavy, all of those go to this rocket, because it is the tallest Starship rocket to ever fly of all of the configurations. It is the heaviest, the most powerful. I mean, whatever way you put it, it's breaking all sorts of records today if it launches, which we want to launch, by the way. I want it to launch.
Well, I mean, it will definitely launch. It's just a matter of when it will launch. So hopefully an hour and 20 minutes from now, we will see those 33 Raptor V3s ignite on the booster, and shortly after, those 6 Raptors up on the ship, the 3 Raptor Vacuum and the 3 Raptor Sea Level, which I saw someone asking, when are we going to get the 6 variant, the 9-engine version of the ship? I think that's still a little ways away. They kind of need to prove that the variant that you see on your screen works, considering this exact configuration has not flown yet before today. Oh boy. It's still exciting. Again, it may not be at the launch exactly yet, and they still have 30 minutes if they need to use it. Let's hope that they don't need to use it. That's what we're really hoping for, and that we see this thing lift off shortly. I know we've been getting a lot of support. I've been seeing all the awesome messages popping up in chat from everyone. It's great to hear from all of you. But we've also been getting some support that I do want to make sure that we thank, because we can only do what we do because of support from you. Ryan, do you mind hitting a couple of those for us and thanking the people?
It's a nice rhyme from you there, Sawyer. First of all, Russell, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. These aren't all of them. These are just the big ones because, like I said, there are over 135 store messages in this panel right now. So it would take us all the way until launch to read them out. But we will get to them, I do promise. Continuing to scroll down the list here, we got a big tip from Kevin G. A $100 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Here's a little something. I mean, you're so subtle, Kevin. Here's a little something to keep it going. Seriously, thank you so much. That is bonkers support. Same to Paul with a $50 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Thank you. Tibbeth with a €100 super chat. I mean, what else? What have we done to deserve this? Thank you so much for your support. They're asking if there are different payload sizes planned for V3 variants. All those have to be V3. I know the dummy Starlink V2s on this one's 44 tons, but will V3 be able to do more than 100 tons to low Earth orbit? What do you think, Alex? Are they going to be changing the... I assume they're asking about the number of satellites that they'll be loading to be able to actually physically fit compared to the mass.
The ones that can fit in this PES dispenser are about 60 of them at a time. It depends what kind of... I think maybe they were getting confused between Starlink versions and Starship versions. So the Starlink version has changed now from the V2 to the V3. They have iterated. Like originally Starship was supposed to launch Starlink V2, but instead they just kept it to V2 minis on Falcon 9 instead. Yeah, they have iterated already on those, and they have created the Starlink version 3 satellites now. Those are still the same size, but obviously all of the hardware has been changed. And so that's the important thing. We don't know exactly how heavy those are. I wouldn't venture to say whether it's 44 tons. There's multiple different numbers out there. Some people take, for example, a 2 metric ton number from a certain documentation from a Federal Communications Commission permit, where it talks about whether it's like a study about the deorbiting of these satellites, but then it says we're just establishing it that it is 2 metric tons. It might not be 2 metric tons. Then for the old version 2 satellites that are also sort of the same size, Elon said at one point that it was about 1.25 tons basically in mass. So anywhere in between 1.25 and 22 tons, and 2 tons, you get, I think it's like between 30 and 44 metric tons for the full 22 satellites that are riding on this vehicle. And so that is definitely not the limit. They can load, at least from a volume standpoint, up to 60 of those on the PES dispenser. We've seen the stacks and everything on the renders and everything, but also the PES dispensers themselves. You can see them when they roll them out, and you can see the slots and all that. Apart from that, SpaceX has also confirmed already that it's 60 of them. Other sorts of variations of the Starlink satellite, like the direct-to-cell satellites version 3, those might be 50, according to the IPO documentation that was released yesterday. But other than that, it will not hit, I think, the mass limit of Starship. Any more questions?
And we have just one more of the big ones coming in. One beat short, thank you for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. And with that, I will hand it back to Sawyer.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Appreciate you checking in on that. Appreciate everyone helping out with the support here as we continue to count down to Starship Flight 12. About an hour, 15 minutes to go. We are getting to within that 5 or 10 minute range of where we saw them push it last time, so hopefully we make it beyond that point. As we mentioned, the big poll that they use for the go for prop load is about the T-minus 50 minute mark, so we still have a little bit of time to do that poll, but the last couple times that they pushed it, they did do it a little bit earlier, prior to that 1 hour mark. So all eyes are going to be peeled on socials, on all of the posts, and of course, what you see here on your screen right now with all the tank farm activity, with all of the vents and the lines and everything that you see on your screen. It is starting to get to feel real at this point. As mentioned, they do still have 30 more minutes in the window if they need it. We are, of course, hoping that they don't need it at this point. So right now, again, it still boggles my mind at how big this vehicle is. I mean, obviously, in the box comparison, I'm not larger than Starship, that's for darn sure. but it is a really tall vehicle. You are fitting a Falcon 9 inside the booster itself, and in terms of diameter, you are talking 3 meters versus 9 meters in diameter. It is a massive difference. So when we talk about this being the world's most powerful rocket, the world's biggest rocket ever launched, it is. And a reminder that V3 is even slightly taller than V2. Anything that we're seeing right now as we continue to look at the tank farm and all of the venting and things from the lines, Alex?
Yeah, it seems like they're just keeping steady that tank farm. The only thing that I noticed was that on the tower, it seems like they further chill down that liquid oxygen line on the quick disconnect arm that goes to the ship. It's a bit more frosty further down the line, if you will. There's like a certain valve that they can actuate and continue the chill down closer to the ship. Instead of just being up to the tower, it sort of continues to the ship. It's very similar, Sawyer, we cover this many times with Falcon 9 when we talk about the T-minus 20-minute vent and we say that chills down the lines that go up to the second stage and things like that. Technically, I believe that one is actually sort of the last mile chill down sort of thing, right? Where it's that connection in between the stromac and the line that actually hits the sort of interface with the second stage of Falcon 9. Very similarly here, it seems like the lines that go to the ship are split between, you know, all of the things that go underground and up the tower, and then you go to the quick disconnect arm, and then there's like a valve that stops that flow. And then you have another stretch of that pipe that goes all the way through the quick disconnect arm out to the ship. And so it seems like it is that little bit of that line that goes up to the ship that is now, at least I see it frosty. I don't know if it might be the illumination or something like that. I do not see the same on the methane side of things. It seems like that is still being held at ambient temperature, but we may see that being kicked in once they are much more ready to go into this propellant load sequence. Again, we are at least 21 minutes away from that go no go pull sequence, and it might be a little bit more until we actually get that propellant load sequence with liquid oxygen load starting on the ship at T-minus 38 minutes and 53 seconds. So still a while.
Still a little while to go, but one thing I've noticed with rocket launches as someone who typically covers them both here online and doing the field coverage for NSF for some of the launches, the final hour goes by so ridiculously fast, it doesn't feel like time is real at that point. When you are in the moment and everything locked in, especially once you get that go for prop load, time just flies. So hopefully we get to that point, and once we do, I promise you, chat, you'll be looking at the clock going, wait a minute, I thought it was just an hour to go, now it's a half hour to go, now it's 10 minutes to go, now they're ready. So hopefully we will see that coming up very soon. Also, I love this view, being able to look up at the Starship ship itself, seeing some of those tile patches there and some of the upgrades there to the V3 ship. This, our team able to deploy a trailer full of cameras to a lot that is, I believe, about under 1,000 feet away from the rocket. So our cameras there, we're calling it Danger Lot now, and our Danger Trailer over there getting really close. So fingers crossed it will actually survive all the way through, but we'll have to see. It's going to be interesting to see how these cameras survive, and also importantly how the rest of the infrastructure, the trailer itself, the solar panels, everything stays on this. It'll be exciting though. Excitement guaranteed, as SpaceX always says in their timelines. And I think the excitement will definitely be guaranteed. There's definitely the excitement as well for everybody out in the field counting down. I know Isla Blanca Park, there was still some people getting in there about an hour ago. I'm sure it's quite different now. But yeah, that's one of those that fills up really quickly. We also have team members, you may be able to hear some of them over at Rocket Ranch. We are very grateful that they allow us to have our camera there. It is another great spot to see a launch from pretty darn close. And speaking of, apparently, we have a surprise, according to Kevin Michael Reed, the producer. What do we have? Is that Max Evans? Hi, Max.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Rocket Ranch Outpost, which is also known as a front row seat to launch pad 2, or just pad 2, I guess, in this case, for Starbase. Still getting acclimated from the Space Coast of Florida. But we are here with a bunch of people who have come out today to watch this first launch attempt for Flight 12 on this, what turned out to be a beautiful afternoon. We were a bit concerned with the weather this morning, but it looks like the forecast has improved greatly since then. Despite the 2 30-minute slips into the countdown. We are monitoring that as well as everyone else is. But as far as we can tell here, we have a great view out to the launch pad, and so does everybody else here. I forgot how good of a view this was. That 7 months, I don't know about you, D's behind the camera right now. It is so good to be back right now. It's difficult to overstate. So everybody, enjoy our coverage as best you possibly can. We are bringing you all the views that we possibly can. This is going to be a good one, and hopefully the weather cooperates and the countdown continues as planned towards 6:30 and no more delays. But back to you guys in the studio, and go Starship.
Thank you. Max Evans out at Rocket Ranch. You could see all the people behind him, and with all the excitement behind him, I know the microphone's like, wait, I want to jump into this. So, yeah, a little jumpy there, but great to see Max, and excited to see the views that he gets from there. As you can see, it's a pretty clear shot over to the pad from there. It's a good view, and it helps also now having that bi-directional flame diverter. So if you've seen any of the launches in the past from Starship, it becomes very difficult to see the rocket as soon as those engines ignite, because there was no real place for that exhaust to go except up and around the vehicle. Now having the new flame diverter is a huge improvement. In fact, that's one of many improvements to what Elon and SpaceX in the past have called Stage 0. And by that, we mean all of the ground support equipment. If you've been watching any of our coverage the last couple days, which if you're not, I don't know where you've been, or seeing any of the posts on our socials, X, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky, you've been seeing all of the deluge tests that they have been doing for the last week or so at this pad. It has been, I think 9 of them or 10 of them in the last week alone. So yeah, they are really making sure that everything is in place to protect the pad and protect the vehicle. And I mean, we've seen a little bit of a difference with the way the water goes. So, but yeah, so it's amazing to see this thing fully stacked here. Of course, we talked about the Stage 0, but we also have Stage 1 and Stage 2, and to see those stacked together is really cool. But of course, you have to stack them. And of course, before you stack them, you have to build them. But the real question is, how do you build a Starship? Well, if you ever wanted to build one of your own, we now have this brand new merch at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If you've followed our Artemis collection, this may seem a little bit familiar, continuing in the style of how to assemble your own for a certain furniture store from a Scandinavian country that we don't want to necessarily name for copyright infringement. But it's very similar to that, and you even see the little umlauts in the name there. But yeah, that is how to build a Starship with the ship itself, with all the amazing changes that have been made to it for V3. So we talked about all the changes to Stage 0, but you can see some of those stages right there on the shirt. And this is now part of our Flight 12 collection that we have at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can see it right there at the top of the page. We have all the different shirts. We've got mugs. There's baby onesies. There's Hawaiian shirts now, which are really cool. And you can see there is that new design included in there. Of course, don't forget, we also have some of these new designs. Yep, like this brand new Hawaiian shirt. I have one of the ones for Dragon, but now we've got a new Starship. Look at that, with the belly flop. I love it, with the flip and burn. So you can flip and burn as you flip some lays on top of your shirt in this Hawaiian shirt. This is such a cool design. I love it. Even the entry heating. And look at that, it's got the flame diverter we were just talking about there. It's got the pad too. That's awesome.
Yeah,
and of course, boy, I hope we get to see that today.
Oh man, I hope we get to see that too. Hopefully it launches, and hopefully we get to that point in flight. And then of course we also have the pins and patches version of it too. Apparently we have less than a quarter of all of our patches left. The supply is down to less than a quarter of them, under 25% remaining, and once they are gone, they are gone. We do not add them back in some special reprint or anything. They're gone. So all of this is shopped on sspaceflight.com. The shirts are there. People have been asking about the pins. I used to love collecting pins. I need to get back into it. And I got to get my ones for Starship now, too. I know Alex has been flexing his mug that he's been drinking
I was
hot
trying,
cocoa
we're not
out
showing
of.
it because I actually, there we go. That's the Flight 12 patch on the mug and also on the shirt as well. So there you go. You can have it on all sorts of different things. I actually still have a little bit of cocoa, but it's no longer hot because it's been a while since I actually served it. So yeah.
So you need new thermal conditioning for your mug at this point now.
I'm sure maybe some of the tumblers that we have in our store might help me in the future. I still do not have any of those yet, but maybe I'll have to acquire one of those.
There you go. That would be cool. Of course, I'm wearing my Flight 12 shirt as well. Super comfy. But yeah, the hot cocoa is dissipating. We don't see any exhaust coming from Alex's cup. We, of course, still see the everything that you see with the frost there on the fuel tanks and all of the farm over there. Of course, you see all the people down there, too. I believe this is the camera that was over at Rocket Ranch. All the people there enjoying some Texas barbecue. Boy, now am I hungry. So thanks for that, Max and D, and for the team over at Rocket Ranch for providing that.
Now I'm hungry.
Yeah, but we're also hungry for a launch, which hopefully we are about an hour and 2 minutes away from that happening. We've seen them have a couple of pushes so far into the window at this point, but right now they are still proceeding. We have made it further than we have the last 2 times. So it is getting exciting now. Hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully they continue with the countdown. And if so, that would be a liftoff at 6:30 p.m. Central Time, about an hour into the hour-and-a-half long window that we have for today's attempt. Oh man, what a view. This is so cool. Of course, the birds enjoying it. You've got the tank farm going. I know people were talking about the box fans. I know those weren't on the original graphics, Alex, but what were those box fans doing? Because it looked extra kind of venty around part of that tank farm there.
It's just part of the system that they use because back in the day they will just dump it overboard with like different size tubes and things like that. Nowadays what they do is those tubes, instead of leading to just the ground, they lead to a fan that is literally blowing upwards. And so that means they can blow up all of that venting. Instead of sort of staying on the ground like a carpet, it goes up and then it floats away. And so that's why nowadays you may see the tank farm and you might think, wow, that's a lot more active than I saw when Pad 1 was going on and things like that. That's because the Pad 1 tank farm used to be, again, this sort of carpet on the ground sort of thing. It was more, how to say this, more lazy, if you will. The vents will just sort of stay there, rest on the ground, and the nitrogen will sort of hang around and everything. That was very iconic, very fun, and very enjoying. For example, when they did the first catch on Flight 5 and the booster came back, the boom of the sonic boom of that vehicle literally blew away all of that carpet of condensation that had remained on the pad after liftoff. It is nice, but it can become hazardous when you have a lot of nitrogen concentrations. It is true that nitrogen makes up 70% or something, 78, I think, of our air. But you don't want it to make up the 100% of our air, because then you don't have oxygen, and that is not great. And so that is one of the benefits, for example, of blowing these things with that upwards vent, and that's what the box fan vent is about.
By the way, you know what else is exciting? We are now under 1 hour to go until launch of Starship Flight 12. So far, SpaceX continuing to proceed with the countdown. At this point, we are now under an hour to go. The excitement is getting real. I mean, I'm starting to feel the hype. I don't know about you guys. Alex, you feeling the hype?
I am. We're really close now. We are just under 1 hour to go. It is one of those things where it's like we have not heard anything from SpaceX yet, so it does seem like we may be closer now to that start of the go no go pull sequence, which should hopefully be in now under 9 minutes.
Oh man, that is so cool. Under 9 minutes potentially from that. I'm guessing you're excited here too, Ryan. Also, I saw Scott Manley in chat pointing out, which by the way, hello, Scott.
Hello.
Pointing out that Scott's seeing Jared Isaacman's plane apparently inbound. So hopefully.
I don't know if they would say this publicly, but I wonder if they've waited for the special guest to arrive. I don't know. I do see. Yep, I see that now. I see an F5 on its way over the Gulf of Mexico, inbound from the northeast. So I will hang on. I've got a thing I can show you. Let me see if this works. Yeah, let's do it.
He
Do
got
it live.
so
Here we
happy
go.
saying that.
Yeah, I have a thing. Okay, I actually have a button for this, unlike the timeline earlier. Let's see if it. Are they still on there? Oh, he's not on just yet. It's a bit too. I need to zoom out. He's up there. He's up there. Okay, so if we wait a few minutes, I'll come back to you in a few minutes. Once again, bear with me, and fingers crossed he's closer to Brownsville Airport and we'll be able to put him on screen.
Oh man, that's when you know it's getting real here, when NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman also flying in. We talked about this a bunch. A reminder that Starship is part of the Artemis program. So as much as it's SpaceX's deal here, from SpaceX's launch site, SpaceX's range, all of that, this is the vehicle that will, if all goes well, land humans back on the moon for the first time since the 1970s. The Human Landing Services variant of Starship is set to be the lunar lander, and hopefully we will see a version of it ready to go for Artemis 3 next year, when they can do the rendezvous and docking tests with it in Earth orbit. And then, if all goes well, have it land on the moon a year later. Man, this is so cool. But yeah, the hype at this point, I think, is really starting to feel real. Sure, we've been pushing through the delays and everything, but man, seeing that tank farm going again. Alex, is there anything that we should be looking out for prior to that go-no-go poll?
Prior to it, maybe not, but I would expect once they give their go to see that tower vent coming back and do the final chill down before propellant load. There's like, again, I talked about this earlier in the stream. It sort of turns into a cape sort of behind the tower sort of thing. So yeah, that vent that you can see in this, there we go, in that view on my right, I guess, and then also here above, it might actually be here. There we go. I think this is it. I was talking about it. I think this might be the reactivation of it and turning stronger, which might be an indication that they're indeed going to go for propellant load. Of course, we're going to wait for the official confirmation, but that is a really good sign, because this is some of the last few things that we should expect.
It's almost like you know what you're talking about, Alex.
Yeah. I was actually pointing about this. I don't know the timings because it's a new pad, so that was the only thing that was a little bit off. I said maybe after the poll actually concludes, but this is before that T-minus 50-minute point, and it has already started. When that disappears, usually that means then that liquid oxygen load has begun on the ship. But there we can see it's growing. Yeah, I think that is the actual final vent of that tower before we go into propellant load. So that's a really good sign.
That's a great sign. And again, we should be about 5 minutes from that go-no-go poll for propellant load. And of course, while we see the kind of venting in the clouds coming from the tower there, you notice what's behind that rocket? That looks like pretty clear blue skies to me. I mean, the weather looks dramatically better from what we saw earlier this morning and throughout the day, and it's been clearing up as the day has been going on, and that is what we like to see, is beautiful weather. Of course, we're not the official SpaceX weather officers that they have there, but just from the Mark 1 eyeballs and just from the Mark 1 cameras that we have out there, the views look beautiful, and that's what we like to see, clear skies. So hopefully we get great views of the rocket all the way uphill. This is so exciting, folks. Again, I'm going to have to keep checking my heart rate. It's just going to keep going up the closer we get to all of this. Chat, what are your heart rates at yet? Is it starting to pick up yet, or is it just me? And there you go. You can see the base of, as we were talking about earlier, stage 0 there. There's a look up at some of that venting and the ship. Again, cycling through all of the different cameras that we have here. Those blue skies above, that is picture perfect launch weather. As someone who has seen launches in person, that looks pretty good.
I mean, when I woke up and I saw the weather radar and I saw the grim grey skies, I mean, our field, I'm not in the field. The field team were drenched. They were getting rained on. They were setting up cameras. I'm sure it was miserable for them, but I'm very happy that the weather has turned out in our favour for the launch window. Fingers crossed 53 minutes is when it will happen.
Exactly. Again, they had originally said going into today that the weather was 55% favorable. They have not given an updated official weather forecast percentage, but I think it's safe to say that it's a little higher than 55%. The only other issue, I guess, would have been upper level winds, but it doesn't seem to be an issue. And of course, they launch different weather balloons throughout the course of the day to keep an eye on those upper level winds. And it's not even so much about the speed of it. It's more of the change in direction at that point. If it shifts too dramatically from one direction to the other, that's when you get wind shear. And that's what causes issues with kind of getting rockets out of shape there. One thing maybe we'll see with these blue skies is some of the planes flying around. Of course, they have the keep out area so that planes don't fly into the path of it or around it, but you're seeing a new plane on the screen.
Hello, everyone. Look at this. Wrong side. Look at this. Ghost 11. That is an F5 registered under NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. So it looks like a VIP, if not more, are on their way to Starbase right now. Typically, when they fly in a group of aircraft flying in formation, only one of those aircraft will actually be communicating its position to the outside world. So there's a very good chance this aircraft is the first, kind of the head aircraft, and there's some trailing aircraft, maybe 2 or 3 additional F5s in trail as well. But they might go straight for Brownsville. I would be hesitant to say there'll be a fly past this close into the countdown. We're at T-minus 51 minutes. They're going to be loading props shortly. There's a big blast danger area. Maybe they'll fly past the production site, or they'll just head to Brownsville. Either way, Jared Isaacman's F5s are arriving in Starbase just in time for launch, suspiciously close to after when SpaceX delayed the launch. So I wonder if there'll be some questions as to whether that timing was intentional or not. But either way, Jared Isaacman's aircraft are on the scene.
Do we know what time that took off from approximately, or does it not say?
I would have to go back and look. I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Well, thank you for the skies update there. We looked at the cloud update, then we got the plane update. Back in the day, it used to be Kevin Michael Reed who would give the cloud updates. There are clouds or there are not clouds. I think there's still a command for it. We are about a minute away from that big decision point of hopefully giving the go for prop load. This isn't something that we're going to get to audibly hear, though, Alex, is it? And even in their launch control center, is this something that you would actually hear out loud, or is it kind of like Falcon 9 where a lot of it is done digitally?
This one, we know at least it is actually like a proper go, no-go poll sequence where the flight director goes to all operators or, propellant load operations, blah, 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 all the things, and then they go, go, all the things. And so it's a bit different than on Falcon 9 where, you don't hear anything from the countdown nets, which is a bit, a bit disappointing, but I guess that's going to be the future of Starship. Right now, it's just in test flights and whatnot, but I will guess that in the future, Starship operations will also transition into more automated systems. And we have now confirmation that the Starship team is go for propellant load from SpaceX on X, confirming that right now. And so, man, this is like, I'm now hyped for this. We're getting ready to go.
Oh man, even more hyped, I guess. I mean, we've already been pretty hyped at this point, but now the hype is even more real as we are go for prop load. Alex, you mind kind of walking us through what will happen during prop load when things happen? Because it does happen surprisingly quickly for a vehicle of this size.
Yeah, so once they start propellant load sequence, we'll see first that tower vent disappearing, and that'll be our clue that the ship main tank for liquid oxygen will start being loaded. So that should happen at T-minus 38 minutes and 53 seconds. About 4 minutes later, at T-minus 35 minutes, the booster liquid oxygen tank will start getting loaded. Then about 17 seconds later, at T-minus 34 minutes and 43 seconds, the booster fuel load will start. That is the methane tank there on the top. And then at T-minus 32 minutes and 59 seconds, so about 2 minutes or so after that previous step in the countdown, there will be the final tank to be start loading, which will be the ship main liquid methane tank, which will start that loading. Of course, later down in the countdown, we'll also have the loading of the methane and liquid oxygen tanks for the ship headers. But other than that, man, that's the greatest indication that we always get, that we are go to see this full stack getting frosty and ready to launch.
Hey, guess what? We're 48 minutes from launch. It has been about 7 months since we have seen a Starship launch, at least intentionally, off of a pad here in Starbase. It is getting real. We are under an hour away, under 50 minutes away. Prop load set to begin in just a little bit. It makes it more real when you hear it like that. 7 months we've been waiting for this. How many years have we been talking about, oh, pad 2 under construction. Oh, look, we're now seeing them start to do parts of the flame diverter, parts of the tower going up. No, it's up. It's operational. It's ready. They are about to start loading propellant into a Starship that is ready to launch from a brand new pad, a brand new variant that, if all goes well, the vehicle that you are seeing on your screen right now will be the future of Starship for the foreseeable future here with V3. I guess the question then is, when?
Here's ignition.
We have liftoff.
We have 33 healthy Raptor engines.
Restriction cut off.
And hot staging, look at that.
Wow. Fly, baby, fly. Let's go!
The booster is no go for a catch.
I'm very hyped. Are you hyped? I hope you're hyped in chat. Sawyer, are you hyped?
I am beyond hyped from that. You could tell I was hyped beforehand, but yeah, the hype is even more real now.
Alex? I have to be honest, I'm in a little bit of disbelief. We're 45 minutes away from the launch of Starship V3. If you told me this yesterday, after we had that not so wet dress rehearsal, I'd be honest, I probably wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. We're here now, 45 minutes away from launch. It's bonkers.
And to add to the commentary, joining us for this terminal count and through the rest of flight, we have Alice joining us for the rest of the stream. How you doing, Alice? Are you looking forward to Starship V3? Finally? Not hearing you at the moment. Maybe that's technical.
How about
there we
this?
go.
Can you hear me? That's a bit better. Sorry, I was so excited I'd muted myself. Little squeals. I was watching the stream earlier thinking I wasn't going to be able to make it on screen. I was honestly thinking it We don't want to say the S word, but I was thinking it wasn't going to go to plan. Things were delaying, but it's looking like we're actually going to see a launch. How exciting. Just less than 45 minutes away from seeing it go up. Ooh, I can definitely feel the excitement.
Absolutely. And we have VIPs arriving on site as well. We're going through the final minutes of the countdown. Now, this is when things start to get real as SpaceX is go for propellant load. Alex is, of course, going to be giving us the technical updates, going to be relaying anything, new information that we get from SpaceX. Fingers crossed that we get plenty of details. Sawyer, I don't know if there's anything in particular that you're most excited to see from SpaceX. Personally, we're all begging for HLS updates for that lunar lander.
I mean, yeah, that would be nice, and also kind of an update on Florida Starship, because of course the goal has been that Starbase becomes the testing ground for Starship, does all the proving and everything here, so that once it goes out to Florida, it's operational. We have one pad that is almost ready, two that are being built, so one at 39A, two over at 37, over on the Space Force side. I want to see that. I hopefully get an update on that. And of course, we need V3 to succeed here in Starbase, so then we could see it in Florida. So that is part of why today is so important. Plus, then once it's launching from Florida, that means we're going back to the moon with it.
Yes, that is the next step, the new step. Let's say Elon Musk may have, his attention may have drifted from Mars to the AI data centers and building them and launching them from the moon. Whether you agree with that or not, I think it means we're going to be seeing plenty more Starship flights in the not too distant future as we pass through T-minus 42 minutes and 30 seconds in the countdown. We are about 3 minutes away from liquid oxygen starting to be loaded onto the ship. Things are starting to get very real. Our camera's getting a little bit clouded. Fingers crossed the venting subsides when it comes to liftoff. I'm pretty sure it will.
I feel like that's a really good view, actually. It gives you that real feeling of being there, doesn't it? You are that close. What is it you guys are calling this? The danger zone area?
This is the danger. I don't know if it's the official name, but we have been calling it the danger lot ever since, the good old days of the suborbital hop tests. Danger Van was here. Danger Van lives. I don't think it has driven since 2023, but Danger Van still exists at our river lot. Danger Trailer is there right now, and I have to be honest, if I was in South Texas right now, I would be pretty happy to get a bit of cold vapor flowing over me to protect me and cool me down. I'm not sure about everybody else. Maybe not breathing in the liquid nitrogen. The oxygen is fine.
Yeah, it's pretty hot down there. They need to be cooling off.
Absolutely. Okay, as we continue counting down, now approaching T-minus 40 minutes, and Sawyer, like you said, this final section of the countdown, 40 minutes might sound like a long time, but it will be gone before we know it.
Absolutely. If you've ever been to a rocket launch, you know how fast this is like. But yeah, especially for a big launch like this, time flies. These 40 minutes will probably feel closer to 4 minutes, especially when you add in the fact of how propellant load is so much faster on Starship than it has even been before. The fact that we're talking just about 3 to 5 minutes longer for prop load on this massive vehicle than on a Falcon 9 is still something that I know we keep bringing it up if you've been watching for a while, because it's still so exciting for me how fast they load this up with both the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen, both in the booster and in the ship. To go from empty to super frosty in under 40 minutes is unbelievable.
I have a little update. Maybe not the news that we wanted to hear, but I was very specific when I said Jared Isaacman's aircraft, because unfortunately he has officially confirmed from the NASA admin account that he was not flying in those F5s. He's going to be watching today's flight from NASA headquarters, but nonetheless it's pretty cool to see the jets in the area, and fingers crossed, when we have a successful liftoff in 39 minutes and 30 seconds time, all going well, maybe we'll get a fly past when the tank farm is safed and that blast danger area is no longer in effect. So we can only hope, but it's pretty cool to see the jets in the area nonetheless. SpaceX confirming they remain on track for a liftoff in 39 minutes and 10 seconds from now. The weather is looking spectacular, and Alice, judging by the rain clouds and the storms this morning that our field team had to bear, which we were just discussing a few minutes ago, I mean, this weather has turned out pretty much perfect. I don't think we could have asked for much better than this today.
Absolutely not. I was over at a Starbase this time last year, and I can tell you that that's kind of normal to see the changes in the weather from that torrential rain in the morning to glorious clear skies in the afternoon. So I'm really grateful to see that it's cleared up for us today. You cannot see a cloud from this view, which is definitely a good sign for us.
We're also hearing from SpaceX that they have been tracking the upper level winds, which, you know, yours truly might have been talking about earlier in the stream, looking out for that wind shear. It's getting a little bit windy up into the, kind of 15-kilometer mark. The forecast was showing 85 knot winds, which is, it's a little windy. I personally wouldn't want to be there. Starship's a little bit bigger and a little bit more robust than I am, so fingers crossed that'll be fine. But of course, that is just a forecast. That was from yesterday when I had to make that graphic. So forecasts are just predictions, and they get more and more accurate as we get closer to the actual time that they are forecasting. So that is great news. Also hearing that there are no issues downrange in the Gulf, so there's no planes or boats getting in the way. Same can be said for the Indian Ocean, which is of course where Starship will, fingers crossed, be entering Earth's atmosphere and splashing down in 1 hour and 42 minutes from now. And that is great news because of course we want to see a launch today. We don't want anybody getting in the way. We don't want any wayward planes. We don't want any wayward boats. So we're now under that 38-minute mark. So Sawyer, we should be well into ship oxygen load at this point. I'm just looking to see if we can see any frost, but that frost line is going to be our best indicator of the kind of percentage load, isn't it, Sawyer?
Exactly, and it may take a little bit because, again, Starship is a very large vehicle that has a lot of propellant to load, so by the time it fills up to that level and gets super chilled, it does take a couple of minutes for us to actually start to see that. But again, the liquid oxygen super chilled there, so that does help make it obvious to see it, and that is starting with the ship, and then in a couple of minutes we should see the booster start loading its liquid oxygen as well, followed just a couple seconds after that by the booster starting that methane load. And again, the ship methane load starting at about 33 minutes before launch. So all of that fueling happening within a short 5-minute window there. So chat, we need you as well on Frost Watch. Keep an eye out. If you see frost, let us know. Sorry, mods in advance.
Yes. Let us know in chat. I wonder if there's another question we can ask chat. Maybe something along the lines of, well, I don't know, where are you watching from today? Maybe that's a question we could ask. I'm sure the moderators will appreciate us posing that question as well. They love it. They love it.
It's coming in. I can see them scrolling in now. I can see Argentina just popped up, Colorado Springs, Sweden. I mean, it's going guys so quickly. I can't keep up. Sorry, moderators.
Yeah, the amount of support we've been getting both in the normal chat and in the super chat queue, like I said earlier, there's over 200 store messages, which we will have to get through at some point. Maybe procrastinating them wasn't the best idea, but we'll hit them at some point. We'll hit them at some point, I promise.
And don't forget the people also watching in the multi-views. We have members multi-view and behind the scenes up and running as well. For any level of member support here at NSF, we talk about how many cameras we have. If you want to see all of them, we have them.
And we have just gotten an update. SpaceX confirms propellant load is underway on Starship. So, for the very first time, Starship version 3 is being loaded with propellant for flight. Alice, everything before now has been ground testing. They've been testing this. It feels like they've been testing this so much more than they have the previous versions of Starship. Does that give you confidence that we should see a successful flight today with the months, dare I say years of ground testing we've seen ahead of today's flight?
Absolutely. I feel like they took their time with this one, and probably for good reason. Nobody wanted to see anything happen that wasn't what they classed as success. Now, SpaceX's version of success is obviously different to what a lot of people have an idea of when they're talking about things. People will complain before that they didn't see things going the way they wanted it to. They think it's taking too long. I think they've taken their time with this one to make sure that they tick all the right boxes and make sure that this flight goes to plan as perfectly as possible. So yes, I'm very confident that we're seeing this now, 34 minutes out from launch time, and things are going exactly to plan for SpaceX, which is definitely a good signal for all of us.
I did it. I can't believe I did it. Jack is going to be so upset with me. I did it. We are tilting up the vehicle. We are tilting up the vehicle. And look at this vehicle. This is a brand new, completely redesigned, clean sheet design version 3 booster, with those different sized and reclocked chines for a different aerodynamic profile. You can also see some of the venting starting to drip down the side of the tower as well. Those brand new grid fins in that T formation. I keep saying it, I've tried to do this in Kerbal and failed spectacularly, so I hope SpaceX has better success than I do. The new hot stage interface, the extra tiles SpaceX seems to be testing on the leeward side of the flaps and the shiny side of the body itself, and then we get to the top. You know, Sawyer, the top of the Starship doesn't look that dissimilar to version 2. It's, you know, similar flap design and similar kind of external design. They've tweaked a few things, though, and the internals is completely different.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, the whole thing looks like it's exactly the same from the outside, but inside they've redesigned a lot of the plumbing, a lot of the positioning, where the flaps are pinned. There's a lot of little details. Of course, obviously the big one that we can see being on the outside there, the thermal protection system, those black tiles that you see that are used to help protect the stainless steel vehicle as it deals with the heating forces upon re-entry, and get those gorgeous plasma views again from the onboard cameras with views from Starlink. But that's the real test now. They've improved those flaps. Back in the day, we saw a bunch of burn through on those flaps. We saw them testing spots on the vehicle where they had tiles removed. As you can see, that is a pretty much almost entirely full heat shield for this one. I think there's maybe a tile or two missing total for testing, but the rest of it, they want this to be the final design. So it looks great.
I'm going to hand over to Alex very quickly because I think you may have give us a little insight on some of the favorite things you've heard so far from SpaceX.
Yeah, just like we're doing, they're basically overviewing all of the differences and everything, all of the upgrades. But yeah, we are just proceeding here with propellant load. We should be close to seeing, oh, well, there we go. There's the LOX frost on the liquid oxygen tank of the ship. There's, of course, about to appear, I think, also on the booster, probably. It's a bit iffy because I can see already some discoloration. But yeah, we're getting close now to all 4 tanks confirmed as frosty. So really, really, really exciting. I don't know. I have no words because we're like 31 minutes away. How many words do you want me to have? Because I'm excited. My heart rate is spiking up. It's going all the way through the roof. And my brain's just not working at this point in time.
Oh dear. Yeah. It's getting hyped. The adrenaline is flowing. We are getting closer to launch. We'll let you listen back in. Alex, do a shout if you hear anything interesting, but we are approaching the half-hour mark, 30 minutes until Starship is scheduled to launch. If you're just joining us and wondering why we're not in flight already, of course, Starship was scheduled to lift off originally with a window opening at 22:30 UTC, 17:30 local time. There's been a little bit of a slip into the window. SpaceX has pushed the T0 a couple of times, both by half an hour, so we're an hour later than we were expecting, but nonetheless SpaceX is going for it. As you can see, there is propellant flowing onto this vehicle as we speak, and Alice, we should be seeing frost appearing any second.
we're excited about the frost. I can see all of the different chats going on about the frost. Everybody is getting very, very excited to see it happening. We are at that point now where we are expecting to start to see it on the outside of the vehicle. So keep an eye out, guys. If you do see it, keep it going in the chat. Make sure we know. And I've got lots of people coming in saying frost, frost, frost.
It is there. Yep, you could see some of the vapors there at the bottom, right by that kind of chine area there on the booster.
And on the ship.
Yeah, both of them now with frost lines.
It's almost like a blink and you miss it with Starship version 3, because quite literally, if you blink, you will miss it rising. That is how fast the propellant line rises on this mission. I mean, it's just absolutely, I'm astounded every single time I see it. You are not watching a time lapse. You are watching a live feed in real time of propellant being loaded. Hundreds of gallons per second of propellant being loaded onto ship and booster right now. That blows my mind every single time to think about it. Every single time. So as we count through 29 minutes now, we are well and truly underway on oxygen load on the ship and the booster, as well as methane load starting on the ship and the booster. The next item on the checklist is going to be engine chill on the booster and ship. That's scheduled for 21 minutes and 30 seconds before liftoff. Sawyer, what is engine chill and why does SpaceX have to do it?
Yep, so engine chill is basically thermally conditioning those engines before you start loading anything super cold through them, because they've been sitting out in the Texas air. So it's more an ambient pressure at that point. Or ambient temperature, excuse me, at that point. So before you start loading like negative 300 degree Fahrenheit liquid oxygen and propellants, the liquid methane, into it, you want to slowly start chilling it down ahead of time. So start running some cold things through it so that it gets to temperature. So once you do start putting those super chill propellants running through it as you get ready to ignite it, it doesn't shock the engine. Because usually if something gets shocked thermally, it could crack, and cracking in engines is a very bad thing. Also, I'm hearing now that I'm craving hot dogs for some reason.
Yeah, I'm seeing some information come through. Fingers crossed, Alex will be able to give us a little bit of an update on that in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is.
So they confirmed what I said, that maybe they are V2 mini satellites that they have been extended and now reach the pest dispenser dimensions. Guess what? I told you they're crazy enough to do this sort of thing. They call it the Dodger dogs. I don't know why they come up with these things, but they tend to be like that. Look, we're seeing NASA flying ready to fly SLS with a Centaur. Why not just extend an already existing satellite bus to fit on the pest dispenser size, right?
If you want, I can explain the Dodger dog part. So basically, if you've ever been to a baseball game, they have hot dogs that they give out, and this is the one for the Dodgers out in Los Angeles there. So what they do is they have an extra long version of the hot dog that they sell. So it's not a normal hot dog size. It's not a normal stadium size hot dog. It's an extra long hot dog. So it sounds like that's kind of what they've done, is extra elongated these version 2s from a normal V2 Mini to an extended V2 Mini. So it's like extending a normal hot dog into a Dodger dog. I prefer the ones at Yankee Stadium, but that's just me.
As somebody who lives on the opposite side of the world from Los Angeles, and somebody who doesn't have that big of an interest in sporting events, you might be able to understand why I had no idea what they were talking about with that particular reference. But I mean, this is something SpaceX does all the time. We've seen it recently with their testing jig. They have this jig to test out the clamps on their new launchpad design. We saw it at Starbase. It recently rolled by our cameras at the Kennedy Space Center to test out LC-39A, and they named it IB proofing. I'm sure you can figure out what that word is meant to be. But yeah, SpaceX always coming up with the whimsical names for their hardware.
Can I just say,
Spencer and the things, right?
Yeah, they all come up with some good ones. I was going to say, as a Fenway Park fan, you know, Boston, big time. That's where my husband's from. We call them monster dogs. So you can tell that they're obviously LA Dodger fans, whoever it is that came up with that. Because if it was monster, we'd know exactly what they were talking about.
I mean, they are based in Hawthorne, California, right near LA.
Yeah,
so
let them off, I suppose.
Yeah.
Indeed. Okay, 25 minutes to go. The frost lines continuing to rise on ship and booster. We're looking here. If the vents don't block our view, that is, we're looking here at we were looking at the oxygen tank of the ship, seeing some venting. We've seen more intense venting today, that's certain. A little bit of dripping coming from the side of the launch tower there. Frosty pipes indeed, running all the way up to those supply lines on the ship. Quick disconnect, you can see there. Those pipes aren't painted white. That is frost because the pipes are that cold. Beautiful wide view as well. And yeah, you can see there on the booster, well and truly getting loaded from this perspective. From
It's
the
like a
danger
time
lot.
lapse.
It is. That's what I've been saying. It is a time lapse, but it's
in
not.
real
It's
time.
real time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is 38 minutes condensed into 38 minutes.
So you remember when we had 3 days packed in one day? 72 hours in 24 hours?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I mean, quite literally with Starship, I mean, the very first flight, it took them pretty much the better part of 90 minutes to load this thing, and now they've got it in under 40. I mean, that is the amount of ground infrastructure to pull something like that off. The vehicle itself is impressive enough, but the ground support equipment for this new generation of Starship is equally impressive, in my opinion, because this is not an easy thing to fuel in any way, shape or form. This is a big machine.
Well, they built a whole new pad for it, haven't they? So they know.
Yes. And a pad in a bit more of a modular design than we saw with Pad 1. Pad 1 was kind of a slap it together at the last second and we'll just make it work. Pad 2 seems to be a bit more methodical, a bit more thought out, a bit more duplicatability, if that's even a word, put into the design, because of course they are duplicating this very launch pad design at Launch Complex 39A in Florida. They are currently working on building out the foundations and the tower base for 2 launch pads at Space Launch Complex 37, a little bit further down the road in Florida. And of course, as SpaceX has hinted to on social media, there are many more launch pads to come down the line. They're interested in some property in Louisiana to launch over the Gulf from that state, bordering state of Texas. I say bordering state, it's not exactly directly next to Starbase, Texas, and also perhaps Vandenberg. I'm sure the US government will love some Starship Vandenberg flights. Beautiful blue skies though, Alice. I mean, I'm very happy with this weather.
It is. I've had a couple of people come up on the chat saying that we can see clouds. They're not real clouds though, are they? Let's be honest.
They're
Look
wispy.
how wispy they are. Exactly. That's not clouds. That's just a gathering of all the heat. That ship is not going to be deterred by a little bit of wispy clouds. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, Starship versus Thin Cloud. I think I know who will win.
Yeah, of course, the main concern with those thicker cumulus clouds is that those are ones that can create lightning. Those are ones that usually are storm associated. It's not so much the rain, it's that if it flies through it, the vehicle could actually create its own lightning. And lightning plus rockets with sensitive electronics is usually not a good thing. So that's why they watch for clouds. But yeah, those thin, wispy ones are definitely not a concern for any of those cloud rules they have.
Looking through the timeline, of course, we are approaching, or should have just gone through that T-minus 21 minute 30 second engine chill mark in the countdown. Sawyer, from now on, I mean, we're pretty much just going to be coasting out until the end of the countdown, right?
I mean, define coasting. Everything is going to be...
Our heart rates are going to be racing, but in terms of the vehicle, there's not really many more objectives apart from filling up the tank.
Pretty much. At this point, it's just let the prop load continue. They're loading the methane and oxygen, both in liquid form, into both the ship and the booster at this point. And that will continue until the booster is fully loaded with propellants with a little under 3 minutes to go, and the ship finished with its propellant load at about 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go until launch. So there's really not much in the timeline at that point. Of course, everything still has to go well. It was around this time when they were doing the wet dress rehearsal yesterday that they decided to stop the test. We don't know if it was intentional or not, but that was when they stopped it yesterday. And at least, even though we've delayed an hour into the window, it seems like at that point they mentioned it was because of those upper level winds at the time that was the concern. But right now, it seems like they're still tracking 20 minutes from right about now.
There you go, there you go. Bang on, Sawyer, bang on. Ever the professional. We are hearing from SpaceX as of, this isn't, of course, real time, but as of a few seconds ago, they are at 53.2% fully loaded, not fully loaded, goodness me, half loaded on the methane tank on the ship, 62.9% on the liquid oxygen tank of the ship, 39.7% loaded on methane on the booster, and 40.7% loaded oxygen on the booster. Of course, that brand new big giga transfer tube, the Falcon 9 size transfer tube in that super heavy booster, takes a little bit of time to fill up, which is why it takes a little bit longer for the methane frost line to appear on the methane tank proper of the booster. But you rest assured, they are loading methane. We just can't see it because it's hidden inside within the oxygen, the bounds of the oxygen tank. It's not actually in the oxygen tank, of course, it's a tube. They're separated. That would be a bad day. But yeah. Oh. We are 19 minutes away from launch as things stand. Alex, everything you're seeing so far sounding good?
Yeah, apart from a 6-7, other than that, good
Goodness
lord.
gracious.
Anyways, yeah, everything is continuing as planned. The rage is green, weather is good, the pad and vehicle is all good to go. Man, I just cannot believe SpaceX just did that. Anyways, we are under 19 minutes to go. Things are still progressing as usual. You can see there the tanks getting frosty. It's a really nice progress bar, if you will, because the larger that frost is, the more full that vehicle is, of course, and therefore you kind of know what sort of the percentage by eye, basically. You don't need any fancy screens or anything like that, but yeah. I'm sorry, mods. I'm still stunned by
Yeah,
that.
don't type those two numbers in chat, or else it will
It's been
it will
all
ban
over
you for
chat.
5 seconds at least. So
I hate to tell you, it's all there.
Good lord.
You said
In
it.
any case,
Go on.
I was just gonna say, we are still continuing here. Of course, we have passed now the time where the engine chill should have started. So, of course, that is one of the things as well that should be underway right now. 39 Raptor 3 engines being chilled down, being conditioned. Because rocket engines, they are very hot, but only on the end. What you introduce on those rocket engines is very cold. And so those pumps need to get primed. They need to get conditioned. And so that is exactly what they're doing right now with all of those 39 engines, the 6 on the ship and the 33 on the booster. Hopefully we get to see all of those fire today. Let's hope that we get a launch today.
Because, of course, Sawyer, one of the issues SpaceX has been working on with ground testing as they prepare for this flight is their deluge system at the pad. I mean, they confirmed that deluge issues hampered their static fire test campaign for the Super Heavy booster, its initial testing. What are you thinking? Do you think with the God knows how many tests they've done in the past couple of weeks that Gage got a bit drenched by, do you think they've been working through these issues to get it done and get it off the pad in 16 and a half minutes?
I mean, if you've seen the Test Like You Fly video, you can see where they mentioned some concerns with the deluge system. And ever since that, yeah, I think it's about 10 tests that they've done in the past week of the water deluge system. So we're talking about the ones that are underneath the launch mount, and there's also some that shoot out towards the top after the booster is on its way. They've done a lot of those tests. There have been millions of gallons of water that have been used for the testing when there was not even a vehicle on it. So at this point, if there is an issue with something with the deluge system, that's just luck laughing in SpaceX's face at that point. I feel like they've done everything that they can at this point to be able to test it and prepare it. And also, the first time that we have a real deluge system in here. Of course, there's the sort of detonation suppression system that they have, but instead of an upside-down shower head, which was their kind of makeshift fix after Flight 1 proved they do indeed need some form of water deluge, we now have an actual one built into the pad and the bi-directional flame diverter there. So I'm excited to see those actually work and to see what that looks like with the vehicle moving off of the pad too.
And you can see that looking on from our highway site adjacent to Highway 4. These camera views are brought to you by you. The only reason that we can do this is because of the support that you guys so generously offer us, both in the super chats, in the store where the patch is, and there's less of a quarter of those remaining, just saying, just nudging that one in there subtly. To everyone just hanging out in chat. I mean, there are so many of you in chat right now. I can see you scrolling by, whizzing by ridiculously fast on my screen. Thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out, because we are space nerds just like you, and the only reason we can bring you this coverage is because you guys tune in, you guys show up and give us somebody to talk to. We'd be watching this launch whether you were here or not. We'd be talking to ourselves. It'd be a little bit weird, but we're very grateful that you are with us for a launch. Fingers crossed in 14 minutes and 20 seconds time. And the heart rate continues to rise, Alice. I don't know if you have a smartwatch, but I've been getting a few heart rate notifications myself.
No, I don't, because I'm an old person, and I don't like the fact that it nudges me and tells me to move around when I've been too static
So
for too
rude.
long. It is so rude. So no, I stopped wearing one. But yeah, I can definitely feel my heart rate getting very excited the closer we get. We're going to be seeing a big launch, and how exciting to finally see this version actually on the launch pad and being able to take off. Woohoo!
And we can see the huge venting ongoing from the tank farm. So of course, this is absolutely expected, but this new tank farm design for this brand new launch pad, I mean, these vents almost go as high as Starship itself. If the wind conditions were right, these things would go hundreds of meters into the air.
Yeah, we see a lot of those kind of box fans and things that blow it upward and away here. As mentioned, this is expected. This is just kind of vapors coming off it. It's not like it's anything super harmful or super crazy like that. No, it's just the venting going off there. So it is totally normal. But yeah, to see that exhaust going about as high as the vehicle itself. Again, we're talking the world's largest rocket ever built, beating the previous record holder of Starship, which beat the previous record holder of Starship. I mean, that is quite massive. Yes, Starship V3, the largest vehicle ever that will be launched behind V2 and V1.
You know the meme of President Obama awarding himself the Presidential Medal of Freedom, like recursion, on and on and on? That's what SpaceX is doing with Starship. You know, V1 handed the baton to V2, V2 has handed the baton to V3. Not just yet, but fingers crossed in 12.5 minutes it will become the largest vehicle to ever fly. Right now it's the largest vehicle ever built, is about to become, fingers crossed, the largest vehicle to ever fly. 12 minutes, 20 seconds to go now. Things are getting real.
I like the sound of that. I don't know if you like the sound. Chat, if you like the sound of it, why don't you hit the like button too? It's a way of helping support us and get more people to come to the launch before launch happens. Quick, the more likes we get, the more people will hopefully get to see this. And then in 12 minutes, we'll have all the people getting to watch this launch.
Yes, 100%. We want to share this with as many people as possible. I'm sure you will want to do that as well. Okay, deep breath, continuing to count down towards Starship Flight 12. Still have to pinch myself when I say that. Well, I have to say, I'm go for launch. I hope everybody on commentary is go for launch right now. Chat, I want to know, are you go for launch? Are you go for launch? Do you want to see Starship fly in 11 minutes time? Silly question. I think I know the answer.
Thank you. Chat is now going crazy. Go, 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 go. It's kind of gone crazy.
11:11. Let's go.
Okay, 11 minutes left in the countdown.
Let's light this candle. That's my favorite one that's coming in.
Oh,
I mean,
awesome.
it's a little bit larger than a candle, let's be honest.
Yes, just a tiny smidge.
Yeah, compared to Alan Shepard's candle, I believe he was the one who originally said that. Yeah. That's so tiny in comparison. I don't even think that reaches the top of the of stage 0 there, of the top of the launch mount.
Pat. Oh, I nearly did it again. Tilting down the vehicle once again as we see Starship getting even more frosty. Methane and oxygen well and truly almost fully loaded at this point, but reminder, they have about 8 more minutes of prop load to go for that load. Let's look at the booster. That's the methane tank, almost at the level of the grid fins now. Those brand new recessed grid fins. They're the control, the motors for those grid fins actually inside the methane tank. Of course, there's a bit of protection, but before they were above it. And let's look at the oxygen tank now at the height of the tallest chines for the vehicle. Ultra wide view looking on from the dunes. This is going to be a beautiful view of liftoff. As you can see there, it's a little bit cropped in. That's not the lens. I believe that's actually some protective covering to make sure it survives the launch. We want our cameras to survive. We appreciate the camera replacement funds coming in, but we want the cameras to survive first and foremost. Yeah, this is going to be absolutely spectacular to see the first ever launch from Pad 2, the brand new Starship launch pad design. Alice, this thing is just solid.
It is.
May I
It's
interject
huge.
for a
lads,
second?
do.
I've got breaking news. SpaceX has announced that Chun Wang, the commander of Fram 2, is doing the first Starship interplanetary human spaceflight mission. So he has booked a flight on Starship to do a flyby of Mars. So they're gonna go on a mission all the way to Mars, flyby, and then come back. It is also supposed to do, I believe, prior to that, a long duration mission to the lunar surface. To a flyby of the moon. Correcting myself here. It's going to be a week-long circular flyby mission that will help advance Starship systems for deep space long duration missions, basically ahead of these flights. He will join Dennis and Akiko Tito. If you remember, we had them here on a Safe in Fact a couple of years ago when they announced planned Starship commercial lunar flyby around the moon with Starship. Don't know yet what sort of the timeline for that, but that'll be sort of ahead of that Mars flyby mission. So it's going to be rather interesting because he really liked that trip on Dragon, and I guess he now wants to see Mars.
I mean,
I've always been interested in that. I'm sorry to jump in there, Ryan. One of my things that I remember when I first joined space, good 10 years ago now, someone was telling me that we're not going to Mars anytime soon because no one's figured out the laundry situation. So I wonder what SpaceX is going to do about that.
I'm sure they'll be able to power a washing machine on Starship. Fingers crossed. But we heard that from Tune himself. He was on NSF. I had the absolute honor of interviewing him. What would that be, like May of 2024? Oh my goodness, was that 2 years ago? Was that 2 years ago? Time flies when you're having fun. But yeah, Alex, just to clarify, is that a separate moon mission before the Mars mission, or is that a combined moon and Mars mission?
Yeah, that's the one with Dennis Tito.
Mm-hmm.
The one that we sort of talked about a few years ago, where they announced that they were going to be doing a circular lunar flight as well on Starship. So he's going to join them on that flight, and so he's going to probably pay a little bit as well to SpaceX for that sort of flight. But he also booked an entire flight to Mars. Flyby mission, it's not going to be a landing. It's probably too early to think about landings. But yeah. That is really cool. I guess you can call it Dear Mars.
I was going to say Fram 3, but you can't really call it Fram 3 unless it goes over Mars's poles, right? Come on, I thought that was funny.
That's not bad.
Again, they can land on Mars. It's getting off is the problem.
Yes. Okay. We are now 6.5 minutes away from launch. Like I said, that 60 minutes flies by. I mean, blink and, I thought it was 50 minutes until launch 2 minutes ago. So we are approaching game time very, very rapidly here. The spicy end, the flamey end, very much so, of the countdown. Alex, just for one last kind of roundup from you, what have you been hearing from SpaceX as we approach 6 minutes to launch?
Not anything else new. Things are continuing to progress, as we can see here. The tanks are getting very close to full. Once they get to the final point, the final 3 minutes of the countdown, they basically, at T-minus 3 minutes or so, that's when they wrap up excuse me, booster load. I'm still mixing up with Falcon 9. Excuse me.
Don't worry.
So yeah, T-minus 3 minutes. That will be booster propellant load complete, and then T-minus 2 minutes ship propellant load complete. It's a rough estimate, basically, based on the timeline. But the final few minutes is the ones that are really, really, they fly by, basically. So we are less than 5.5 minutes to go. I'll keep an ear into whether we are going to have a hold at 40 seconds or not, because sometimes they do take that hold, but we hope that is not the case. So it's always important to keep an ear on those updates. So I'll be doing that in just a minute.
Thank you very much, Alex, listening in to what SpaceX has to say. Of course, they are, for now, a private company. They don't have to disclose anything with the world, but we are very grateful that they decide to do so through the form of their X posts and their live updates that they provide to us. So that's very, very grateful indeed, as we now cross under 5 minutes, not tracking any issues at all. And that is news that we want to hear. The range is green. There's nobody there that shouldn't be. The weather is looking good. I'd say the weather is green, but from this camera angle, it's blue. And we are not hearing of any infringements on the re-entry side of the equation. Of course, Starship, all going well, will be splashing down in the Indian Ocean in 1 hour and 9 minutes from now. Sawyer, are you getting excited?
I mean, how could you not be at this point, right? We're finally under 5 minutes away from hopefully seeing this launch. We're hearing that as of right now, they're not tracking any issues, not tracking any technical issues. The weather has been looking fantastic. We are almost at 100% fully fueled on this vehicle. How could you not get excited for this?
Yeah,
look, there's 125,000 people also watching this right now who are just as equally excited as I'm sure all of us are.
Yes, I mean, there's a reason there's so many people hanging out with us right now, and that's because we all want to see Starship V3 take to the skies for the very first time. 3.5 minutes to go in the countdown now. Alex, are you hearing anything from SpaceX?
Everything's still tracking good. It seems like they might not take the T-minus 40-second hold. There's at least one item that might hold them up, according to Dan Hewitt, but it's very brief. It's like a few extra seconds of holding up. They've seen this behavior during their static fire test campaign. And so that is one of the things that might occur, but it only might be by a few extra seconds. So if it does stop that clock, don't panic, because it could restart again a few seconds later and come back. And then we've seen this, in fact, on the 33 engine static fire test, the final one of Booster 19, where we got a bit spooked by a sort of like perhaps a hold or something like that, and then it came back. So hopefully we don't go through that, but if it happens, we're already warned. So thank you.
And Sawyer, because of the way that the some of the feeds are delayed, the first indication we get that they will be going for launch is going to be that detonation suppression system, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. So it starts with the detonation suppression system. That's at about 25 seconds before launch. Then the flame diverter activation happens at about 17 seconds before launch. Then we should start to see the flooding happening with water on the trench for about 12 seconds. The top deck deluge will start about 6 seconds before we see Starship move off the pad. And at this point, we should be getting towards propellant road wrapping up in a fully fueled Starship.
You can hear the microphones are starting to go live. That's because we are getting ready to receive the roar of 33 Raptor 3 engines installed on Booster 19. Ship 39 is stacked atop. They're getting fully fueled with propellant. I believe that prop load should be well and truly complete by now, as we are 90 seconds away from launch if they decide to not take that 40-second hold. We will find out momentarily what the decision is, but we are now approaching the very, very exciting end of the countdown as we approach the start of the launch mount depress at T-minus 40 seconds.
There you go, you can hear them counting down. I've just saw in the chat that a woman called Crystal Rowan is saying she's about to take off from DFW heading to Atlanta, and she's wondering if she's going to be able to see it as she takes off. That'd be quite impressive to see from the Dallas area, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that one. but we are T-minus 50 seconds at this point. Let's stand by and see if they are committing to launch or if they will take that 40-second hold. Again, there's a slight delay. We might not hear it immediately.
There is that little hold in the countdown at T-minus 40 seconds.
Copy.
That's expected. It's not unusual. It's not that something's totally wrong. This is their hold point to verify that everything is in place and everything is set for them to launch. So this is not a bad thing, and they can hold if they need to for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are making sure that absolutely everything is good to go. They don't want to be launching.
In fact, be about to clear it again.
Fingers crossed they can clear it quickly. Let's wait for the information. But of course, they don't want to launch with any open items.
Counting
and we
down
are
again.
counting. Here we go. Let's get ready for launch,
pressed
everybody.
And clock rolling. Oh, it stopped again? What is this? And yeah, okay, so it recycled back to T-minus 40 seconds.
Are we counting though, or are we still holding?
We're still holding, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it rolled and then counting down roughly T-minus 32 seconds, and then it sort of, yeah, they're still looking at the pressures on the ship quick disconnect.
Okay, well, something I'm sure they will be able to resolve, so do not go anywhere. They are holding right now.
Yeah, it sounds like pressure's on that. Of course, our blood pressure also needs managing.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, T-minus 40 seconds is when they do what is called a vent down. Oh, I see the clock now running again, and I hear the depress vent again.
Here we go.
Wonderful news.
Going on again.
Okay, let's prepare for launch, everybody. Expect the flame
they have
diverter
given the go for launch.
That's good news. There's the detonation suppression system. Let's look forward to the top deck deluge going off. We should be seeing the trench deluge. Here it comes. Any moment now.
I'm not sure what to report right now because their clock is stopped, but we're seeing detonation suppression system. It seems like it's now dying down.
We should have seen the deluge go off by now.
Okay, so the hold is...
Yeah, it looks like we're back in a hold.
Yeah.
Not launching just yet. Back at T-minus 40 seconds and holding.
Yeah, they're looking at the temperatures, of course, of the propellants, because if they hold for too long, they warm up and they will be no-go in that case. But the flight director did give that go, and right after he gave that go, then the clock stopped. That was a bit ironic. Might have been probably an automatic sort of thing, if I were to guess.
Go on, sorry.
That doesn't mean they're done for the day, because they can still hold.
Exactly.
For V2, it was, what, about 10 or 15 minutes at least? We don't know what it is for V3 yet.
I suppose we're about to find out how long they can hold for. But this isn't like Falcon where they cannot hold. They have this hold capability. The launch is still on for today. The launch is still on until it isn't. And as what SpaceX is telling us right now is that it is definitely still on. We are at T-minus 40 seconds and holding as we prepare for launch.
The flame diverter tripped a hold. It was an automatic abort on the flame diverter.
That flame diverter has been
done.
Yes, that flame diverter, Sawyer, has been the sticky part of so many pre-launch testing. So much of that pre-launch testing we've seen.
Yeah, they've been
and
testing
the clock
it.
is running again. Depress vent ongoing.
There we go.
Okay, let's stand by.
Again.
Let's see that detonation suppression system starting up.
And once again, it tripped another abort.
Hold.
And we are holding again.
They're holding again. The clock has stopped.
Yeah.
My goodness, my heart.
The detonation suppression system is still running. I hope they have plenty of water in the DSS tanks.
Is DSS water, or is that water mixed with nitrogen? What exactly, for people who don't know, is the DSS, Alex? Sorry, Alex, I guess is listening into the update, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's getting to the point where it's a little bit funny.
Don't laugh and don't say the S words. All those people that are on the
yeah.
chat need to be banned for saying that.
Nope, they're still trying. It's just a hold. And again, like you mentioned, this isn't Falcon 9. They can hold, and they are holding. So they still are. They're going to try this. It seems like until they light those engines, they're going to keep trying here.
100%. We are still standing by for SpaceX's next move.
A few more minutes that they can hold in this point until the propellant temperatures are off limits, basically.
Okay.
About 3 minutes left in the hold time.
Fingers crossed they can resolve the problem. Sounding like it's a problem with the flame diverter. That is, of course, that big water deluge system underneath the launch mount in the flame trench that is designed to protect the ground infrastructure from the roar of 33 Raptor 3 engines firing at full thrust. And then most recently, we had an SQD, that's the Ship Quick Disconnect Arm, triggered the abort automatically. So the SpaceX personnel, the launch director, said they were go for launch, but then of course the vehicle takes control of the countdown. So if the vehicle sees something, it's a computer. It's just going to go ting and clip it off straight away. Because it's a computer, it can do that instantly.
And T-minus 40 seconds is a very critical point for them because both the launch mount and the Ship Quick Disconnect arm, they both depress. They do a depress. I called it out because I heard it. Like, you can hear that depress vent that goes on when that step happens in that countdown sequence. So it's very easy to actually find out when the clock has resumed because that depress vent happens and you can hear it.
I shouldn't be laughing, but some of the comments in the chat are really keeping me entertained here. A very British one here came in. Computer says no. And if anybody ever watched A Little Britain at some point, you'll understand that comment.
Hey, we got to take it lightly, right? This is a test flight, so these things happen. It's the first time flying from this pad. You got to understand them. And computers sometimes are finicky.
Yeah, well, they also have to figure out. They also have to figure out, is it a computer that's tripping it, or is it an actual system problem? Because we've seen that before where there's a bad sensor or something with the launch, and they override the sensor because they realize it's bad data versus a bad system. We don't know which it is.
Exactly.
It's always better to check, double check, triple check, particularly when you're sending a vehicle this size up for launch. You know, this isn't a cheap thing to do, is it? Let's be honest.
No. Engine cam!
On the
this
ship.
is inside the ship aft section. We can see 3. We could see 3 Raptor vacuums and 3 Raptor sea levels. Of course, that aft end, just like the rest of the ship and the rest of the booster and the rest of the launch pad, has been completely redesigned. That is a brand new design, completely different from version 2. As I've been saying, the only things that really carried across from the previous generation of Starship is the name, the stainless steel, and the number of engines on each stage. Everything else is completely redesigned. Clean sheet design, brand new. And that might explain why SpaceX is being extra cautious to make sure they can get this thing off the ground in as safe a manner as possible, as SpaceX continues to hold at T-minus 40 seconds.
Yeah. They don't want another repeat of Flight 1, basically.
I don't think our van does either.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have Danger Trailer now instead of Danger Van. And this is the view, by the way, from that previous camera. That was about 1,000 feet away from the rocket.
We will continue standing by. For the time being, this is not being called off. We're just holding. We're just waiting. It's, it gets the heart racing, but this could still be on for today. We just have to wait and see what SpaceX says officially. But we have been in this hold for a little while now. But we will continue waiting for whatever SpaceX has to say as we continue holding at T-minus 40 seconds. You can see there looking on at this brand new launch pad flanked by twin booster quick disconnects, 1 for methane, 1 for oxygen. And you can already see some of the ice starting to melt off. That's how long Starship has been sitting here for a little whiles from the booster.
Trying to find some margin in the hold, trying to see, because obviously the more that they hold, the more warmer these propellants get. And of course, they need to... Oh, clock is running again. I hear the depress vent.
The clock is running. Here we go. Let's count down to launch, everybody. We're pushing on for launch.
It held again.
It held again.
Once again, the DSS lit up. Not lit up, but activated. Once again, the clock paused.
Hey, there
Oh
it
my
goes again.
goodness.
There's the DSS again, just teasing us.
I mean, they're getting these DSS tests in at a great cadence this afternoon.
They're getting so much data from this.
Yes,
That they should have
absolutely.
gotten
That's
from the
great.
10 other tests this week.
Oh gosh, guys, it's not looking good, is it? We're staying positive though. They're saying hold. Let's see what happens.
Yep. Of course, yesterday, we believe SpaceX did attempt a wet dress rehearsal of the stack. They only got about, halfway through propellant load before that seemingly was aborted. No information on that from SpaceX whatsoever. That's just, based on looking on with our cameras. I don't believe SpaceX has actually ever acknowledged that test
All right.
happening.
So it's official. SpaceX is standing down from today's launch attempt for Starship Flight 12.
And that is not at all surprising. This is a test flight. They want to make sure everything is healthy and happy to go ahead with a launch. And of course, today, unfortunately, the odds were not in SpaceX's favor.
Hey, never tell me the odds. Oh, wait, wrong launch provider.
That was quick, Sawyer.
Thank you.
As you can hear at the Rocket Ranch outpost, there's a little bit of murmurings going on as to what the forward plan will be. Alex, are you hearing anything of a forward plan? Or are we just waiting to see what SpaceX officially confirms at a later date?
Yeah, so literally talking that potentially they could attempt a launch tomorrow. They have the ability to do a 24-hour turnaround, so they're going to give it another try potentially as early as tomorrow. So that will be the update there. So of course, confirm that today's launch has been scrubbed. Today's launch attempt is no longer a launch attempt. They're going to be trying and see if they can recycle for tomorrow's attempt. Same window, 5:30 p.m. Central, running all the way to 7 p.m. Central.
And there you go, looking on, plenty of venting happening now. And of course, Sawyer, they will be wanting to get into their detanking operations as soon as they can because, well, first of all, they might want to pick up some scrub merch from shop.nasaspaceflight.com because, of course, I watched the entire Starship stream. I've been on the Starship stream. I produced a part of the Starship stream, and all I got was a Starship scrub. I don't think that's very fair. If you don't think it's fair, you can pick yourself up a shirt, a Starship scrub shirt at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and this is in the NSF secret shop. This is only available when Starship scrubs, and it's only available for 7 hours. You only have 7 hours to pick up this very nice design if you want it, if you want to complete the scrub collection. It's been a few months since we've had a Starship scrub because it's been a few months since we've had a Starship launch, so if you want to make sure you have this to add to your collection, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. The secret shop is open for the next 7 hours. There you go. I watched the whole stream and all I got was a Starship scrub. Well, Sawyer, after SpaceX has bought that from shop.nasaspaceflight.com, they're going to want to move into detanking operations very swiftly because, of course, as Starship sits out at the pad, it's still, it's a risk. There's a blast danger area for a reason.
Exactly, yeah. And of course, as we go, you'll see a lot of venting and things from the tower, from the ship, and from the booster. That is expected, again, as the tanks go down. Of course, you're still going to need to even out the pressure inside of them, so don't be surprised if you see and hear all of that venting. They do have reclaimers, so they try and reclaim some of it, or as much of it as they can. Of course, that's not going to be all of it, so that means that we are going to need a whole bunch of more tankers to come in and refill that tank farm, and I'm being told that tanker trucks are already waiting to go at some of the roadblocks.
There have been queues upon queues upon queues of tanker trucks waiting to go into Starbase. I mean, literally last night, all through the night, they've been loading so much propellant into this tank farm because, the vehicle is a big vehicle. It sucks up a lot of propellant, needs a lot of propellant. So not surprising to see them queuing up already. I'm pretty sure SpaceX has, a continuous backlog of tankers infinitely waiting to make their way into Starbase. Okay, well, we are going to be staying live until the road opens, boys and girls, so do not go anywhere because just because Starship isn't going anywhere today doesn't mean we're not going anywhere. We're sticking around. We're going to watch the rest of these operations because we still think, of course, launch is the most exciting outcome, but this is also pretty exciting to watch.
I love the fact that the chat is blaming Nicki Minaj. Do you want to explain to people what that's about?
What?
I mean, she was on the launch broadcast, I believe. SpaceX was talking with her and sharing that, so apparently chat's blaming that. And I mean, I guess that gives people time to go get yourself a Dodger dog if you really want a hot dog.
Or a monster dog, if you happen to be up on the northeast coast.
No, because I'm a Yankees fan. Actually, I'm going to a baseball game on Saturday, so hopefully we get the actual ones deployed from Starship before I go eat one in person.
Where are you going to watch that? Over in Florida?
Yeah, in Miami, the Marlins game. But
Nice.
anyway, yeah, hopefully there will be a Starship off the pad by that point and a booster and a vehicle in the Gulf and Indian Ocean. But alas, not today at least. But yeah, again, that scrub merch, very limited edition, only a couple hours left. How many scrubs have there been in the Starship program? What is it, like 3 ever on a launch? 2 or 3? It's not a lot.
No.
This one had to be one of those.
Yes.
Of course.
We should have known yesterday, shouldn't we? Well, it wasn't looking positive yesterday, was it? And then we got all excited when they carried on. Should have
There were
known.
like 3 Starship flights in a row where we didn't even get a T-minus 40-second hold. Like they just flew through that gate in their countdown. And I was like, how in the world are they doing this? And then the next flight we got like on board at 40 seconds, and I was like, okay, that was about to happen. Like it was bound to happen. With all of the good luck we had until then, it had to happen at some point. But yeah, we got a scrub on flight 1 because it was supposed to happen on April 17th, then it launched April 20th. Of course it did. And then I think the next time we got a scrub was flight 7 might have been, and then another one on flight 8. I don't remember one on 9, 10, or 11. I know we got holds, if I'm not mistaken, but then they resumed the count and were able to launch in the same day. But yeah, this will be, I guess, the 4th scrub in the whole of the Starship program, or at least for full stack operations. We got also many holds in the SN era. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's maybe better not spoken about. I don't know. Oh dear.
I'm just seeing in the chat from Ryan Webber that there is a detanking in progress, just so everyone's aware. They've already started, which we knew.
That's what that venting is for. So, of course, they want to safe this vehicle as swiftly and as safely as possible. It's in the name, safe. They want to make sure that Starship is not a risk for as long as it has to be a risk for, if that makes sense. Because, of course, there is an entire village of people and production site just, a couple miles down the road, which is in the blast danger area, and that causes a lot of disruption. So the sooner they can reopen that area, the better for everybody who lives there and works in Starbase.
It's really cool. You can actually drive all the way up to a lot of it. It amazes me how open the whole area is around there.
Absolutely. Highway 4 is a public highway. Boca Chica Beach is a publicly accessible beach. You can, state law requires that. You have to go all the way, allow access all the way up and down the beach to the general public, says the people in charge in Texas. So SpaceX, of course. Oh my goodness. So many Cybertrucks. But there you go. That is one of the current roadblocks on Highway 4. And that is the final hard roadblock. So if you do not work for SpaceX and you are not helping with today's launch at SpaceX, you cannot go any further than this. This is the limit for the general public, such as our NSF team watching on from the field and the people watching on from our friends over at the Rocket Ranch outpost. And plenty of vehicles making their way home at this point. Because, of course, if you're just joining us, if the big scrub in the top left wasn't obvious and the big scrubbed in the bottom wasn't obvious, SpaceX isn't launching today, unfortunately, of Starship Flight 12. Technically they have already launched today. They launched a Starlink launch out of Florida a little bit earlier, but no Starship launch today, unfortunately. Alex, would you mind just giving us a little bit of a explanation of the reasons why SpaceX had to go through so much hold torture during the countdown?
Yeah, they had multiple aborts. Most of them seem to have been, or if not all of them, seem to have been automatic. Well, the first one might have been actually manual. So they have manual aborts and manual and automatic aborts. It's sort of like cars, I guess. Although there's not a stick. And so you've got the manual aborts usually happen before, those are more normal, before they actually go through the T-minus 40-second mark. It's not that they cannot happen afterwards, but they are more common, let's put it that way. And the reasoning is very simple, because before T-minus 40 seconds, why would you go through that if you know you can just stop because you need your own time, right? Like that's the sort of manual reasoning, if you will, here. The first one seemed to have been because they needed a bit more time with further checks, but that was cleared quickly. Then they activated, so they went through, they went to depress the QD arm, the launch mount. They activated the detonation suppression system, and then it was an abort tripped by the deluge diverter. So basically the bifurcated or bidirectional flame diverter underneath the rocket. And after that, it was the arm, the ship quick disconnect arm. I cannot recall right now how many holds. I think it was like 6 holds or so. One of them was manual. The rest seemed to have been automatic. Basically, as the countdown clock sort of continues and things start getting active and all that, the computers say, well, nope. And so they stop the count and you don't go that day. And so that's what happened today. They have a hold opportunity, but it cannot last forever, right? We talked about those propellant temperatures. The propellant warms up, it loses its density, as we were mentioning. It's no longer subcooled, it gets to boiling temperatures, and that's what they want to prevent and avoid. And if you keep holding, it eventually goes beyond your limits for the performance of the rocket. So Dan Hewitt from SpaceX was talking about that, about engineers looking at simulations of flying, like computer simulations of flying with different propellant levels and propellant temperatures and things like that. And I guess we have now an update from Elon saying that the hydraulic pin holding the tower arm in place did not retract. Yeah, so this is another thing that also happens at T-minus 40 seconds. When they do that depress on the quick disconnect arm, they also unlatch the tower arm, the ship quick disconnect arm, from the tower in order to be able for it to retract. It's sort of, there's like an actual hydraulic system that is in place there, and that helps be able to retract. And if it's just still stuck on the tower, it of course will not retract at liftoff. So he says that if that can be fixed tonight, then there will be another launch attempt tomorrow, just like they said on the SpaceX coverage. And so that is one of the things that they're going to be looking at overnight. That'll be obviously something that we're going to be seeing on Starbase Live.
I think our field team might be a little bit sad they didn't get to track the launch today, because they're tracking the Gigabay instead.
They're tracking all the boats coming back in as well in the bay. Can you see all the activity they're watching?
Yeah.
Hey, on the other hand, we got a wet dress rehearsal, if you will, of our systems. We got all the way through stakeout, we got all the way through launch coverage, and well, we just need for this rocket to go through the last few seconds of that count this time around, and hopefully this time around actually get to launch, right?
I mean, I sure hope so. Sawyer,
yeah.
Are you looking forward to a launch? I want to see it. It's a dumb question, really. Of course, you're looking forward to a launch, but yeah, I mean, better be on the ground wishing you're in the air, or in the air wishing you're on the ground, as we say.
Yeah, no, I'm not looking forward to it. Of course, yeah, no. But yes, true. Always better be on the ground wishing you were in the air than in the air wishing you were on the ground. But regardless, it would be nice to actually get this thing.
Looks like we might have a little bit of an audio glitch. We will get that sorted out momentarily. Maybe a scrub of the launch and a scrub of Sawyer's mic pack. We'll just find out how these things work out.
Sawyer, you're muted. GIF.
Let's see. We got you now, Sawyer?
I don't know. Can you hear me clearer now?
It's still
a little bit distant.
Still a little bit far away. So I don't know. Maybe the microphone flipped around or something. We'll give you a minute to get that sorted out.
I see in Elon's post that he put on X that they've confirmed that there'll be another launch attempt tomorrow at 5:30 Central, which is good to see. I mean, we knew there was a possibility, but having that confirmed is always good.
There's one of the things as well that, it's pending them fixing that issue. I'm guessing that they are confident that they can do that fix overnight, and then come back again tomorrow and do all of the same thing again, and this time fly. So that is one of those things that we will have to see and keep an eye on. We'll have our cameras, of course, pointed at those areas and trying to see them fixing all of the different things. In this case, again, it's the hydraulic pin connecting the QD arm to the tower. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's sort of pending that. If they can fix it, then we're definitely 100% on for tomorrow. But yeah, tomorrow will be the earliest opportunity in that case. The problem will be if they were not able to solve this overnight, then we're talking about a much more different window here, potentially going to Tuesday because of the Memorial Day weekend. But so yeah, let's hope that it is indeed resolved tonight.
And we could just see there for a moment the Rocket Ranch bus headed back to Rocket Ranch proper, which is of course where, that's where everyone parks up and then gets on the bus out to the Rocket Ranch outpost, which is where everybody watches ahead of launch. We're now tracking some of the vessels that went out into the Gulf outside of the exclusion zone to watch this launch from the water. It's a pretty good vantage point because there aren't any trees in the way, which, is kind of useful if you want to look over to the launch pad. You can see some more vessels moving in the channel here as well across the water.
I've got a theory that this was all just a big hype for their first interplanetary human spaceflight mission announcement that we got halfway through all of this.
I mean, conspiracy theories maybe, but SpaceX has got plenty of good news coming up, and they, as we saw yesterday, they want to go public very shortly. And be traded on the NASDAQ, so that's something that's going to happen. Again, I said it, our field team's bored, they're tracking birds now. Is Gage behind this camera by any chance? But yeah, Alex, there's a lot of exciting things coming up in SpaceX's future, and I have to say, I am very, very surprised, pleasantly surprised, but also not surprised at the same time, that Chun Wang is going to be flying around Mars on a 2-year mission. I mean, quite the definition of digital nomad.
Indeed, he wants to do that flyby, first flyby of the moon with Dennis Tito, and then do his own flight around Mars, flyby around Mars. It's kind of crazy. The whole reason they can do it is because depending on the way that you actually do your transfer orbit to Mars, you can do a flyby, and the gravity of Mars sort of makes your trajectory eventually come back to Earth, and so you don't need any extra burns. You don't need to hold thousands of propellants. You don't need refueling in orbit around Mars or on the surface of Mars. It's a lot easier from a technological standpoint, because if you were to actually land on Mars, then you need refueling. You need to actually create the propellant to return back to Earth. It's a whole different ordeal. You need the actual hardware already pre-selected and already pre-placed on the surface of Mars for that return. Whereas again, on a flyby, Mars's gravity does the job of already bringing you back to Earth. It's sort of, again, like that flyby of the moon, like we saw with Artemis 2, and what they're hoping to do as well with Starship, with that flight with Dennis Tito. And so that is, just how it works. It's a lot easier from a technological standpoint. You don't need to develop any gas station on Mars, if you will.
Indeed. Or re-entry. Re-entry is a little bit tricky.
Well, you still have the re-entry back on Earth, and it's an interplanetary.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, you still
hopefully
have
some
that,
hopefully some aero braking first, because if not, that direct re-entry from Mars, that's toasty.
Yeah, I think Elon at one point mentioned that it might be like that if they return, because going to Mars in just one single entry, you're actually going slower, and the atmosphere of Mars is not as thick as Earth. It's sort of like as if you were just cruising along the, I don't know, 50 to 100 kilometer layer of the Earth atmosphere, right? There's no thick atmosphere on Mars in that sense, but you're going slower. So the reentry speed is not as much, therefore the reentry forces they're actually slower. The challenge with reentry on Mars is actually that because the atmosphere is thin, you need to have a lot of lift in order to maintain yourself in that thin atmosphere for a lot longer. And we've seen this sort of thing as well with Starship flights on Earth. As I said, reentry on Mars is as if you were between 50 and 100 kilometers here on Earth. When Starship re-enters, it keeps to an altitude, like it sort of tries to keep an altitude between 60 and 70 kilometers in altitude, which will be about, I don't know, like 10 kilometers in altitude on Mars. That's how deep you have to go in the atmosphere of Mars in order to see those kinds of drag. So yeah, that's actually the challenge. It's not the heat or anything. There is another challenge as well with the composition, but we can go in a whole different debate here. The main point that I was trying to make is that it's a flyby and not a reentry. You still have the Earth reentry as we were talking about, but not the entry on Mars. You don't need refueling on the Martian surface. It's a whole lot easier to just do a flyby.
Alice, as someone who is in New Mexico, and I would say maybe has a little bit of experience with spaceflight tourism, is that an understatement? Or...
A little bit, just a little bit. I've been very, very fortunate with my career being involved in space tourism, yes.
What are your thoughts on a mission like this? I mean, this is space tourism to the maximum. This is tourism to Mars. This is interplanetary. That isn't an understatement. This is interplanetary space tourism. Actual tickets booked.
Yeah, I mean, I've met a lot of people that have booked tickets on both Blue Origin and Virgin Galactic over the years, having worked at both places. And there's a lot of interest in this. If SpaceX can pull this off, I can tell you now they will sell a lot more tickets. I mean, they're used to this already. They're already doing space tourism to a certain extent. I was just reading, SpaceX has actually flown 78 crew members so far. Obviously, some of them have been NASA, but they've had them from 20 different countries. That's impressive. They know what they're doing. Obviously, there's a reason why he's come back to SpaceX and said, I want to go further and deeper. A lot of people do want to go out there personally. And I've had this conversation with many astronauts that I've worked with over the years. I've asked them, would you go to Mars? They've all said no. And personally, I would say no to a 2-year mission. But, each to your own. If you think you can handle 2 years of flights to Mars and back, good for you. That's all I say.
What I'm going to be most curious in is how on earth they get the Starlink connection, because I'm only going if they have a Starlink connection. I'm just kidding. But Alex, that is one of the things that SpaceX talked about. I wouldn't say interplanetary communications, but inter-moon communications. They want to set up a full-on Moonlink network, should I say, around the moon to relay communications.
Yeah, they were showing lasers from the moon and all that stuff. That was cool. It's to be expected. The further out you go, radio communications doesn't make that much sense. We've discovered this very cleanly with Orion on Artemis 2, where whenever they switched to the optical link communications, that laser link, the resolution of the feed will just jump up. It was like as if you had you needed glasses for your entire life. You now put on your glasses for the first time. It's like, oh, so the entire world is in HD. So very similarly, it's sort of like that switch of just pixelated views to then seeing a really high resolution view. This is the kind of thing that might enable in the future to be able to get videos and pictures directly from Mars instead of having to load them at really low speeds, which is not really great. And yeah, that's the confirmation from Elon on that hydraulic pin that did not want to retract.
Yeah. indeed, from the chief of SpaceX himself. Sawyer, Earth to Sawyer. Let's see if we can get the microphone working again. Let's see if we can get good comms from Sawyer.
Hopefully I don't sound like Marvin the Martian this time or anything crazy.
You are in the same room as us this time, Sawyer. Thank you. You are back.
Yay.
Okay.
Sorry, I went on a free return trajectory. I'm back.
Now you are back. I'm going to toss you a question over about these future things as well. SpaceX announcing a new type of roaming service for Starlink, the interplanetary tier. I wouldn't want to know the pricing of that one compared to their, kind of restricted tiers on Earth for aviation, maritime, and of course, if you're just, going on a hike or something, you want to bring your Starlink Mini with you. What do you think, Sawyer? I mean, SpaceX quite literally just going to be selling an interplanetary Starlink service to people on the moon, on the lunar surface. I mean, there's no page on their website which says, fill in the details here. It says contact SpaceX for more information. And, when it says contact the company, that means it's expensive.
As long as it's to not their media email, because you may not get a response. But I'm joking about that. But I mean, it's a clever idea. But the one thing that comes to mind is the old adage, for those who may remember back from the space race. It was always the thing that the Russians are going to get to the moon first. The Russians will get there first, and they will paint the moon red because communism. So then the US would land second, and then they would use a can of white paint and put the Coca-Cola logo on the moon because branding. This feels very much like that of, yeah, sure, you land on the moon, then we'll come through and, paint a giant XAI logo or something on it. I mean, it's a great service to have. We need stronger communications if we're going to be doing these long-duration moon missions, especially for places like the far side. You imagine live views all the way through the far side of the Artemis 2 mission? It's something that's definitely needed. I just think it's kind of funny that they're already putting it out there now. Or like, I forget if it was Pan Am or TWA that was selling flights to the moon. It feels like that, where it's not real just yet.
Still continuing to watch detanking operations. Alex, of course, once the fuel is being removed from the tanks, the frost line won't update to use software speak immediately. It'll take a little while for that frost line to recede, won't it?
Yeah, the tanks get so cold that it takes a while for that frost to go away, because they remain cold for a while as well, even though the interior, the contents of the tank are much, much lower on the vehicle. So it's going to take a while for the frost to completely disappear.
Can I just say, by the way, imagine a fully frosted vehicle with Starship and the white painted HLS on top. Can you imagine how that's going to look?
As you're describing that, Sawyer, I feel I'm envisioning diamonds.
Yeah.
Marketing
it's going to
ploy.
be so shiny, yeah.
Frosted.
And then the frosted tips of the early 2000s, which I totally didn't use gold flake stuff in my hair in the early 2000s.
Please tell me you've got photographs of that.
It will never see the light of day.
Well, now you've said it, people are going to go dig for it.
Good luck.
Oh, dear.
They weren't frosted tips, EJ, no. It was
I was going to say, EJ's on it already.
It was just the little, the gold flake type stuff that I would flick into the hair. My flip was a lot higher back then, and I used the Depth 12 gel where if it didn't crunch, there wasn't enough in it. So yes.
I'm gonna do a completely random thing, completely no information, data being inputted into this equation whatsoever, just completely gut feeling. And chat, I want to know your gut feeling on this as well. Alex, let's start with you. Friday launch or Tuesday launch? He's scratching his head.
Yeah, I am. Boy. It's complicated to say. Maybe Friday? Maybe tomorrow? Right? We'll see. I was... Man, that hold and release and hold and release and... it sort of broke my brain because I was super ready to see this fly and then it did not. So right now I cannot think very well. I'm gonna go with Friday just because I want to see it already. Like, come on, fly.
Alice, what do you think? Friday or Tuesday?
Selfishly, I'm going to say, please make it be Friday, because on Tuesday I've got to go to a space conference, which is not going to be anywhere near as exciting as being part of the stream with you guys. So please, 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 Mr. SpaceX's team, please be tomorrow.
Sawyer?
Hi, I'm Ryan Weber. I think it's going to go Tuesday.
Sawyer,
No.
if you were Ryan Webber, I think you'd want it to delay until the following Monday, because then it would be June 1st, and his prediction of Starship Flight 12 in June would come true.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, Ryan Weber, Kevin would say next year, jokingly. But no, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Tuesday. It all depends, though, on what ends up happening with that pin. Because we joked, oh, it's the deluge system and stuff. They tested that like 10 times. Obviously, it seems like the DSS works. We didn't see it get to the actual deluge portion of it, but knowing now that it was related to a pin that didn't want to release, is that something that they would have been able to test during the wet dress rehearsal if they had done that all the way yesterday?
I think I know someone who might be able to answer that question from Spain. Maybe?
Yeah, they will have, of course, done that as well. For a red dress rehearsal, it never retracts. It never actually does that. It only does that for a launch. But that is one of the things that they will have been able to test if they had gone through that basically past the T-minus 40-second mark on a wet dress rehearsal. But yesterday, it was basically aborted around T-minus 20 minutes or so. Like right after engine chill happened, that's when we saw the abort. So
That's the only reason why I'm thinking maybe Tuesday then, to give them more time to look at the system and test it. And again, a reminder, they aren't launching on the weekends because it is Memorial Day weekend in the United States and Monday is Memorial Day, so they do not have the ability to launch on those days. That is why they can't go this weekend or Monday.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, with the beach being, has to be open because state law in Texas loves their beaches, or at least the people in charge in Texas like their beaches. They cannot close the roads. They cannot restrict access to that state beach on a federal holiday. Memorial Day is, of course, a federal holiday. So Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, that beach has to remain open in, I assume, state law, because it's a state beach, but also maybe federal law. I don't know. Law is hard. Law is complicated. I'm not a lawyer. Let's move on.
You're in a different country, too.
Yes, exactly. I've been seeing in chat plenty of Friday, plenty of Tuesday as well. I mean, it's kind of like 50-50. I mean, personally, I would love for a launch tomorrow. I also wouldn't mind a little sleep in tomorrow, because Tuesday there is a NASA conference at NASA HQ where they're going to be announcing a bunch of updates to their moon base plans. And we are going to have Jared Isaacman there. We're going to have Laurie Glaze there, acting associate administrator for that kind of department at NASA. We're also going to have Carlos Garcia Galan, the moon base guy, on that news conference as well. I mean, worst case scenario, if SpaceX do decide to try a launch attempt on Tuesday, we get to show that awesome news conference. Well, I hope it's going to be awesome on our stream. It'll be on our stakeout stream, I believe, at that point. In the countdown, it'll give us live react, exactly. Give us something to talk about. On the other hand, I'd like to be able to review the conference and, make some videos about the conference, which would be difficult to do when also on a live stream. So I have mixed feelings on that one, but we'll just have to wait and see what SpaceX says. Chris B informing me in the back channel that there are polls in chat. So make sure to make your feelings known on the polls in chat. Let's see here. Because we are in the scrub mode now, we no longer have a clock, and I completely lost track of time. I have no idea how long we've been in scrub for, but it's been a unit of time. What unit that is, I am not sure. All I know is that it is just gone past midnight UTC.
Yeah, well, I can let you know I just got to go back to the alerts here. There we go. The hold was at 6:38 p.m. Central Time. And it is now 7:13 p.m. Central Time.
I'm going to look in the panel again. There are 273 store messages.
We also have a bunch of red super chats and tips at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. And yeah.
Yeah. Let me see how many super chats there are. 100 super chats. Okay. We might need a few minutes to get through this queue.
Yeah, by the way, I'm going to blame EJ on this one since he blamed me, even though I had no blame in the stakeout stream.
We got plenty of time. This thing still has a lot to detank, so.
Should I do a little support speed run?
Let's do it.
We in the mood for a support speed run?
Oh, we haven't had this since flight 10. Let's do it.
Oh, okay. We have the scrub mode, so we have the opportunity to do it. Julie, thank you for going on the store. Chris, thank you for going on the store. Anonymous, thank you for going on the store. Same to John, thank you. Tanner, thank you. Akaya, sorry if I'm getting that incorrect, but thank you for going on to the store. Same with Ingo, Texas Tank Watchers Unite, David, and Chris also being on, also getting some the patch from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Andy also getting something from the store. Anonymous, thank you. Mason, thank you. Dina, thank you. Michael, thank you. Dana, thank you. Eric, thank you. Sound like a broken record yet? Leon, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. These are all store messages, by the way. Morgan's been on the store. Joseph's been on the store. Jason's been on the store. Anonymous has been on the store. Jeff has been on the store. Someone else has been on the store. I don't know if I will get demonetized if I say, but thank you for being on the store. Bruce has been on the store. Marcus has been on the store. Another anonymous store message here. Thank you. Terry saying go flight 12. Might have to wait a few more days.
Has bought a lot of stuff.
Exactly. This anonymous person is really cleaning out the store here.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Mr. Anonymous.
It's a sign, isn't it? Go get your stuff if you're thinking about it right now. This is your chance before tomorrow.
Yes. I will stand by to see if we get an updated percentage from the store team. But last I heard, it was under 25%. And we've done one launch stream we've had one launch day, a few tests, and they stacked this thing last week. And we've already gone through the vast majority of our stock. And once the patches are gone, they're never coming back. So if you wanna get one, time's running out. Josh joining us from Lafayette, Louisiana, near where that new SpaceX launch site is rumored or kind of / confirmed to potentially be going. Thomas or Rob's been on the store. Thomas, thank you. Alyssa, thank you as well. Shane has been on the store. So has Jonathan. So has Anonymous again. Anonymous 3 times in a row. Really? I mean,
wow.
Impressive.
We need to
impressive
give them
stuff.
L2 membership.
At the very least. I've just received an update that we are less than 22% remaining, so only a fifth of the stock of patches are left. So if you want one, like I said, we're never coming back. If you want one, get it now. More from Anonymous, thank you. Man and Clinton and Stephen and Nicholas and Anonymous again. Josh, another Anonymous. Larry E, thank you. Devin, thank you to Kyle and Mark and James. And finally, we have something that isn't a store message. Just kidding. Juan, thank you for becoming a PADRAP member. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing, says, please no Botana Bay. I don't know if that's a sci-fi reference I'm not getting, but thank you for your tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com.
Botany Bay.
Botany Bay?
Yeah.
I don't know. Scotia Bear, thank you for a $10 tip. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing than sent 5 $5 tips. I'm not sure if they came in the right order, but they say up, catch, EJ, let, don't. I'm sure someone can reconstruct a sentence
Don't
from
let
there.
EJ catch up.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sawyer. There you
Well
go.
done, Sawyer.
Sawyer,
like
master of the puns, master of rearranging sentences.
And I'll
What can I
update
say?
you. Botany Bay is in Australia, just so people know.
Ah, okay.
Also, yeah, I call them now punzels. Pun puzzles. Punzels. There you go.
Bill with a $10 tip. Thank you so much for your support. Fares on the Rise. Thank you for a super chat. Amiarom. Thank you for becoming a PADRAP member. Kieran says petition for Elon to buy and redevelop KSP2. I think Kerbal Space Program 2 is well and truly in the grave at this point, sadly. Kitten Space Program, or Space Agency rather. I mean, that's a game I'm certainly looking forward to. That's in development right now and it seems to have a much brighter future than KSP2 ever did.
Yes.
Pierre, thank you for becoming a Pad Wrap member. Ninja Decimator, part of our team on the Starbase Live team, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you. Kirito, with a $50 super chat. Oh my goodness, thank you. Asking if they catch Booster 20 on Flight 13, do you think they might try and reuse it on Flight 14? Alex, what do you think? Do you think, of course, this bets on this flight going well and them doing well with Booster 19, but if they catch Booster 20 on the next flight, do you think they'd immediately go for booster reuse?
I'm not sure if it will be right away on Flight 14. Because otherwise we will be waiting on that turnaround time to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas maybe Booster 21 could be already ready to go or about to be ready to go, right? We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Oh, I just wanted to give an update. I'm obviously a very bad Trekkie. Botany Bay was Khan's ship in Star Trek. Of course it was. Silly me.
Khan.
It's late. We've been working all day.
Yes.
Don't at me.
Yeah, NSF has been live streaming commentary coverage now for coming up on 12 hours between the two streams.
We are dedicated. You cannot deny that.
As are our viewers.
Yes.
Sawyer, as somebody who is in Florida, I will also ask you, if we don't think that SpaceX will refly Booster 20 straight away, if they catch, a lot of ifs I know, but if they catch Booster 20 on the following flight from this one, do you think it could be the first booster to be shipped over to Florida to kick off Starship from Florida Cadence?
If it did, I think it would mainly just be for fit checks and testing, kind of like, what was it, Booster 4 and Ship 20. Totally gonna fly. Oh, wait. I could see it basically using that to test out all the ground system, test out the pad, test out everything over at 39A, which would be the first pad to be used there. So that way they can say they have a fully stacked Starship in Florida. I don't know if it would be the first to fly. I don't think all of the folks around the NASA area would be super happy having a previously flown booster be the first one ever to fly out of a new pad and new structure at the Cape. So I think maybe for fit testing, but not for launch right away.
Interesting. Oh yeah, I was doing support queue. Michael, thank you. Store message. Flight 12, it's been so long. Let's light this candle. Fingers crossed for tomorrow. Of course, these are from hours ago. This support queue is still quite long. I've barely made a dent. Blake, thank you. Skull, Kid Ray, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. You now get access to the Discord. Gruntbane, thank you for becoming a Padrap member. Anonymous again, good luck Starship. Richard, Starship V3, let's go. Darren says, hell yeah, let's go. Cooper has become a Launch Director member. That's our second highest tier of monthly membership. That's very greatly appreciated. Thank you, Cooper, for that. Ben X Cool, thank you for becoming a Padrap member. Telstar86, always in chat. Thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Beaker's been upgraded into Capcom. Anonymous again in the store. Go Flight 12. Skull Kid Ray, High Space Nerds, £5 for the Bacon Fund. Thank you for that tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. And thankfully, because Jack now works over at Astroforge, we can keep all the bacon for ourselves.
Yeah.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Or bacon dinner, I suppose. Nothing? Okay. The KD80, thank you for your super chat. Can you tell we've been on for a long time? Fiat Senrikjes, forgive me. Thank you for your contribution. Asking if we were hoping we will cover the first few Neutron launches. We have and are building out a team in Wallops in Virginia. And if you remember, that's some of the pictures you get to see. We have Micah and the team out at Wallops, and they take pictures. Not daily, because there's not the activity to take daily pictures. Because it's not yet. Right now, it's still a little bit slower than Starbase and the Cape, but we do get regular pictures from Wallops nonetheless, and those are of course distributed out in the Discord in L2 and all the various different channels that membership stuff is shared. Alex is making noises, so I assume he has something to share.
I was gonna add to this that, in fact, sometimes some of the information about Neutron that we get is because of our team down there, getting all of those pictures and everything from the different sites that Rocket Lab has there. Of course, once they are ready for Neutron to launch, hopefully we'll be there as well. That's our goal, to work on that sort of thing. More launch pads, more better. More launch sites, more better. More coverage, more better. I guess all the more betters.
I'm going to quickly pause reading out our enormous support queue very quickly. Sawyer, would you mind giving us a little rundown on the reason why Starship isn't on its way to the Indian Ocean right now?
Yeah, so we were talking about, oh, they were counting and holding and counting and holding. Ryan Weber, who is also working on updating the article, has given us a kind of rundown of how we got to this point. So apparently the first hold was to check the ship quick disconnect vents for their final throwbacks. The next one was at T-minus 35 seconds. That was pressures in the SQD, the ship quick disconnect. Third hold, when they restarted, was at T-minus 28 seconds for a water diverter issue. Then they retried again. That was also at T-minus 28 seconds, again for sensors on the arm that managed the SQD. Meanwhile, of course, they were keeping an eye on the propellant temperatures, as we were talking about, because it gets to a certain point where then they get too warm. And then the fifth and final hold was, as Elon mentioned on X, as again at 28 seconds. This one caused by the hydraulic pin that holds the SQD arm to the tower not disengaging. So there's all of our different reasons laid out.
And all those things can't be practiced in the wet dress rehearsal. So, it's not surprising that they've got to this point and that's happened.
It's certainly a recurrence, though, with the diverter, with the ignition, not wanting to ignite the engines if the diverter isn't working properly. That's something they have already experienced on the static fire tests. The first kind of subscale static fire, should we say, with 10 engines, that was back in last month. Was that last month? I've completely forgotten. It was a few weeks ago, but SpaceX confirming that it was a water diverter issue that caused that hard stop and mechanical damage to those Raptor engines.
If only they had a rehearsal. Maybe they could make the inside of the rocket wet and do it like a dress rehearsal so that they could test the SQD.
I was going to say, to clarify, I meant that they didn't do all of that yesterday, so they weren't aware of the problems ahead of time.
Well, we also know that the Dougal saying detonation suppression system looked good at least.
Yes, we saw that plenty of times today, and we know for a fact the DSS works. I will say, if you are looking at this view, do not worry, Starship has not become the largest non-nuclear explosion the world has ever seen. That is indeed a nuclear explosion in the background, but that's the sun. That's an unexpected nuclear explosion. Nuclear fusion going on at our star a few million kilometres away. But we're looking on at the roadblock at Richardson Avenue, which is the road which goes to one of our sites, and of course the Rocket Ranch outpost, where hopefully plenty of you people watching now were watching on in person from today, and plenty of people wanting to leave the area right now. Not a surprise. Some people heading back up the road, and Alex, looks like the roadblock has returned to the production site, so the blast danger area has shrunk.
Yeah, they have detanked enough of that propellant that they are now safe to return. I mean, it's as we were saying before, the frost levels are not really an indication because this thing gets so cold that it takes a while for that frost to burn off completely, to melt off. And so it's actually where you see the vapors, for example, at the bottom of the booster there on the liquid oxygen tank, you see a bunch of vapors. That is where the level right now is located. Whereas the top of the frost there on that tank is almost near the top of the booster liquid oxygen tank. I can already tell you the liquid oxygen tank on the booster is not at that level. It's all the way down there near the bottom. So it's mostly detanked. It's mostly empty now. So it's safe for them to approach and get close to the launch site, to that intersection with LBJ Boulevard.
Indeed. It sounds like Ryan Caton trying to avoid having to keep going back to reading all of the support messages.
No. Not at all. Not at all. On a completely unrelated note.
Sorry, I'm just seeing what appears to be two tankers passing by the Richardson intersection.
Only two?
River. Yeah. So 1 and then 2, and I think they're letting them go so that they can be set up at the roadblock and they can recycle, like replenish all of the consumables on the tank farm. It's funny.
Indeed. Sawyer, we are seeing that frost line retract on the vehicle and subside, but of course the frost takes a little bit longer to melt away than it actually does to detank the vehicle, doesn't it? So that's not really an accurate representation anymore of how much prop is actually on Starship.
Absolutely. If you have like a stainless steel spoon or stirrer and you're mixing up a cold drink and you take the spoon out of the cold drink, it's still cold. It's the same kind of deal here. Since we're talking stainless steel vehicle, as you remove these super chill propellants, that are colder than negative 300 degrees Fahrenheit here, some of that frost is still going to remain as it warms up both on the inside as well as that nuclear explosion, as you call it, aka the sun, warming up the sides of the vehicle and also that just South Texas air. It is going to take some time. So yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that the propellant line inside has only moved a tiny bit. It's just the frost is taking longer to, well, defrost.
Can you believe it's only been an hour since they stood down?
No.
Feels longer. I don't know. It's really weird that, how time works in your brain. Like, that final hour of the countdown went, like, super, super quickly, and this hour since the scrub feels like it's been going on forever.
I told you that it was going to move fast. And one thing I've noticed is whenever I drive home from a launch, the drive feels so much faster if it launches, and it feels so much longer if it doesn't. Time is
Alex, as the
relative or
physics
something.
person, can you explain the time dilation that's happening there? Is there some sort of, Einstein equation for how that works?
Time and space is relative. when you're in motion, you have length contraction, time dilation, and all that stuff. I don't know, man. My brain is fried already by now. It's
Wait, so you're
2:30.
saying that there are time and relative dimensions in space?
I guess.
So that's just
you're
a
talking about the
TARDIS.
TARDIS. Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
I should probably go
Time-
through some more support, because the queue is
Time
getting
is
longer.
weird statement.
It's
Garen-
not cheesecake, is it? So you got to go through it.
Garen Gossage, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but thank you for your support, thanking us for the hard work. Anonymous has been on the store again. Thank you. Anikan, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Kyle saying let's go Flight 12. Akia, thank you for going onto the store once again. Anonymous in the store again, of course.
Also,
Anonymous.
shout out ZZ there from that message.
Shout out to ZZ, Zed, I don't know. Grunt Bane, thank you for your support. Siphon 2000, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, for the Save the Camera Foundation. Very much greatly appreciated. Fingers crossed the cameras will be well and truly saved today. No launch, so nothing to worry about in that regard. Robert, thank you for your support there. Have there been any recent space chair updates? Since it's plywood competition, any chair merch yet? I mean, we laugh, but Sawyer, we have an actual confirmation from a NASA insider himself, lead of the Closac crew, Taylor Hose, has confirmed the status of the chair to us. Sawyer, what is the status of the VAB chair?
Yes, after we discussed it with him during our interview with him, which you should totally check out if you haven't, he went to the VAB, took a photo, and tagged it on socials and said the chair is still there. The chair lives. All is right in the world. It's still there. For those who don't remember, that was the chair that kept moving around as we waited for Artemis to roll out for the second time earlier this year.
Has it got an NSF sticker on it yet, though?
We
That
need
could
to
be our
get one to
next mission.
Taylor.
Yes, you know he would do it for us as well. I just think next time there's a rollout, we need to see it. The same chair with the NSF sticker so we can identify it.
How did that get there? No idea. No idea.
No one will notice.
What sticker? Pink Puppy Paws, thank you for your support. Same to Tyler Bartlett with a $20 tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. More people adding to the replacement camera fund. We were very, very grateful for all of the support we've been getting in the queue. I'm still trying to get through it, but the little scroll bar to scroll down the list, it's getting smaller, which means there's more support coming in the last few minutes. Yeah, I can't quite believe it. Derringer, thank you for your support. Same to UK Hudson. Death God, thank you for becoming a Powered member. John, thank you for going on the store. Dothima, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but thank you for your support. Same to Mr. Scullis. Thank you very much. Saying that we changed their lives 5 years ago when they found out about Starship. Thank you very much for your support. I assume you meant 2021 and not 2025 or 2020 because that was a leap year. Either way, thank you very much for your support. Patricia saying if we have a patch for when things go wrong, we do have the shrug patch. I mean, we had the scrub patch, the shrug patch, I should say, for the Starship flights that didn't exactly go that well. But we do still have it in pin form. So if you want a pin of the patch, easy for me to say, shop.nasaspaceflight.com, that is available. Nice little re-entry over the Turks and Caicos there. Bruce, thank you for your support. More people adding to the trailer replacement fund.
This must have been when Das was pointing out the danger trailer for the first time.
Exactly. Oh, and I see here, Mr. Scullis did another super chat to correct their previous super chat since February 29th, 2021. I'm not sure if that's a date. I thought 2020 was a leap year. But thank you for your support nonetheless. It is greatly appreciated. Sean, thank you for going on to the store. Nick Tonks Astrophotography, rather. Thank you for your support there. Next Spaceflight is, of course, a wonderful app available on the iOS App Store and Google Play Store and at nextspaceflight.com. Keep up with all the launches. Rofaroxy, again, sorry, but thank you for your support. Chris Barnett, thank you for your support. Do you think the palm trees in front of the wall are going to survive launch? I hope they have strong roots. They've survived Starship Flight 1, so they've survived worse. Again, this is more powerful, but again, hopefully no concrete tornado this time around.
I think it'll be fine in Florida given the hurricanes here. I don't know about Texas.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
I've seen some palm trees go flat in Florida with hurricanes, so I'm sure they're pretty strong there.
Definitely not running out of stamina here, but Kenneth, thank you for your store message. Joseph as well, thank you for going on the store. Johnny TV, thank you for your super chat. Pearly, thank you for the support. Same to Stephen, David, Anonymous, James, Eric Longstrom. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but thank you. Patrick Bob, sorry we missed this at the time, but Patrick Bob doing a $500 tip. And Patrick Bob does these regularly, and that is a ridiculous thing to say out loud. Patrick Bob, you know how much your support means to us. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Yeah, this is... we are very, very grateful for your support, especially because you are a major contributor to what we do, and we're very, very grateful for it. Always in Starbase Live, always gifting memberships. It is, yeah, the amount of support you give us is over the moon. Quite literally. Maybe to Mars, if you're on Chun Wang's flight. Scott has been on the store. Thank you. Ursin Vatan, thank you for your support. More Cowbell, thank you for the €22 super. Yeah, you can tell this was from when Das was on screen. Good to hear your voices on a live stream again, Das. I can assure you, just because Das isn't on live streams doesn't mean he isn't doing anything. Das is very, very busy behind the scenes making NSF run. Quite literally at the top of the company. So yes, Das is very busy, and that's why he's not on live streams that often, because he's got other more important things to do than to talk about spaceflight. It's a fun thing to do, but apparently there's like taxes and something. I don't know. It's too complicated for me. Alan, thank you for getting the Flight 12 patch. Jay Flaherty, thank you for your support. Yep, doesn't look like the WB-57 was scheduled for this flight. Unfortunately, we didn't see it. Alan's been on the store. Not for a tail. Thank you for your support. Same to Merciful Blocks and Danielle. And that just though. Thank you for becoming a Powered member. Steve saying Jack left NSF because he couldn't resist the smell of bacon. I mean, yeah, I'm sure Astroforge must have a bacon department in the staff canteen at this point with Jack working there. I wouldn't be shocked. Just saying, I wouldn't be shocked. Redness. thank you for your support. Same to Clayton and Aaron and Jonathan and Chris and John and Christopher and Anonymous and definitely not me, but Ryan, good name, Peter. I just realised I've been reading out these names for like 10 minutes now. I apologise if this sounds like a broken record, but I feel really bad when we don't get to people's messages, and the support queue is still 3 hours old. I fear we might not be able to make a dent into the amount of support that we've been getting over the last few hours.
I wonder if Anonymous has any reference to Abby Normal. For those who know Young Frankenstein.
Very briefly, I'm going to try and hit through some of the larger bits of support we've been getting because it would only be right to do so. WJR, thank you for the $100 super chat. Same to Ethan doing a $100 super. I mean, that's a significant amount of money to throw our way, and we are very grateful. PB Sanders 100 with a $200 super chat. I mean, this is ridiculous at this point. Elizabeth Hopner, someone who's regularly in chat, with a $100 super chat. I am genuinely blown away. You can hear it in my voice. I am surprised. Mike and Marilyn Warren with a $50 super. Bideford's always in chat with a regular $50 super. I mean, the amount of support you guys regularly give us, Bideford especially, thank you so much. John with a $50 tip. Space Guy G with a $101.01 tip to be precise. Oh my goodness. This is... I'm actually lost for words at this point. I'm actually lost for words because we just had, like literally, last month, we had Artemis 2, and I don't think we've had a month where we had more support. I mean, the support we got last month with that marathon coverage was just, I mean, unbelievable. And you guys are turning up again and continuing to support us, despite the fact we're only a month on from Artemis. I mean, this is more than we could ever ask for, and we hope that we do all of your support justice by bringing you these countless live feeds. Thank you, Aaron, for the $50 super. I'm still scrolling through this thing. Yeah, I mean, I hope that we do this justice, and I hope you guys are happy with what we're able to provide you guys, because it's not easy to do, but your support sure does make it easier for us to execute and try and improve the coverage. You know, every single stream we try and do something better than the stream before, and fingers crossed we have proven that as we count down to Starship Flight 12, which we'll have to be waiting a little bit longer for. And as the sun starts to set over South Texas, venting continues from the tower. Alex, could you just give us a little update on how things are progressing with detanking operations? What is, of course, SpaceX goes, you know, SpaceX hypes us up for the launch. They want to see us load the vehicle because that's when all the cool kids come and arrive, and, you know, you get Nicki Minaj on the live stream. Detanking, though, is still a complicated operation, you know. They still have to take care with detanking the vehicle.
Yeah, it seems like the booster still has a little bit of liquid oxygen left on the main tank there, but other than that, it should be almost fully detanked soon. Warning here to everybody watching, if you have your volumes all the way up, be warned, this thing may be depressing in the next 20 minutes or so, because once they wrap up the liquid oxygen and methane drainbacks, basically is what they call them, the detanking. Once they do that and the vehicles are pretty much empty, they release the pressure in the tanks and they can be venting for minutes. And it's loud, very, very loud. Probably, obviously not as loud as the launch itself, but probably as loud as like a small rocket launch. Like Electron or something like that.
Yeah, I will say,
it's really loud.
I was right next to the pad following Falcon Heavy launch when they did a big tank farm depress or a big vent. Oh my god, that was loud. I can only imagine for Starship.
Yeah. Yeah.
Forgive me, poorly timed burp from my end there.
Yeah, we should just be very close to when they should open the road again. I will venture to say maybe in the next 30, 45 minutes, probably. I'm already seeing some tankers pulling up. to the roadblock. There's already one visible there, and I wouldn't be surprised if more start lining up. As I say that, there's another tanker on the left.
Yes,
There it goes.
I will say,
that's quite the timing.
I will say, yesterday after I've been up for a long time. If I could put my words in the right order, after yesterday's wet dress rehearsal, we saw an enormous traffic jam of tanker trucks, and I think Max did a tweet. I mean, the amount of trucks lined up behind that roadblock was ridiculous. The amount of propellant they had to, and other commodities, of course, they had to replenish in the tank farm. And, you know, if SpaceX is going to go for a 24-hour turnaround, like Elon Musk says they're capable of doing, they're going to need to replenish some of those commodities, because, of course, they do reclaim some of those, but because of physics that Alex is probably going to be way better explaining than I am, they can't reclaim all of it, so they have to replenish it with some new propellant trucked in from further afield.
It's very simple. I'm gonna put the example of the boiling water in a pot. You have the boiling water. If you leave it boiling for like 30 minutes or so, you're probably gonna lose all the water. Let's say that may have happened at some point to me while boiling eggs. But anyways, yeah, you put the boiling eggs in the stove, and then you completely forget about them, and you start like, huh, what's that smell? Oh my gosh, the entirety of the water has boiled off. The eggs are... Yeah, it's a mess. Don't try this at home, just saying. But it's happened to me on accident, and yeah, that's very much the same thing. You can lose a lot of this propellant just to boil off, of course. Unlike the stove thing, you don't leave it on the stove for 30 to 40 minutes and forget completely about that water. This time around, as soon as they scrubbed, they started those drain bags that they basically do the same thing but in reverse, except they don't use the pumps, right? When they load the propellants, they use pumps, and so it takes a very short amount of time. When they drain back, they use the same lines that they use for filling the tanks, the same connections and everything. They just do it with gravity. So gravity takes care of that drain bag, because they just let everything just go to the bottom of the tank, basically, because gravity itself sort of puts a pressure on the fluids as they leave the quick disconnects and whatnot. And so that's basically how they do it. But again, it's not pumped, and therefore it takes longer to drain back. So yeah, in that process, they lose a little bit of that to boil off. A little bit of that gets vented. Of the commodities, the main three commodities that they use is methane, oxygen, and nitrogen. The nitrogen is the one that gets lost the most because it's used for subcooling the propellants. It's used some of the chill downs in certain places as well. And so they vented in many places. Oh, I forgot, also for the reclaimer system, for the methane, to turn the gaseous methane into liquid methane and return it back to the storage tank farm. There's a lot of nitrogen that they use, and it gets vented out. They do not reclaim that back, and that means that the most of the things that they need to replenish when they have to reattempt, that is nitrogen. So a lot of these tankers are nitrogen. The second commodity that gets the most use, or sort of most vented out, that is the oxygen. That one is not as dramatic as the nitrogen use. There's only a few ventings here and there, but it's up there. It's like in the dozens of trucks that you see sometimes in terms of liquid oxygen. Liquid nitrogen on a reattempt like this, on a recycle like this, it can be in the hundreds. Meanwhile, methane might be a dozen, might not even be more than that if I were to guess. We've seen them being very diligent to reclaiming that methane and not venting it out as much, so they are able to mostly reuse most of it.
And we have gotten an update from SpaceX's website. They are officially targeting the same launch window tomorrow. So, according to Elon Musk, chief of the company, and their website, SpaceX is gunning for a Friday launch. Whether they'll be able to meet it, I mean, I guess we'll find out tomorrow in 22 hours time. But yeah, SpaceX seem to believe they can resolve these issues and go ahead with the first ever flight of the version 3 Starship. Still continuing to follow along as SpaceX detanks and safes the vehicle after what was unfortunately a scrub today due to some GSE issues. It's not the first time we've heard that, but of course this is the first time that they are flying from this brand new design of launch pad. So, you know, some snags were to be expected as SpaceX prepares for what they believe will be a redefining era of spaceflight. We're also keeping an eye on the roadblock. This is the village roadblock. It's not really a village anymore. It's more of a, officially the city of Starbase. But this is by LBJ Boulevard, which is the kind of final road of the village that connects to Highway 4 before you head down to the launch site. And this is as close as anyone can get right now to the vehicle. You can see there the police blocking off the road along with the SpaceX security cyber trucks, which we've come to get very familiar with over the past few months. Looks like all we know for certain is that somebody did an order for many cyber trucks and they suddenly all appeared at Starbase. So I think you can fill in the blanks on that one. Oh, still recovering. Still recovering. I'm gonna look through here to see if there's any.
The crash is the hardest part. After you get the adrenaline up, your heart's racing, you're so excited for the launch, and then it doesn't go, and then your body just like, well, there goes that excitement. I mean, obviously, we're still watching because it's Starship. You never know what can happen. But man, that crash hits you.
We have some questions in chat, so whilst we wait for the road to reopen, I'm sure we can run through these. Alex Clark is asking, will the top deck deluge start on engine startup, or will it start when the hold down pins let go?
So that is a great question based on the deluge, all the deluge testing that we've seen for the last week. Basically, it seems like it's going to be a few seconds before engine ignition, and it kind of makes sense because it's to protect the pad after liftoff, right? It's not for engine ignition, but you want to make sure that that system is good before you release the hold downs, right? Before you light the engines and before you release the hold downs, you want that system to be first activated and then ramp up to full pressure. It takes a few seconds for that ramp up, and so it makes sense. I looked at the timings of the deluge test that we saw for the last week, and it sort of seems that it might be around T-6 seconds. So the water deluge as a whole will activate around T-17 seconds, and it takes about, I think it was like 5 seconds until you start seeing the water actually exiting the flame diverter at the bottom. 5 to 6 seconds later, you see the top deck deluge, and then a couple of seconds later, the engines should ignite. That is based, again, on the testing that we saw in the last few days of the top deck deluge, along with the flame diverter deluge as well. Before that, of course, water on the diverter will see the detonation suppression system. We saw it multiple times today on that attempt, but yeah. It seems like it's about a few seconds before an engine ignition, and it makes sense.
Makes sense, absolutely. I have a question for everybody here. Chat, let us know what you think as well. I'm going to go around the room. Patrick is asking, what about the Gateway to Mars sign? Dead or obliterated? That newly reinstalled Gateway to Mars sign on the border of Pad 2 on the boundary. I hope they've done some rigorous, bolting of that sign. Alice, let's start with you. Do you think that the Gateway to Mars sign will survive the launch of version 3?
I remember Jack's car after one of the SpaceX launches, so I'm going to go with no.
Sawyer, what do you think?
I think it'll be fine. I mean, it was cool when we had the view. I think it was over towards the rocket range side where you could see the vapors and stuff from the venting of the tank farm going over the word Mars. So it was just Gateway 2 venting, which was really cool. Also, the letters are facing the other direction, so I think it'll be fine.
Alex?
After seeing what happened to those layers, after the static fire test the last week, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I don't remember.
Time is an illusion.
or a flat circle. Yeah, whatever Jack used to say. I'm gonna say there's a high chance that that thing gets obliterated. Yeah.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out, and that's to tune into the launch stream, and we will have all the replays of when the launch happens. Not today, unfortunately, but I'm sure one of our camera views will catch whatever happens to the Gateway to Mars sign there. Hello, we're back, everybody. Still continuing to await the reopening of the road. You can see in the top right, there's the depress.
Hey, there we go. I warned you. It'll be about 20 minutes or so.
I think you can see there just above the left grid fin in the big box, that is one of the booster depress vents ongoing. And shutting off. Expect these to, be on and off from the ship, as we can see, and the booster over the next few minutes as they get rid of the remaining gases inside the tanks. Of course, Sawyer, this is one of the final things they have to do to fully safe the vehicle and make sure that there isn't anything remaining in the tanks that shouldn't be there if we're not going to space.
Exactly. And we talked about, again, as the rocket fills up with propellants, that's when we start to see some of that venting happening as well as they even out the pressures. And now, of course, they want to even those pressures as it detanks. And with it almost fully empty at that point, of course, keep in mind you have oxygen and methane and stuff that are starting to warm up. And as they warm up, they tend to go from a liquid to a gas. And so they need to purge out all of that extra gas in there, basically inert the tanks as best as they can, so that it's then safe for people to go out there and there's not random explosive gases hanging around them.
Can I just call out my Squishable who's put this depressing? I thought that was very funny.
I've made that pun way too many times. I didn't want to do it again.
Charged as guilty. Yeah. Yeah, that is a great pun. Quite literally, because of course, unfortunately, no launch today with that scrub and the vehicle quite literally depressurizing. That's where that comes from, depressing, as it gets all of the bad gases out of or non-safe, less safe gases out of the tank into the atmosphere, where it can be safely distributed among planet Earth.
Yeah.
Still continuing from the booster as we would expect. Alex, of course, they have multiple different vents on the vehicle where they can do this from.
Yeah, they have many vents. Those are actually their thrusters as well. But yeah. I have to mention this because I made this pun in chat and I'm gonna have to share this with everybody. Somebody said in chat that we're getting unhinged. I said, unlike the ship quick disconnect arm.
Well,
that
with
pin kept holding it in place.
Hang on, put a pin in that joke. They're still venting.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
that
Two at
was
once.
terrible.
Double whammy.
Hey, the first one was Alex. Second one was me. Tag teaming how terrible it was.
You're teaming up on us with the puns now. That's how long we've been live for.
I'm just looking at the weather. I've seen a couple of people asking what's it looking like for tomorrow over at Starbase. It's looking a lot like today by the looks of things. But there is a flood watch in across that region until Monday, which is not so good.
Now, I have a question for you, Alice. Is that flood watch caused by rainfall, or is that caused by the water deluge system out of Pad 2?
Just gonna make that joke. You beat me to it.
Oh, you know
We have
what?
a
We're
flood
used
of
to rain
nitrogen
in the UK, Ryan, but there is when it rains over here and it floods, it's a different kind of flood. I mean, I live in the high desert. When it floods here, it can come. You can be driving along and it's blue skies and sunny, and all of a sudden, water will come from nowhere and push you off the road. I'm sure Brownsville is very similar. In that region. It's definitely an odd one. It's odd.
Indeed.
But yeah, it's not looking good for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not that high above sea level. I mean, quite literally, some of the flats we have around the launch site, they can be flooded one day and dried up the next. And that really depends. You know, sometimes if you're brave, like Jack Byer used to be, when he was with us taking photos for us. He would literally march out into the flats in his wellies to get pictures of us of the production site. But some days those are just completely flooded over. I can't remember when, but there's a storm that came through a few months ago, and it literally crossed over Highway 4. We could see people driving into the production site. They were literally having to ford almost a river as they made their way down Highway 4 towards Brownsville. So definitely a flood-prone area when the weather conditions are right for that to take place.
Wouldn't that be Cybertruck a river instead of Ford a river?
Oh gosh.
Well, technically it would be. I'm going to pull you up on that one actually, Sawyer, because technically
river,
it would be Tesla a river, because Cybertruck is the car, but Tesla is the brand.
I know. It sounded better with Cybertruck. It's the only thing that is good for. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
We will, of course, continue tracking whatever the weather decides to do tomorrow. I hope for our field team it's less treacherous, but because I just, for everyone in chat, like, I make sure we give a big hand to the NSF field team, because they went out and deployed, you know, multiple remote camera sites in the space of 3 hours in pre-approved areas from SpaceX, literally in the pouring rain. So a big thank you to the team for doing that, because it's not an easy thing to do. I've been fortunate enough to see one Starship launch watching on from Starbase, but I was very conveniently, I got like a flu or something, so I was knocked out for most of the setup days, so I wasn't able to help with setup. Even though I've been there, I have no idea what it is like at all, and I'm sure it is a very uncomfortable experience at times, especially when you've got rain flying in your face. So a big thank you to the NSF field team for bringing views like this. This is one of our deployables. This would, you wouldn't have this view if our team didn't march out there and set it up, and it's not an easy thing to do. So a big thank you to the team for making all of that happen. We have got another question here from Timmy G asking, any guesses when they're going to start flying with V3 Starlink satellites on ship? Alex, if I was going to ask you this question a couple of hours ago, I would have said technically this flight, considering they're going to have operational satellites. But now we know they're V2 mini satellites, which have, you know, been extended to fit into Starlink's PES dispenser. So when do you think we'll first see version 3 Starlinks operationally flying on Starship?
If this flight goes well, I can see it in a few flights, probably in under 5 flights. So basically at the end of this year, they do seem to be sort of planning that sort of scenario where, you know, the next few flights sort of go well, and then they go out. And speaking of going out,
is the road open?
Cybertruck to the pad,
going down the road all the way to the launch pad
with the windshield wiper on.
Yeah. Going a bit too
raining.
fast for our camera, unfortunately. We'll catch up to him.
Is it raining or not? Because
yeah, the lens
It looks a little bit damp, doesn't it?
Well, it rained for a while today, so the lens is a bit, yeah, it needs a wipe.
Either way, that is a car to the pad. I think the road is still officially closed, but of course SpaceX personnel, there's the sheriff going down the road now as well. SpaceX personnel get first dibs, of course, heading out to the launch pad. Even though the tank farm is continuing to run, of course, now with detanking, it is deemed safe enough for people to be there. Sorry, Alex, you can continue your answer. I forgive you. I apologise for interrupting with the road sort of reopening there.
No, yeah, that's basically more or less the end of what I was going to say, that they do seem to be planning to launch real Starlink V3 satellites in the next few flights. Could be, again, under 5 flights from that. Like maybe they do a few more testing without real satellites, maybe with some simulators, maybe like a full load of simulators instead of just 22, who knows. But I feel like it's close. It's a few flights out, basically.
And with that, the road and beach are officially open. The sheriffs have cleared Highway 4, and the long line of tankers can make their way to the launch pad. First vehicles now arriving at the launch site with condensation making its way across Highway 4. Of course, you can see there some of those vents. They have that new box fan vent, which allows them to kind of push the commodities up into the sky, which means they can run the tank farm while still having people near the tank farm, because everything's pushed up into the sky. Before, it would kind of just get vented out, and then it would float across Highway 4, and you don't want to be standing in a cloud of nitrogen, not able to breathe, so they're now pushing that up into the sky so they can run the tank farm without having to close the road like they did before, which is one of those many upgrades on Pad 2.
Yeah, and we got the confirmation that indeed the beach and road are open from the City of Starbase website, now saying that removing basically today's closure. There's still the one for tomorrow, May 22nd, road closure going from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Of course, the window, the actual launch window for that is well within that road closure window. It starts at 5:30 p.m. Central, and it extends all the way to 7 p.m. Central. 1.5 hour window for that launch.
Looks like maybe some traffic cones on a Cybertruck making their way back as well.
At least one didn't fly into the camera yet. That was one of the concerns when we were looking at the danger trailer.
And there you go. You can see that roundabout at the end of the road. I say newly, it's been there for a few months now. Relatively newly installed roundabout there at the end of Highway 4.
They call them circles over here, Ryan.
Do they?
Traffic circle. Yeah, most places do. I found it really bizarre because I was talking about roundabouts and then people got very confused for a long time.
See, I still call it a roundabout, and I'm in America as well with you.
For what it's worth, on Google Maps, this is marked as a tourist attraction as the Starbase roundabout, but that could have been added by someone international, so who knows? Who knows?
Wonder if we're getting played off or something here.
I think with that, Kevin Michael Reed, who produced today's launch stream, headed up today's launch stream, wants to go home. So he's going to start to play us out. First of all, I'm going to do a big thank you to the production team working behind the scenes. We've had Kevin helming at the helm of the ship, so to speak. Jay Keegan helping out as well, pushing all of the buttons. We had Daniel in the background helping push the buttons as well, one of our newer operators, kind of a trial by fire, so thank you. Of course, thank you to the entire Starbase Live team. We have a team of volunteers who volunteer their time to help drive cameras, quite literally remote control these cameras at Starbase over our network. So a big thank you to them for helping out. Of course, a thank you to the field team for rolling out. I would name people, but I'm scared to forget people. But off the top of my head, Das, of course, Max, D, Dan, Jay, I'm forgetting people, Caesar,
Ryan.
Colleen. Thank you so much to everybody. It is thank you so much for helping do what NSF does. For the people on this stream, Alice, thank you for joining for the last hour, and of course the wonderful scrubness that we had. It's great to have you on, as always.
It's great to be here, thank you, and hopefully see you tomorrow.
Indeed. Sawyer, thank you for being on the stream as well, both the stakeout and the launch stream as well today.
My absolute pleasure. How about next time we do this, though, we actually launch the rocket? Sound good? We'll do it, though.
That would be preferred. That would be preferred. Alex, thank you, as always, for chiming in with your wonderful technical expertise and physics knowledge.
It's not really that big of a deal. But in any case, it's been a pleasure as usual. It's been a long day. We did not have a launch, but hey, let's try again all of this, everything tomorrow, except let's launch it this time around, please.
I've been Ryan Caton for NSF. Thank you so much for watching our launch stream attempt, for a launch attempt, I should say. We will be back tomorrow, or whenever SpaceX decides to go ahead with another launch attempt of the first ever Starship version 3. Follow us across all the socials so you know when that will be happening for certain. But as things stand right now, we will be live once again at L-10 hours tomorrow morning, local time. Starships were meant to fly, just sadly not today. Goodbye, everybody.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Traveling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know. Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes, you bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Full reusability of an engine like this is really something that people haven't done before.
Version 3 is what I like to call the foundational design of Starship booster in the pad.
We've never built a ship V3 before and gotten it to this state of production.
Booster 19 is actually the second of the version 3 boosters that we've built.
This is the final go no go hole for today's operations. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,